Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. We bought the beacon not out of fear, but out of a kind of arrogant pride. This idea that a few $100 and some fancy technology could put a safety net under the raw wild. My name is Leo, and I remember standing in the camping store with my partner, holding the sleek black box called the Guardian 9. They were the practical one, always thinking ahead, and they pointed to the bright orange case. This one, they said, their voice firm. The reviews say it's the best. It links to a whole satellite network. They'll find you anywhere on the planet. I turned it over in my hands, feeling its solid weight. It felt expensive and important, like a promise made of plastic and circuits. I flipped open the little orange guard that covered the big red SOS button. A satisfying snap, then closed it again. So, I just hit this if a bear eats my leg? I joked. They didn't laugh. If anything happens, Leo, anything at all, you hit that button and help comes. It's that simple. They made me read the manual out loud in the car on the drive up to the trailhead. The words were dry and full of technical confidence. The Guardian 9 unit is impervious to shock, water, and all known environmental interference. I recited, my voice monotone. The lithium battery provides a minimum 10-year standby life. The satellite uplink guarantees a signal from the deepest canyon or the densest forest. It sounded like magic, a little electronic superhero we were going to carry in my backpack. It was the last piece of gear we packed, nestled right on top of my extra socks and the bag of trail mix, a weird, modern token we offered to the gods of the backcountry for safe passage. The first day of hiking was all sweat and sunshine and good hurt in our muscles. We left the crowded main trails behind, following a faint path that wound up through ancient pines. The sound of other people faded away, replaced by the crunch of our boots, the buzz of insects, and our own breathing. By afternoon, the trail disappeared altogether, and we were navigating by map and compass, pushing through thick underbrush, feeling truly alone for the first time. It was a powerful feeling, a mix of excitement and a low hum of nerves. That night, we made camp in a small clearing by a creek. The world shrank to the circle of light from our headlamps and the crackle of our small fire. We ate our rehydrated meals, talking in low voices, as if the forest itself was listening. I pulled the beacon out of my pack, just to look at it. In the firelight, the orange plastic looked almost cheerful. "Our guardian angel," I said, holding it up. They smiled, a tight smile. "Just keep it close." I tucked it back into the top flap of my pack, leaving the zipper open a bit, a silly habit, like I might need to grab it in a hurry. Lying in our tent later, the blackness was absolute. No city glow, no distant headlights. Just pure, deep dark. The usual night sounds felt louder, closer. Every rustle in the bushes was a creature. Every snap of a twig was something big. I listened to my partner's steady breathing beside me, trying to match it, telling myself this was what we came for, this realness. The beacon was right there, just outside the tent mesh in my pack. That little box was the only thing connecting us to ambulances and police and all the systems of rescue. It felt less like a tool and more like a holy object, our one allowed cheat against the true rules of this place. I must have finally drifted off, because the sound jerked me awake. It wasn't an animal sound. It was a sharp, clean click, a precise mechanical noise. It came from right outside the tent, from the direction of my backpack. I froze, my eyes wide open in the dark. I held my breath. Next to me, I felt my partner go still too. They had heard it. "What was that?" they whispered, their voice thin. "I don't know," I whispered back. My mind raced. Was it the stove? A buckle? I replayed the sound in my head. It was exactly the sound a heavy-duty switch would make, or a relay snapping shut inside a sealed unit. The beacon. It had to be. We lay there for what felt like 10 minutes, not moving, just listening. The forest had gone quiet, too, as if it was also listening. The normal rustles and chirps had stopped. The silence that replaced it was a presence, a weight pushing down on the thin nylon of our tent. Finally, my partner let out a long, slow breath. "Probably just the plastic," they murmured, their voice trying hard to be reasonable. The temperature dropped a lot. The case probably just adjusted, contracted or something. It made sense. It was a logical, simple explanation. I grabbed onto it like a lifeline. "Yeah," I said too quickly. Yeah, that's probably it. Just the cold. I forced a low chuckle. Don't want to unzip the tent and fumble for it in the dark. Might accidentally hit the button and summon a helicopter for a raccoon. They didn't laugh. We settled back down, but the calm was broken. I stared up at the dark ceiling of the tent, my ears straining. The normal sounds of the night slowly returned, an owl in the distance, the gentle whisper of the creek. But they didn't sound comforting anymore. They sounded like a cover, a blanket of noise thrown over something else. My mind kept circling back to that click. It was so definite, so electronic. The manual's words echoed in my head, impervious to all known environmental interference. Would a simple temperature change make a sound like that? After a while, I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to know. Slowly, careful not to make a sound, I shifted onto my side and reached my arm out of my warm sleeping bag. My fingers found the mesh of the tent door, then groped gently on the ground outside until they brushed against the rough fabric of my backpack. I felt for the top flap, for the zipper I'd left partly open. I slid my hand inside, past the bag of trail mix, past the soft bundle of my socks. My fingertips touched the hard, smooth plastic of the Guardian 9. I just let my hand rest on it for a moment, and then I felt it, a faint, steady warmth. Not a lot, just a gentle heat, like a device that had been on for a little while. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been shocked. My heart started hammering against my ribs. That wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. This thing had a 10-year battery. It was supposed to sit there, cold and dead, until we needed it. It shouldn't be warm. It shouldn't make clicking noises in the dead of night. I lay there, my hand tingling, the slight warmth clinging to my skin. The comforting weight of the beacon in my pack now felt like the weight of a sleeping animal, something alive and unpredictable that we had brought into the heart of the wilderness with us. The question hung in the thick air of the tent, a question I was too afraid to voice out loud to my partner, who I could tell by their breathing was still awake, also staring into the dark. What, exactly, had we just turned on? The second chirp wasn't a glitch, it was a receipt. We were filtering water from a clear, icy stream the next morning, the sun dappling through the trees, trying to pretend the night before was just nerves. I had the beacon out, sitting on a rock beside me like a guilty secret, its surface cool to the touch again. I kept glancing at it, expecting something, anything. Then it happened. A loud, digital chirp, like a robot bird, shattered the calm of the gurgling water. We both jumped. My partner dropped the water filter. We stared at the little black box. My heart started doing a crazy drum solo in my chest. That sound didn't belong here, not in this place of wind and water. It was a sound from another world, a world of phones and parking garages and cash registers. I snatched the beacon up. The screen, which usually just showed a little battery icon and the word ready, was lit up with a block of text. I had to squint in the sun to read it. Satellite uplink established. Transmitting coordinates. My blood went cold. It's sending our location, I said, my voice a dry croak. Why? We didn't touch anything. Before they could answer, the screen flickered. A new line of text appeared underneath, green letters on the black background. Signal received. Acknowledged. My partner grabbed my arm, their fingers tight. Acknowledged by who? They whispered, their face pale. That was the question, wasn't it? The whole point of the beacon was that it sent a signal to a rescue coordination center, to people in uniforms who would send a helicopter. But this message felt different. It was too fast, too sterile. There was no "help is on the way," no comforting slogan. Just a cold confirmation that our position had been received and noted by someone, or something. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, a feeling of being watched from a very, very long way away. I fumbled with the buttons, my thumbs slipping on the plastic. I pressed the power button. Nothing. I pressed the SOS button, the big red one under its little orange guard. I pressed it hard. The screen didn't change. The device was locked up, doing its own thing, completely ignoring me. It was no longer our rescue beacon. It was just a brick that could talk to the sky. Panic, real and sharp, started to rise in my throat. Then the screen changed again. The text cleared. A single word appeared, centered on the display in plain, crisp letters, "Run." It wasn't a warning from the device. It wasn't system error or seek shelter. It was a command, an order, from our own lifeline. The word just sat there, blinking slowly. Run. My partner and I looked at each other, and in their eyes I saw my own terror reflected, mixed with a wild confusion. This was impossible. This was some kind of sick joke or a catastrophic malfunction. But the forest around us didn't feel like a joke. The cheerful babbling of the stream now sounded like mocking laughter. The sun felt too bright, exposing us. "We have to go," they said, their voice shaky but decisive. "Now, we leave everything. Leave everything." I looked at our half-pitched camp, at the tent still staked down, at our sleeping bags unrolled, at the little stove and the pot of water just starting to steam. Our home for the night. Our safety. Leaving it felt insane. It went against every instinct, every rule of survival. You stay put if you're in trouble. You make yourself visible. You wait for help. But help had just told us to run. The beacon screen flickered once more. The word "run" vanished. In its place was a new screen, a simple black display with a single, bright red dot pulsing right in the center. A map. And the dot was us. That was the final push. We moved like we were electrocuted. We didn't pack, we just grabbed. I shoved the beacon into the pocket of my hiking pants, feeling its unnatural warmth against my leg. We snatched our day packs, the small ones we used for side hikes, and jammed them with whatever was closest. A water bottle, a rain jacket, the bag of trail mix, a first aid kit. We abandoned everything else. The tent, the sleeping bags, the cooking gear, the rest of our food. It was a heartbreaking sight, a little island of our normal life that we were fleeing from. We didn't speak. We just started moving, crashing through the underbrush away from the stream, away from our camp, with no direction except away. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a mistake, that we were going to get lost, that we were going to die out here because of a stupid electronic glitch. But a deeper, older part, the lizard brain that senses predators, was in full control. That part agreed wholeheartedly with the command on the screen. Run. For an hour we pushed ourselves, scrambling over fallen logs, slipping on pine needles, our breath ragged in our throats. We didn't follow a trail because there wasn't one. We were just running blind, driven by pure adrenaline. My legs burned, and my partner was starting to lag, their face flushed with effort and fear. We finally had to stop, collapsing against the wide trunk of a massive fir tree, gasping for air. The only sound was our wheezing and the pounding of blood in my ears. I pulled the beacon from my pocket, half afraid of what it would show. The screen was still on, that black map with the red dot. Our red that had moved to the left edge of the little screen. We had traveled a good distance. But that wasn't what made my breath catch. There was a second dot now, a smaller green one. It was on the right side of the screen, ahead of us and slightly higher in elevation. It wasn't moving. It just sat there, pulsing with a soft, steady light. A destination. My partner leaned in, their shoulder against mine. "What is that?" they asked, their voice hoarse. "I don't know," I said. "A rendezvous point? A place we're supposed to go." The green dot looked innocent, even friendly compared to the urgent red of our own position. But after the run command, nothing about this device felt innocent. It felt like we were being herded. The green dot was a pin on a map, and we were the thumbtack being pushed toward it. We had a choice, I guess. We could ignore it. We could turn and go in a completely different direction. But the beacon had our location. Whatever had acknowledged our signal knew exactly where we were. If we were being hunted, running aimlessly seemed worse than running toward a known point. Even if that point was a trap, at least we would see the trap coming. Maybe. The thought was cold comfort. "We should keep moving," my partner said, standing up and brushing dirt from their knees. Their eyes were fixed on the green dot on the screen. But not toward that. Not directly. We circle around, we approach from the side, we see what it is first. It was a good plan, a soldier's plan. It made me feel a tiny bit better, like we still had some shred of control. I nodded, slipping the beacon back into my pocket. We started walking again, this time with a purpose, using the sun and my compass to skirt wide around the location of the green dot, aiming for a high ridge that might give us a view down into whatever valley or clearing it marked. The walking was slower, more careful, but the fear was a constant companion, a cold stone in my gut. Every shadow seemed to move. Every bird taking flight made us freeze. We were no longer just two people on a hiking trip. We were prey, and we knew it, and the thing holding the leash was in my pocket, quietly ticking away, drawing its little map on a screen, leading us to a place we never, ever wanted to go. The forest, once so beautiful, was now a wall of green hiding 1,000 unknowns, and the only tool we had to navigate it was the very thing that had turned against us. As we climbed the steep slope toward the ridge, the sun beginning its afternoon slide toward the mountains, I kept one hand in my pocket, my fingers resting on the warm plastic of the beacon, waiting for it to tell us what to do next. We weren't being chased. We were being shepherded, and we had just broken from the flock. That green dot on the beacon screen didn't move. It just sat there, a fixed point on a high ridge across a deep wooded valley. We watched it from our own ridge, using a small pair of binoculars, scanning the opposite tree line for any sign of what it meant. We saw nothing. Just more trees, more rocks, more wilderness. But the feeling was unmistakable, a crawling sensation on my skin like ants. That dot was a destination. As the sun started to dip, painting the sky in oranges and purples, the beacon in my hand vibrated softly, a single pulse that made me flinch. The screen changed. The green dot remained, but now numbers appeared below it, precise coordinates, followed by a simple time, 2100 hours. 9 o'clock. Tonight. It wasn't a suggestion. It felt like an appointment. A summons. My partner looked from the screen to the darkening ridge, their face tight with fear. "We're not going," they said, their voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I felt a surge of relief, so strong it made my knees weak. The idea of walking obediently toward that spot as night fell was a special kind of madness. We were scared, but we weren't stupid. We were going to hide. We found our spot just as the last light faded. A jagged outcrop of granite with a shallow, scratchy cave underneath, barely big enough for the two of us to squeeze into. It was uncomfortable and cold, but it was hidden, with a narrow crack in the rock that gave us a perfect view of the ridge across the valley where the green dot glowed in our minds. We huddled together, shivering more from nerves than the chill, watching the ridge through the binoculars, taking turns. We ate some trail mix, our chewing loud in our own ears. The beacon sat between us on the rock floor, its screen dimmed but still showing that infuriating green dot and the time, which now read 2047. 13 minutes to go. Every second stretched out, filled with the pounding of my own heart. We didn't speak. We just watched. At exactly 2100 hours, something changed. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling, a shift in the air, a kind of pressure dropping. Then we saw them. Lights. 3 of them. Dim, glowing red orbs arranged in a perfect triangle. They appeared over the ridge, not flying fast, but moving with a smooth, steady purpose that was completely wrong. They weren't blinking like plain lights. They weren't swooping like searchlights. They just hung there, silent and menacing like unblinking eyes. My partner's hand found mine and squeezed so hard it hurt. We stopped breathing. The orbs drifted to a spot directly above the exact location of the green dot. Then, from the center of the triangle, a beam of white light lanced down. But it wasn't a normal beam. It wasn't a cone that spread out. It was a solid, pencil-thin rod of pure white, so bright it hurt to look at even from a distance. It touched the ridge, and it started to sweep methodically, side to side, like someone scanning a barcode. The light moved over rocks, over patches of grass. Then it found a deer. A young buck, probably drawn to the open area of the ridge. The animal froze in the brilliant white rod. It didn't run. It just stood there, locked in the light. And then it happened. The deer didn't vanish in a flash. It unfolded. It's the only word for it. Its body seemed to lose all dimension, flattening out into a shimmering two-dimensional sheet, like a photograph made of light and flesh, silent and terrible. Then the sheet, with the image of the deer still on it, was sucked upward, following the thin white rod back into the center of the hovering red lights. It was over in seconds. The white rod snapped off. The 3 red orbs, their task done, simply blinked out, one by one, leaving the ridge in darkness once more. The entire event had been utterly soundless. My stomach rolled. I clapped a hand over my mouth. My partner was trembling violently beside me. We had just watched an animal be collected, harvested. That green dot hadn't been a trap for us. It had been a gathering point. We were supposed to be there, standing in that clearing, waiting for that beam. The horror of it was so vast it was almost peaceful for a second, a numb, cold understanding. Then came the guilt, hot and sickening. We had sent that deer in our place. Our defiance had gotten an innocent creature taken. But the guilt was quickly swallowed by a raw, screaming relief. We were still here. We were still free. In the darkness of our little cave, the beacon at our feet suddenly vibrated again, a harsh, angry buzz. We both jumped. The screen flared to life, too bright. Words scrolled across it. Non-compliance noted. Next transmission will be audible. The message sat there for a few seconds, then the screen went black. Audible. It was going to talk to us. The threat was clear. We were being graded, and we had failed. We weren't just animals to be collected. We were problems to be managed, and we were making things difficult. For hours we sat in the dark, too terrified to move, too terrified to sleep. The forest night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant call of an owl, felt like a cruel joke. How could the world just go on? We had just seen something impossible, something that broke all the rules. Sometime deep in the night, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, the beacon made good on its promise. It didn't beep. A sound came from its small speaker, a sound that was almost a voice but not quite. It was digitally smooth, without any emotion, like the voice from a cheap GPS unit, but colder. It synthesized a single word, clear and calm in our little rocky tomb. Inconvenient. The word hung in the air, more frightening than any scream. It was an assessment, a complaint from a teacher or a lab technician. We were an inconvenience. After the voice spoke, the beacon's screen lit up once more, but not with text. It glowed with a pale, greenish light that illuminated our huddled forms, our wide, terrified eyes. On the screen wasn't a map. It was a live video feed, a black and white, fisheye lens view from a camera looking right back at us. I could see myself, a distorted version of my own shocked face, and my partner next to me. The beacon had a camera. We never knew, and it was showing us that it was watching. We were carrying our own watcher, and it had just let us know it could see every terrified twitch, every tear, every moment of our helpless hiding. We were well and truly seen. The most terrifying phrase in the universe isn't "we're going to die." Its compliance improves categorization. That cold, synthetic voice came from the beacon again just after dawn, its greenish camera light still painting our faces in the gloom of the cave. We had spent the rest of the night trying to cover the screen with a sock, with a leaf, anything, but the light bled through, and the feeling of being watched was a physical weight on our skin. The voice was giving us new instructions. Proceed 1, 2 miles northwest. Locate the lightning-struck pine. Await further instruction. Compliance improves categorization. The words were flat, like a computer reading a recipe. Northwest. The lightning-struck pine. It was so specific, so ordinary, and that made it worse. They knew this forest down to individual trees. We were starving, our trail mix was gone, and we were so thirsty our tongues felt like dry leather. The idea of not moving, of staying in this cave until we wasted away, was a kind of option, but the memory of the deer being unfolded and taken was fresh and brutal. They would come for us eventually, maybe with that soundless white beam, maybe with something worse. At least moving felt like doing something. We crawled out of the cave, stiff and sore, our eyes darting to the sky. It was a clear, blue, beautiful morning that felt like a lie. Using my compass, we started walking northwest. The beacon held out in front of me, like a divining rod leading to doom. Every step was agony, not just from the rough terrain, but from the knowledge we were walking where we were told. After what felt like forever, we saw it. A massive pine, its trunk split clean down the middle by some old strike, blackened and dead on one side, still living on the other. It stood in a small, sunny clearing. At its base was something that didn't belong. A metallic pod, about the size of a football, seamless and silver, like a giant, perfect egg. It reflected the sunlight in a weird, oily way. We stopped at the edge of the clearing, just inside the tree line, too afraid to approach. The beacon in my hand vibrated. The calm voice issued from it. Approach the provisioning unit. Nutrition and metabolic stabilizer are required for continued participation. Provisioning unit. Participation. The language was so clean, so clinical. We were lab rats being fed. My partner, who had some medic training from years ago, shook their head fiercely. No, no way. We don't know what that is. But my stomach cramped at the word nutrition. We hadn't eaten a real meal in over a day. The thirst was a constant, desperate scream in my head. The beacon vibrated again, more insistently. Compliance is mandatory for continued viability. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a statement of fact. We wouldn't last much longer without food and water. The pod was offering both. It was a choice, but it wasn't a choice at all. We walked forward, our steps slow, until we stood over the metallic egg. As we got close, its surface rippled like liquid metal, and an opening appeared at the top, irising open without a sound. Inside, nestled in a soft blue light, were two things. Two sealed, clear pouches filled with a thick, amber-colored gel, and a single device that looked like a high-tech syringe, but without a needle, just a flat, circular pad at one end. Consume the nutrient gel, the beacon instructed. Then administer the metabolic stabilizer. The hypospray will deliver it transdermally. My partner picked up one of the pouches, their hands shaking. They turned it over. No writing, no branding, just clear gel. They tore the top off with their teeth, sniffed it. It had no smell. They looked at me, their eyes full of a terrible resignation, and took a small sip. They waited a moment, then a longer swallow. It's just sweet, tasteless, but sweet, like thick sugar water. They handed me the other pouch. My own hunger overrode every warning bell. I tore it open and gulped the gel down. It was exactly as they described, a bland, sweet paste that coated my throat and settled in my stomach with a comforting warmth. It immediately took the edge off the gnawing hunger and the sharpest pangs of thirst. It felt good, which felt horrible. We had just eaten something provided by the things that had taken the deer. Then we looked at the hypospray. My partner picked it up. It was cool and heavy. Transdermal means through the skin, they whispered. No needle. But what's in it? A tracker? A sedative? Some kind of obedience drug? The beacon spoke again. Administer the stabilizer. It is required to maintain biorhythms and ensure assessment accuracy. The voice was so reasonable. I thought about the word inconvenient from the night before. I didn't want to be more inconvenient. I didn't want to be categorized as a problem. In that moment, the fear of what they might do if we refused was greater than the fear of the unknown liquid in the device. Do it, I said, my voice rough. My partner looked like they might argue, but they just nodded, a single tear cutting through the dirt on their cheek. They pressed the flat pad of the hypospray against the side of my neck. There was a soft hiss, a feeling of intense cold spreading under my skin, and then it was over. No mark, no pain, just a sudden, icy tingle that faded. They did the same to themselves, their hands steady but their eyes screwed shut. For a few minutes, nothing happened. We sat by the dead tree, waiting. Then I felt it, a change. The jagged, electric fear that had been jolting through me since the first chirp began to soften at the edges. It didn't go away, but it got blurry, like a radio station slipping out of tune. My thoughts, which had been racing in tight, panicked circles, slowed down. I still knew we were in terrible danger, but the knowledge felt distant, like I was reading about it in a book instead of living it. I looked at my partner. Their breathing had deepened. The wild, animal terror in their eyes had been replaced by a glassy, dazed look. Do you feel that? They asked, their words coming a bit slower than usual. It's hard to be scared. I'm scared, but I can't quite reach it. That was it exactly. The metabolic stabilizer wasn't just stabilizing our metabolism. It was stabilizing our emotions, damping down the panic, putting a lid on our fight or flight response. We were being chemically leashed, made more manageable, easier to herd. The beacon screen lit up. Text scrolled. Biomass consumption noted. Specimen vitality nominal. Specimen. Nominal. We were just specimens now, and we were functioning normally. The horror of that was a dull thud in my chemically muffled mind. We sat there for a long time, maybe an hour, in a sort of drugged haze. The world seemed softer, less sharp. The terror was still there, but it was buried under a warm, fuzzy blanket. I hated it. I tried to hold on to the sharp fear, because the fear was mine, and this foggy calm was theirs. I stumbled as I stood up, my limbs feeling loose and uncoordinated. I reached out to steady myself against the metallic pod. The moment my fingers touched its cool, seamless surface, the pod reacted. A beam of blue light shot out from its top, projecting an image into the air above it, a hologram that shimmered and rotated. It was a diagram, like something from a medical textbook, but too detailed, too perfect. It showed a human body, a schematic of veins and arteries and nerves, all labeled with tiny, unreadable symbols. In the diagram, at the very base of the skull, right where the hypospray had pressed against our necks, was a single, flashing red point. A tiny, intricate model of some kind of device or node was superimposed there, with lines connecting it to the brain stem and the spinal cord. It was a map showing exactly where they had just put something inside us. The hologram hung in the air for maybe 10 seconds, slowly turning, giving us a perfect three-dimensional view of the foreign object now presumably sitting at the top of our spines. Then it winked out. The pod's opening sealed shut, and its metallic surface became dull and inert, just a strange piece of junk at the base of a dead tree. The beacon in my hand, which had been quiet, vibrated once. The screen now showed a simple, slowly blinking green arrow, pointing northeast, deeper into the wilderness. No text, no voice, just an arrow. The next leg of the journey was ready, and we, calm and compliant, and carrying something new under our skin, were ready to follow. We learned we weren't special. We were just the latest batch. Confusing route for over an hour. finally stopping at a hidden creek bed, the water cutting a deep groove in the earth, its banks offering cover. She was breathing hard, but her eyes were sharp, scanning the sky constantly. "The fog," she said, turning to us. "The feeling like you can't quite be scared, like your thoughts are wrapped in cotton. That's the stabilizer. It's a chemical leash. You have to fight it." She rummaged in a small, filthy pack and pulled out a gnarly piece of root, gray and twisted. "Chew this. Not swallow, just chew. It's bitter as hell, and it'll make your head hurt, but it jolts your system. Adrenaline. It cuts through their drugs for a little while." My partner, the former medic, took the root first, sniffing it, then broke off a piece and put it in their mouth. Their face immediately contorted in a grimace, but a second later their eyes, which had been glassy, widened with a new, sharp clarity. They spat it out and handed me a piece. "It works," they said, their voice suddenly more present. I chewed. A disgusting, intense bitterness flooded my mouth, followed by a painful, electric jolt that seemed to start in my jaw and shoot straight to my brain. The world snapped into a horrible, crisp focus. The fear came back, not as a dull rumble, but as a screaming, vibrant thing. The memory of the deer, the blank faces in the gully, the schematic of the thing in our necks, it all crashed over me with fresh, unbearable weight. But I could think. My thoughts were my own again, sharp and terrified. Maya nodded, seeing the change in our faces. "Good. You only get a few minutes of clear-headedness. Use it wisely. I've been out here, avoiding the herds, for weeks, I think. Time gets funny. They put these out," she said, gesturing to the beacon in my hand with disgust. "In stores online. They target the ones who go deep. The beacon is the collar. The stabilizer makes you docile. The green arrows and the dots, that's the herding. And the harvest." She trailed off, her eyes distant for a moment. "They're studying us. Stress responses, group behavior, defiance. We're lab rats in a cage the size of a national forest." She explained her plan. She thought the beacons talked to satellites, but they might also talk to each other over short distances like a local network. She'd been scavenging, and she'd built a kind of cage out of salvaged emergency blankets, the crinkly silver ones, and some copper wire she'd stripped from a broken piece of camping gear she'd found. A Faraday cage, she called it, something to block all signals. Her idea was to put a beacon inside, block its transmissions, and then, in that window, try to physically open it, to mess with its insides, maybe even turn it into a weapon or a tool. She needed a beacon to test it. She looked at mine. "It's a huge risk," my partner said, their clear mind analyzing. "If it doesn't work, it'll tell them exactly what we're trying to do." "Doing nothing is a bigger risk," Maya shot back. "They'll herd you to an extraction zone, and you'll walk right into that crystal hive like all the others. This is the only fight we have." The clarity from the root was fading, the fog starting to creep back in at the edges of my perception. We had to decide. I thought of the list on the screen of Klein J. and his 72-hour window. I handed Maya the beacon. "Do it." We moved to her hideout, a shallow overhang hidden by a waterfall of ivy. Inside was her pathetic little workshop, the messy bundle of silver mylar and wire, a few crude tools made from rocks and sticks. With trembling hands, she wrapped my beacon in the layers of blanket, weaving the wire around it, creating a messy silver cocoon. "This should block everything," she murmured, more to herself than to us. We held our breath. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the beacon inside the cocoon began to vibrate violently. A sound came through the layers, not from the speaker, but the synthetic voice itself, loud and clear and terrifyingly calm. Unauthorized signal interruption attempted. Cooperative testing protocol terminated. Initiating specimen retrieval. My blood froze. It wasn't a flaw. It wasn't a vulnerability. It was a test. They were testing our initiative, our capacity for rebellion, and we had just handed them a perfect score. The beacon had been waiting for us to try something like this. Maya's face went white, but she didn't freeze. With a speed that left me stunned, she grabbed the wrapped, vibrating beacon and sprinted out of the overhang, away from the creek bed, crashing through the brush. "Remember the route," she screamed over her shoulder, her voice already growing distant. She was leading the retrieval signal away from us, sacrificing herself. We scrambled after her, but we were too slow, too stunned. We saw her burst into a small clearing up ahead, and then we saw the retrieval craft. It wasn't an orb. It was sleek, black, and insect-like, about the size of a large dog. It descended from the canopy without a sound, moving with a predatory, fluid grace that was utterly wrong. It overtook Maya in seconds. A thin, glowing blue filament, like a wire of pure light, shot out from its underside, wrapping around her legs with a snap. She was yanked off her feet, a cry torn from her lips, and hoisted into the air. The black craft didn't pause. It whisked her away, a dangling, struggling silhouette against the green, and vanished into the trees. It was over in a heartbeat. We stood there, empty, the world spinning. The route's clarity was gone, replaced by a crushing, foggy despair. A vibration came from the ground. My beacon. Maya hadn't taken it far enough. The mylar cocoon had come loose. I walked over numb and picked it up. The screen was lit. The message was simple, flashing with a cold finality. Lesson administered. Resume compliance. Proceed to extraction zone alpha. Below the text, a new route had been plotted on its map. A meandering line that ended in a wide, open circle labeled Zone Alpha, miles away, in a part of the map that should have been nothing but rugged peaks. We had failed. Maya was gone, captured because of my beacon. And now, we were being told to march to the slaughterhouse. We had no choice. With leaden feet, we began to walk in the direction of the new arrow, the fight gone out of us. The path took us past the clearing where Maya had been taken. On the ground, half trampled into the mud, was her small pack. My partner picked it up, their movements slow with grief. Inside, alongside foraging tools and more of the bitter root, was a waterlogged paper trail map of the wilderness, the kind you buy at a ranger station. Maya had drawn on it. With a trembling hand, my partner held it up. In 5 different, remote valleys scattered across the map, Maya had drawn precise, trembling circles. Next to each circle was a date, going back 2 years. And next to each date, written in the same desperate handwriting, was a single word: silence. We reached the meadow and saw the truth. We weren't in an emergency. We were in a lab report. The hike to Extraction Zone Alpha took the rest of that day, and all of the next. A forced march through the chemical fog that made our limbs move and our minds numb. We were running on the strange gel from the pods, which we found at another lightning-struck tree, and another dose of the stabilizer that made everything feel like a bad dream we couldn't wake up from. The terrain grew steeper, more treacherous, but the beacon's arrow led us unerringly up a narrow pass. We came to the tree line at the top of a high ridge, and we looked down. The world fell away into a vast, flat meadow that had no business existing in the middle of such rugged mountains. It was perfectly circular, a bowl of tall, green grass, and in its center was the structure. It wasn't a ship, not like in the movies. It was a geometric, crystalline object, like a giant, faceted black diamond, half buried in the earth. It hummed a low, deep vibration we felt in our teeth and bones, a sound that was more pressure than noise. Around it, moving with purpose, were figures in the same dark, blurring suits we'd seen in the gully, and walking toward an iridescent opening in the structure's side, in a slow, obedient line, were people. The compliant ones, the blank-faced herd from the woods, now being led home. My partner's hand found mine, their grip cold. The sight was too big, too real. This was the end of the line. This was where the harvest happened. The beacon in my hand felt like it was burning a hole in my skin. In a moment of pure, defiant clarity, I fumbled for the last piece of Maya's bitter root in my pocket. I shoved it in my mouth, chewing furiously through the eye-watering bitterness. The electric jolt hit my system, piercing the fog. For a few precious minutes, my mind was my own, sharp and screaming. I looked at the beacon, not at the map, but at the device itself. In this clear state, I didn't feel for the SOS button. I thought like a person, not a victim. I started pressing buttons in combinations, holding the power button, then the menu button, then both together, anything to get past the screen they wanted me to see. After a few tries, the screen flickered and changed. It wasn't a map. It was a menu, lines of tiny technical code. A diagnostic log. My fingers, clumsy with cold and fear, navigated it. I found a file labeled Activation Log. I opened it. The last entry was time-stamped. My breath caught. The date was not the day we got lost, or the day the beacon chirped. It was the day before we even left for our trip. The log entry read, Remote Activation Protocol engaged. Subjects in transit. Designation, Observation Group Gamma. Parameters, Stress Response / Defiance Cycle. I read it twice, the word swimming. Remote activation. The day before. Observation Group Gamma. Stress Response. Defiance Cycle. It wasn't a malfunction. It wasn't bad luck. We were selected. Our entire trip, the purchase of this specific beacon model, our route into the Bob Marshall wilderness. It was all a variable in an experiment. The run command was the first test. Our fear was data. Our hiding was data. Maya's attempted rebellion and her capture were data. We were lab rats in the world's largest, most terrible naturalistic enclosure, and we had been from the very beginning. I showed the screen to my partner. Their face went from confusion to a sick, horrified understanding. "The store," they whispered, their voice hollow. "The salesman. The guy who talked me into the Guardian. 9 over the other models. He was so insistent. He knew we were going to the Bob. He asked about our route. The memory seen through this new lens was chilling. He hadn't been a helpful clerk. He had been a technician, issuing lab equipment. The beacon, detecting our elevated stress from the route and our proximity to the zone, chose that moment to broadcast its final audible message. The calm, synthetic voice was as clear as if it was standing next to us. "Observation Group Gamma, your participation has been invaluable. Please proceed for final debriefing and integration. Your compliance is appreciated." The words were polite, professional, and utterly monstrous. "Your participation has been invaluable. We had performed well. Final debriefing and integration." That was the opening in the crystal. "Your compliance is appreciated. Thank you for being good rats." The gratitude was the most horrifying part. It meant they saw us as nothing more than productive subjects. My partner looked from the extraction zone teeming with suited figures and shuffling people to the vast, hostile, unknown wilderness behind us. Their eyes were clear now, the route working on them too. They voiced the ultimate, terrible question. "Do we walk into the lab, Leo? Or do we try to die free in the maze?" There was no good answer. Walking in meant becoming one of those blank faces, or worse, being integrated into whatever that crystal hive was. Running meant dying out here, hunted, alone, but maybe on our own terms. The beacon sat in my hand, warm and smug, awaiting our choice. In that crystal-clear moment of horror, I made a decision. I didn't want to give them any more data. I didn't want to comply. I didn't want to run. I wanted to break the experiment. I did the only thing left that felt like a real action. I held down the power button and the menu button on the beacon simultaneously. A universal factory reset command for stubborn electronics. I held them down, my thumbs turning white. The beacon screen went wild. It flashed a series of error codes. Then, in large red letters, "Critical system error." A loud, piercing, continuous tone erupted from its speaker, a shrieking alarm that ripped through the mountain calm. But it wasn't our distress signal. It was something else, a system's death scream. On the screen, flashing erratically, were new words: containment breach, unauthorized termination protocol, release pursuers. I stared at the words. Unauthorized termination, release pursuers. We weren't specimens anymore. We were a virus, an error in the system. And the system had a protocol for errors. Below us, in the meadow, everything stopped. The suited figures froze. Then, as one, they all turned their heads toward the ridge, toward the source of the beacon's electronic scream. The iridescent opening in the crystalline structure irised wider. And from it, 3 shapes flowed out. They were sleek, metallic, and moved on 4 legs like wolves. But their motion was all wrong, a liquid, jointless flowing. Their heads were smooth ovals, with no eyes, just sensors that swiveled and focused, pinpointing us immediately. They didn't bark or growl. They just turned and began to move up the slope toward our ridge. They didn't run. They flowed, eating the distance with terrifying, silent speed. The beacon's scream was a homing beacon, and we were now the primary target of an experiment that had just declared us a glitch to be deleted. When the beacon died, the void it left behind was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of being truly, irrevocably erased. The metallic wolf things were flowing up the slope, fast and silent. We had one chance, a desperate, stupid chance. To our right, the ridge fell away into a deep, narrow canyon, the sound of a raging, glacial-fed river roaring up from its depths. The water was a violent, white froth, sure death to enter, but maybe, just maybe, it would scramble whatever signal the dying beacon had sent out, confuse the sensors of the things hunting us. It was a hope so thin it was almost invisible. The river! I shouted over the fading electronic scream, grabbing my partner's arm. We turned and ran along the ridge, not toward the river, but parallel to it, looking for a way down, any way down. The ground was loose shale and slick pine needles. We slipped, scrambled, our breath sobbing in our throats. I risked a glance back. The lead creature was halfway up the slope, moving with that impossible, fluid grace, closing the distance with chilling speed. My partner, just ahead of me, their foot caught on a root. They went down hard with a cry, tumbling forward, their ankle twisting at a bad angle. I skidded to a stop, turning to help. The lead creature saw the opening. It surged the last 20 feet, a blur of dark metal. It didn't pounce to kill. It was going to disable, to capture, just like the silver sphere had. My partner pushed themselves up on their elbows, their face a mask of pain and terror. They saw the creature, saw me frozen, and in their eyes, I saw a decision click into place, a calm finality that cut through the panic. They snatched the shrieking, arrow-flashing beacon from where I'd dropped it. "Go! Leo, go! Reset the world!" They screamed, their voice raw with a love and a fury that tore my heart in two. And with all their strength, they hurled the beacon not at me, but directly at the lead creature's smooth, sensor-filled head. The creature reacted not with anger, but with a swift, efficient motion. Its head snapped forward, and its jaws, which hadn't been visible before, opened in a split second, catching the beacon mid-air. There was a crunch of plastic and circuitry, a final, choked electronic squeal, and then nothing. The screaming stopped. The world rushed back in, the roar of the river, the wind in the pines, our ragged breathing. The three creatures froze, their smooth heads swiveled, confused, the homing signal gone. They were like hounds that had lost the scent. For a few precious seconds, they were inert. I looked at my partner. They were on the ground, their leg clearly broken, staring at me. Their eyes held no fear now, only a fierce, blazing command. "Go! Live! Tell someone!" The creatures began to move again, their sensors refocusing, this time on the two of us, the source of the trouble. I had a split second. Fight a hopeless battle and die with them, or honor their sacrifice and run. The choice was agony, but it was no choice at all. I met their gaze one last time, saw the love there, and then I turned and ran. I didn't head for the slope. I ran straight for the cliff edge overlooking the river. I didn't think. I just leaped out into the open air, into the roar, away from the lab, away from the herd, away from my heart lying broken on the ridge. The fall was a blur of sky and rock and spray. The icy water hit me like a concrete wall, driving the air from my lungs. The current, stronger than anything I could imagine, sucked me under, tumbling me, battering me against submerged rocks. The world was a chaos of cold and dark and roaring noise. I was sure this was it. This was dying free. My lungs burned. My body went numb. I slammed into something hard, my shoulder exploding in pain, and then I was flung upward, breaking the surface for a gasping, half-drowned breath before being dragged under again. I have no idea how long the river had me. Time lost all meaning in that violent, freezing wash. Consciousness faded in and out. At some point, the river spat me out. I washed up on a gravel bar in the deep, dark belly of the canyon, under a sliver of starry sky. I crawled, retching water, my body one massive bruise, my shoulder dislocated, my clothes frozen to my skin. I dragged myself into a crevice in the canyon wall, a shallow depression just out of the spray. I lay there shivering, the violent tremors threatening to shake my bones apart. I was alone, truly alone. No partner, no beacon, no watchful eye, just the crushing, empty awareness of what I had lost and what I had seen. As I lay there, fading in and out of a hypothermic haze, I looked up. High above the canyon rim, in the slice of sky I could see they were there. The triangular formation of three red orbs, moving in a slow, methodical, grid-like pattern, sweeping back and forth across the wilderness. They weren't searching for me. They were cleaning up, erasing the evidence of the error. Patient, thorough, untouchable. The sight was more terrifying than the wolf creatures. This was the scale of it. This was the machine. I must have passed out from the cold and the pain, because the next thing I knew, a gray, frosty dawn was lightening the canyon. I was coated in a thin layer of ice, my body screaming in protest with every tiny movement. I was alive, but barely. As I tried to muster the will to move, to try to find a way out of this stone prison, I saw a figure on the opposite bank of the still raging river. A man. He was dressed in torn, filthy hiking gear, a wild beard covering half his face. He held up his hands, palms out, in a universal gesture of peace. Then, slowly, deliberately, he pointed to his own neck, pulling down his collar. Even from across the water, I could see it. A faint silver, circular scar exactly where the hypospray had touched us. He looked at me, his eyes sharp and aware, not fogged, not blank. He looked up at the canyon rim, then back at me. He put a finger to his lips. Quiet. Then he pointed upstream, deeper into the canyon's heart, where the walls narrowed and the water disappeared into a dark gorge. Come. He turned and began to walk along the far bank, not waiting to see if I followed. And then I saw it, etched into the base of the cliff right behind where he'd been standing. A symbol made of piled stones, crude but unmistakable. It was a large open eye, and slashed through it, from corner to corner, was a single straight line. The message was clear. I looked at the raging river between us. I looked at the impossibly steep canyon walls behind me. I looked at the sliver of sky above, where the red orbs had performed their sterile, patient dance. My body was broken. My world was gone. But in that symbol, in that scar on the man's neck, there was a thread, not of hope, but of defiance. It was a path forward, not out, but deeper in. With a groan that was part pain, part grief, and part something else, a stubborn, furious refusal to be a good specimen, I pushed myself up onto my knees. I took one last look at the sky, then turned my back on it. I began the agonizing, stumbling crawl toward the river's edge, to find a way across, to follow the man with the scar into the deep, unknown heart of the maze. The experiment was over for me. Something else was beginning. Story number 2. My name is David, though it felt like the least important thing about me the day the letter came. It arrived in a thick, creamy envelope that felt expensive and wrong, like wedding invitation paper for a funeral. The return address just said the Lawson Family Trust in a fancy, old-fashioned typewriter font. My wife brought it in from the mailbox, holding it between her thumb and forefinger like it might be dirty. She didn't say anything, just dropped it on the kitchen table where I was drinking coffee. "Smells weird," she finally said, sitting down across from me. I picked it up. She was right. It had a scent, something underneath the lemony laundry smell of our clean kitchen. It was a mix of cold, damp earth and that sharp, herbal smell of the liniment my grandpa used to rub on his knees. A deep, uncomfortable memory stirred. I slid my finger under the flap, the paper tearing with a too loud ripping sound in our quiet morning. What was inside wasn't a friendly note. It was typed formal and used words that didn't belong in a family invite. Mandatory attendance. Legally binding covenant of continuance. Penalties for noncompliance. My stomach did a slow, lazy turn. "What is that?" my wife asked, her voice tight. She always saw trouble coming before I did. "It's for the family reunion," I said, trying to sound casual. "Out at the old farm. My grandfather's thing. Happens every 10 years or so." I pushed it across the table to her. She scanned it, her eyes getting wider with each line. "This doesn't sound like a reunion, David. This sounds like a subpoena. It says we have to be there for the full 3 days. It mentions financial penalties." "Who does that?" I tried to laugh. It came out weak. "It's just how they are. Backwoods formality. My granddad's big on tradition. It's probably just lawyer talk to make it sound important." She wasn't buying it. It was sent certified mail. I had to sign for it. They wanted proof we got it. That detail stuck in my head, a little cold thorn. Why would you need proof your family got an invitation? I pushed the thought away. "Look, it'll be fine. It's a weird old house in the mountains. They make a huge pot of stew. Everyone tells the same stories. It's quaint. You've never been. It's time you met everyone." She looked from the letter to me, her face a mask of pure, "Are you hearing yourself?" "It smells like dirt and medicine, David," she said again, as if that explained everything. And in a way it did. The next 2 weeks were a low-grade argument. She wanted to call, to make excuses, to send a polite no thanks. I felt this stupid, deep-seated obligation, a thread pulling me back to that place. I hadn't been since I was a teenager. My dad always made us go, and he always left in a quiet, seething mood I was too young to understand. I remembered the stew, though. A rich, dark, savory smell that filled the whole house. A taste I'd never found anywhere else. I couldn't even picture what meat was in it, just that it was delicious, a secret family recipe. In the end, we went. The obligation won, or maybe my own dusty curiosity did. We packed the car on a Friday morning, the sky a flat, boring gray. The drive started normal, highways and billboards and rest stops. Then we turned off the main road, and the world started to change. The towns got smaller, the trees got taller, and the air coming in through the vents started to smell of pine and wet stone. My wife was quiet, scrolling on her phone. Then she said, "My map just went blank." "Probably just a dead zone," I said. "We're pretty far out." But the blank spot on the screen was large and perfectly circular, centered right on the coordinates from the letter. The road began to twist, hugging the side of a mountain, a steep drop on our right with just a rusted guardrail between us and nothing. That's when our phones, both of them, gave a little chirp and the service bars vanished. Completely. Not one bar searching. Just no service. It happened at the exact same moment we passed a huge, ancient pine tree. On its trunk, painted in a flaking, rusty red color, was a symbol, a circle with a twisted line through it, like a snake in a knot. The family crest. I'd forgotten all about it. A childhood memory surfaced, my dad pointing it out, saying, "That's where the outside world ends." I'd thought he was joking. "Did you see that?" my wife whispered. "Yeah," I said, in my attempt at a joke. "Guess we're officially off the grid." Felt totally flat. The road got worse, rough gravel that pinged against the underside of the car. The forest closed in, thick and dark, even though it was only late afternoon. The sunlight couldn't seem to break through the canopy. We drove in a strange, green-tinged twilight. According to the odometer and the handwritten directions, we should have been there. But there was nothing. Just more trees, more shadows. My hands were sweaty on the wheel. "Did we miss a turn?" she asked, her voice higher than usual. Just as I was about to pull over and admit we were lost, we rounded another bend and there it was. The Lawson farmhouse. It didn't look real. It looked like a postcard from 100 years ago. A big, two-story wooden place with a wide porch wrapped around it. No power lines led to it. A single, flickering lantern hung by the heavy front door. And on that porch, in rocking chairs and on the steps, they were all there. My family. Aunts, uncles, cousins I hadn't seen since I was a kid. They were sitting perfectly still, not talking, just staring out at the woods. Our car crunched on the gravel drive, and every single head turned. Not one at a time. All of them, together, like a flock of birds changing direction. They looked at us, and then their faces all did the same thing. They smiled. Big, wide, toothy smiles that didn't reach their eyes. Their eyes stayed watchful dark. My heart was beating a fast, hard rhythm against my ribs. "Okay," my wife breathed out. "That's seriously creepy." We got out of the car, the sound of our doors shutting way too loud in the quiet. The air was cooler here, and still like the inside of a church. The smell from the envelope, earth and medicine, was here too, but now it was mixed with wood smoke and that stew. The stew smell was stronger, intoxicating. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. Nobody called out a hello. Nobody waved. They just watched us walk toward the porch, their smiles fixed in place. Then my grandfather stepped out of the front door. He was supposed to be old, frail. In my memory, he was a bent man with a cane. The man on the porch stood straight. His hair was thick and white, his face lined but strong. He looked like a 40-year-old who'd been expertly painted to look 70. His eyes found me, and there was no warmth in them, no grandfatherly joy. It was a look of assessment, like a farmer checking a horse's teeth. It made me feel 10 years old and in trouble. I walked up the steps, my wife close behind me. "Grandpa," I said, my voice sounding too young. I held out my hand. He took it. His grip was crushing, his skin dry and hard as tree bark. He held it for a second too long, his dark eyes locked on mine. Then he let go and the smile appeared on his face too, just as wide and empty as the others. "You made it," he said. His voice was smooth, deep. Just in time. From behind him, my grandmother appeared. She was the same, too alert, too upright. She fluttered her hands. "The stew is almost ready. You must be hungry from your trip." She looked at my wife, and her smile got, if possible, even wider. "And you must be the new one. We've so looked forward to meeting you." She said it like my wife was a special dessert. An aunt I barely remembered stood up from her rocking chair. She was holding a wooden spoon. "You want to wash up? We eat when the sun is fully down. It's tradition." The way she said tradition made it sound like a law. We were herded inside. The house was a museum of my childhood, but a museum where everything was kept dusty and unchanged. The same ugly crocheted blanket was on the same rocking chair. The same picture of a sad-looking Jesus hung crooked in the hall. The same smell of old wood, stew, and that faint medicinal tang. We were taken to a small bedroom upstairs. It had a slanting ceiling and a quilt with faded stars on it. It was the room I'd slept in as a kid. My small, childish crayon drawing was still tacked to the wall by the dresser. I walked over to it. I'd drawn stick figures around a big, bubbling pot. Above it, in my clumsy second-grade handwriting, I'd written, "The Forever Soup." A cold finger traced its way down my spine. "David," my wife said. She hadn't put her bag down. She was standing in the middle of the room, hugging herself. "This is wrong. All of this is wrong. They're not blinking enough. They're just country people," I said, but the words had no strength. "They're odd. It's fine." She shook her head, turning to look at the dark window. The way they looked at us, It wasn't like seeing people. It was like being seen by a thing. Downstairs, a bell rang, a deep, iron sound. Supper. My grandmother's voice floated up the stairs. The sound was cheerful, but it felt like a command. We went down. The long wooden table in the kitchen was packed. Every relative was there, seated in a specific order. 2 empty chairs were left for us, right in the middle. The giant pot of stew sat in the center of the table, steaming. It smelled incredible, that same rich, deep, meaty smell that haunted my memories. My grandfather sat at the head. He didn't speak. He just picked up a big ladle and started filling bowls, which were passed down the table from hand to hand. No one spoke. The only sounds were the clink of the ladle on the pot and the soft thud of bowls on wood. A bowl was placed in front of me. The stew was a dark brown, with chunks of meat and carrots and potatoes. It looked normal. It smelled like heaven. My wife's bowl was placed in front of her. She looked at it, then up at my grandmother, who was watching her with that fixed smile. "I'm actually vegetarian," my wife said, her voice polite but firm. The smile on my grandmother's face didn't change. It didn't falter for a single second, but something behind her eyes went flat and cold. "It's just for tonight, dear," my grandmother said, her tone sweet as poison. "For tradition. You need your strength." The way she said strength felt heavy. My wife looked at me, a plea in her eyes. I felt torn in two. This was my family. This was their weird, sacred thing. Making a fuss would ruin everything. I gave her a tiny, helpless shrug and picked up my spoon. I had to show her it was okay. I took a bite. The taste flooded my mouth, exactly as I remembered, savory, herby, with a unique, iron-rich undertaste that was almost sweet. It was the taste of childhood, of safety. For a second, I was convinced my wife was overreacting. It was just weird old people and a weird old tradition. Everything was fine. I took another bite. Around me, my family began to eat. They did it in unison, each one bringing their spoon to their mouth at the same time. Up, chew down. Up, chew down. Like a machine. My wife didn't touch her food. She just watched them, her face pale. The meal ended as silently as it began. Bowls were emptied and stacked. My grandfather stood. "The first night is for rest," he announced, his voice filling the quiet room. "Tomorrow we talk. We remember. We prepare." He looked right at my wife. "You'll feel more a part of things after tomorrow." It didn't sound like a hope. It sounded like a promise. We went back to our room. The house was utterly still, not a creak or a whisper. It was the kind of quiet that feels like a held breath. My wife finally put her bag down. "I'm not eating that again," she said, her voice low and fierce. "There's something in it. I can smell it. It's not just herbs." "It's fine," I said, but I was looking at my own hands, feeling strangely heavy and warm. "It's just game meat. Venison, probably. Or rabbit." "That wasn't rabbit," she whispered. She walked to the window, peering out into the pitch-black night. Then she gasped and stepped back. "What?" I asked, joining her. Down below, in the yard, figures were moving. A line of them, walking single file from the house toward the old, dilapidated barn. They carried no lanterns, no flashlights. They moved slowly, surely, through the complete darkness. I recognized my father's shape, and my uncle's, and my brother's. They walked into the black mouth of the barn and disappeared. "What are they doing?" my wife breathed. "I don't know," I said, and for the first time, I admitted to myself that I didn't know anything about these people at all. My wife turned from the window and went to her bag. She pulled out the tarnished silver locket my grandmother had pressed into her hand as we went upstairs. "A welcome gift," she had said. My wife clicked it open. Inside was a tiny, blurry photograph of a smiling young woman with old-fashioned hair. "Who is that?" I asked. "I don't know," she said. Then she pried at the back of the locket with her fingernail. It popped open. Behind the photo, sealed inside, was a single long strand of hair. It was gray. She held it up to the dim light from the window. "This isn't an antique," she said, her scientific, analytical mind cutting through the fear. "This follicle is intact. This was put in here recently." She looked at me, and the last of the color drained from her face. "Your grandfather," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "When we came in, I saw a photo in the hall. An old black and white one from like the 1970s. He's standing right where he was tonight, on the porch. He's wearing a different shirt. But David, it's the same face. Exactly the same." I stared at her, the warm fullness from the stew turning into a cold, hard lump in my gut. The endless quiet of the house pressed in on us from all sides. Downstairs, the front door clicked softly shut. The night walkers had returned. We were awake in the dark, listening to the sound of their footsteps moving below us. And for the life of me, I couldn't remember what any of them had said to me over dinner. I could only remember the steady, rhythmic sound of their spoons hitting their bowls, over and over, like a clock counting down in the silent, waiting dark. I woke up with the sun, but it felt wrong. The light was too sharp, cutting through the dusty window of the childhood room. My wife was already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, still dressed from last night. She held the silver locket open in her palm, staring at the gray hair inside. "I didn't sleep," she said, not looking at me. Her voice was raspy. I listened to the house. It doesn't settle. No creaks, no pipes groaning. It's just still. I felt a thick grogginess clinging to me, a leftover warmth from the stew. I pushed it off, the cheerful morning sounds of a normal house completely absent. There was no coffee brewing, no chatter from a kitchen radio. Just that waiting quality in the air, like before a thunderstorm. "Let's just get through today," I said, more to convince myself than her. "We'll say our goodbyes after breakfast and go." She just nodded, closing the locket with a sharp snap. Downstairs, the house was a museum. I mean that exactly. Nothing had moved. The same crocheted blanket was folded on the same chair in the exact same way. The coffee tin sat on the shelf at the same angle. My crayon drawing, the forever soup, was still pinned to the kitchen wall, the paper yellowed but the pins clean, like someone dusted around it regularly. It was a house preserved in amber. My grandmother was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of oatmeal. Her movements were efficient, precise. "Good morning," she chirped, her smile instantly there, wide and bright. "Sleep well." "Fine, thank you," I mumbled. My wife said nothing. We sat at the long table. One by one, relatives filed in. They didn't greet each other. They just took their seats, the same seats from last night. My uncle, a big man with rough hands, sat across from me. He looked at me, his head tilting slightly. "How's the city?" he asked. His tone was flat, like he was reading from a card. "It's okay," I said. "Busy." He nodded, a slow, mechanical bob of his head. "Driven any good cars lately?" he asked next. It was such a specific, weird question. One he'd asked me every time he saw me since I was 16. "Not really," I said, feeling uneasy. "Just the same old sedan." He stared at me for a beat too long, his eyes not quite focusing. Then he said, "I reckon that's the way of things," and turned to his oatmeal. The phrase "I reckon" stuck out. It was an old, folksy thing to say. A few minutes later, my aunt sat down next to him. She looked at me, smiled her empty smile, and asked, "How's the city?" I froze. "It's okay," I said. "Driven any good cars lately?" She followed up, her voice a near-perfect echo of my uncle's. My skin prickled. I looked at my wife. Her eyes were wide, watching this. I gave a different answer. "Actually, I'm thinking of buying a truck," I said, trying to break the script. My aunt blinked slowly. Her smile didn't change. "I reckon that's the way of things," she said, and started eating. A cold understanding dripped into my stomach. They weren't having conversations. They were performing rituals, repeating lines. My wife was being erased. They set a bowl of oatmeal in front of her, but no one offered her the brown sugar or the milk that sat in the center of the table. When she reached for it herself, the pitcher was just out of reach, and no one passed it. They talked around her, to me, about the weather, about the garden, using the same phrases, the same "I reckon" punctuating everything. She was becoming a ghost at their table. After breakfast, we were expected to enjoy the grounds. There was nothing to enjoy. The garden was too orderly, rows of vegetables standing at attention. The flowers bloomed with a vibrant, fake-looking color. No bees buzzed. No birds sang in the surrounding woods. The world felt muted, like the volume had been turned down on everything but us. I wandered, my wife a tense shadow beside me. We found my grandfather near the old barn. He was just standing there, looking at the weathered wooden boards. "Grandpa," I said. He turned, that assessing look in his eyes again. "The barn's seen better days," I offered, for something to say. "It serves its purpose," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Some things look worn on the outside, but what happens inside is what matters. The important work." He clapped a hand on my shoulder. His grip was firm, too firm. "You'll understand more tonight. Your wife will too. It's important she feels part of things." He walked away, leaving us there. My wife shuddered. "Important work? What does that mean?" "David, I want to leave. Now." I wanted to say yes, but a stupid, stubborn part of me, the part that remembered being a kid here, the part that hated causing a scene, spoke up. "We can't just bolt. It'll cause a huge fight. Let's just be polite. Get through the day. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. I promise." She looked at me like she didn't know me. The day dragged on, a series of eerie, repeated interactions. Cousins I barely knew asked me the same questions about the city and cars. They gave the same scripted responses. I felt like I was losing my mind, trapped in a looping recording of a family reunion. The only break in the routine came from my grandmother. She approached my wife in the parlor, where my wife was pretending to look at a bookshelf of ancient, unreadable books. My grandmother took my wife's hand, not asking, just taking it. She pressed something into her palm, a small cloth pouch tied with string. "For the discomfort," my grandmother said, her sweet voice laced with something else. "Brew it as a tea. It'll help you sleep. You'll need your rest for tomorrow." My wife pulled her hand back as if burned. Later, in our room, she opened the pouch. It was full of crushed, dried leaves and tiny purple flowers. "I don't know what this is," she said, "but I'm not drinking it." She tossed it into the small wastebasket. The afternoon bled into evening. A low fog crept in from the woods, fingering its way across the yard. The family gathered on the porch again, watching the mist advance. No one commented on it. They just watched. My wife stayed by my side, a silent sentinel of fear. Dinner was the same silent, rhythmic affair as the night before. Another bowl of stew appeared before me. The smell was even richer, more compelling. My wife's bowl sat untouched in front of her. I saw my grandmother's eyes flick to it, then back to my wife's face, that smile never slipping. I ate. I told myself I had to keep the peace. The warmth spread through me faster this time, a comfortable, fuzzy blanket smothering my worries. It was easier to just go along. After dinner, my grandfather stood. "An early night for everyone," he announced. "Big day tomorrow. The heart of the reunion." There was a murmur of agreement, a dry rustle of sound. My wife and I went upstairs. She was shivering, though the room wasn't cold. "Did you see that?" she whispered. "See what?" "Your mother. At dinner. She wasn't eating. She was just pushing the stew around her bowl. And she looked at me. Just for a second. It wasn't like the others. It was scared. She looked scared, David. I hadn't noticed. The stew fog was in my brain. I just wanted to sleep. "You're imagining things," I said, the words thick on my tongue. "We'll leave tomorrow. It's almost over." She didn't argue. She got into bed, turning her back to me. I fell into a deep, dark sleep almost immediately. Something woke me. Not a sound, but a change. The air in the room felt different. Colder. The deep, soupy sleep the stew gave me parted for a second, and I was just awake enough to hear it. A soft, shuffling sound. A rhythmic brush of fabric on wood. Footsteps, many of them, moving with a slow, deliberate pace down the hallway. I lay still, my heart beginning to thump. The footsteps passed our door. They went down the stairs. I carefully, slowly slid out of bed. My wife was asleep, her breathing deep and steady. Too steady. I crept to the window and looked down. A line of figures moved across the yard, toward the barn. They walked in single file. No lights. The moon was hidden behind clouds, but they moved with certainty through the deep gloom. I recognized the shapes. My father, my brother, my uncle, the aunt who asked about the cars. They walked into the black open doorway of the barn and were swallowed up. A jolt of adrenaline burned through the last of the stew's haze. What were they doing? What was the important work? I had to know. A reckless need to understand. To prove to myself this was all just some bizarre family quirk took over. I pulled on my pants and a shirt, my hands fumbling in the dark. I eased our bedroom door open. The hallway was empty, lit only by a faint glow from a night light downstairs. I moved to the stairs, each creak of the old wood sounding like a gunshot to my ears. No one stirred. The house was a tomb. I made it to the front door. My hand closed on the cold iron of the latch. I lifted it, expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. It gave way with a smooth, well-oiled click. The door opened outward. The night air washed over me, damp and cold from the fog. I could see the barn, a darker shape against the dark woods. A faint, flickering orange light now leaked from its cracks. They had a fire inside. I took one step onto the porch, then another. My plan was simple. Creep to a window, peek inside, see something boring and normal. Maybe they were just playing cards by lantern light, and then slink back to bed feeling foolish. I made it to the bottom of the porch steps. The gravel of the drive was under my feet. I took 3 steps toward the barn. A hand shot out from the deep shadow of the porch rocking chair, and closed around my wrist. The grip was strong, desperate. I almost yelled. I whipped my head around. It was my mother. She was crouched in the darkness of the chair, her face pale, her eyes wide and glistening with tears. She pulled me back, her strength surprising. "Don't," she breathed, her voice a raw, torn thing. It was the first real, unscripted emotion I'd heard from anyone in 2 days. "Mom, what is it? What are they doing?" I whispered back. She shook her head, her tears spilling over. She looked older than I remembered, worn thin. "You can't go out there. Not now. The night walk is for the prepared." She swallowed hard, her gaze darting toward the barn, then back to me, full of a terror that was completely her own. "You're not ready, my boy. Not yet." She released my wrist and shrank back into the shadows of the chair, pulling a shawl tight around her shoulders, her eyes fixed on the barn's glowing cracks. She wasn't one of them. Not fully. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I stood there on the gravel, frozen, looking from my mother's terrified face to the distant, pulsing light of the barn where the rest of my family had gathered. The comfortable lie of a weird family tradition was gone, shattered by the palpable fear in my mother's grip. Something was very, very wrong in that barn, and the only person who seemed to understand the danger was sitting in the dark, too afraid to stop it, only to stop me from seeing it. I took a slow step back toward the porch, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, the unseen work in the barn now screaming at me in the quiet of the night. Back in our room, I couldn't sleep. My mind raced, replaying my mother's terrified face, her desperate grip. The fog in my brain from the stew was completely gone, burned away by a cold, sharp fear. My wife slept on, a deep, unnatural sleep. I watched the slow, steady rise and fall of her chest, and a new kind of panic started to itch under my skin. I shook her shoulder gently. "Hey, wake up." She didn't stir. I shook harder. "Come on, wake up." Her head lolled to the side. Her skin felt cool, clammy. A real, physical jolt of terror shot through me. I grabbed the small mirror from her toiletry bag and held it under her nose. A faint cloud formed on the glass. She was breathing, but it was too slow, too deep. It was the sleep of someone who had been drugged. On her nightstand sat an empty glass of water. She didn't remember drinking it. I did. My grandmother had brought it up, smiling, saying the night air was dry. I had been too distracted, too wound up from seeing the night walkers. My wife had drunk it without thinking. Rage, hot and clean, flushed through me. They were doing something to her. They were preparing her. The word from my mother's warning echoed in my head, prepared. I had to find proof. I had to know what we were really dealing with. I needed something concrete I could hold on to, something that would break the last of my stupid loyalty, and tell me exactly what kind of nightmare we were in. I waited until the first gray light of dawn began to seep around the edges of the curtains. The house was in that pre-morning hush. I slipped out of bed, dressed quickly, and eased the door open. My plan was to check the root cellar. Every old farmhouse had one, a cold, earth-floored room for storing potatoes and preserves. If there was something they were hiding, somewhere they didn't think anyone would look, that was it. I moved through the hallway, past the closed doors of sleeping relatives, my senses screaming. Every floorboard felt like a trap. I made it to the kitchen. The door to the cellar was a flat, painted piece of wood in the floor near the pantry. I hooked my fingers into the iron ring and pulled. It came up with a groan that sounded impossibly loud. A set of rough wooden stairs led down into blackness. The smell that wafted up was of damp soil, rot, and that same underlying medicinal tang. I found a flashlight on a shelf, clicked it on, and descended. The cellar was just as I remembered from childhood explorations, but neater. Jars of pickles and jams lined crude shelves. Burlap sacks of potatoes sat in a corner. But at the far end, something new hummed. A large, industrial freezer, the kind you'd see in a restaurant. Its white surface was stark and modern against the old stone walls. It looked utterly out of place. The hum was the only sound. My mouth went dry. I walked toward it, the beam of my flashlight bouncing. I reached for the handle, a thick chrome bar. It was cold even through my shirt sleeve. I took a breath and lifted it. A puff of frozen air billowed out. Inside, everything was wrapped in clean, white butcher paper, each package neat and uniform, stacked in rows. It looked professional. Nothing like the haphazardly wrapped deer meat I'd expected. I picked up a package from the top. It was solid, frozen rock hard. I turned it over. Stamped on the paper in crisp, black ink was a label. Property of Lawson Trust, Biological Sustenance Division. Biological sustenance. The words made no sense, and every kind of horrible sense at the same time. My hands started to shake. I put the package back and reached for a smaller one from a lower shelf. It was heavier than it should have been. As I lifted it, my slick fingers fumbled. The package slipped, tumbling from my grasp and hitting the hard dirt floor with a solid, sickening thud. It didn't sound like a roast. It didn't sound like anything from an animal. The white paper tore at the corner from the impact. Something pale and waxy poked out. I pointed the flashlight beam at it. My brain stuttered, refused to process. It was a finger. A human finger, curled in a partial fist, the nail chipped and dirty. A wave of nausea slammed into me so hard I stumbled back, hitting the edge of the freezer. The cold metal bit into my back. I stared. The shape inside the paper was unmistakable. A hand. A human hand. All the weirdness, the creepy smiles, the scripted talk. It crystallized in that second into a single, monstrous truth. This was not about tradition. This was about something else. Something unspeakable. The stew. I clapped my own hand over my mouth, a gag rising in my throat. I thought of the rich, iron taste, the unique flavor I could never place. I knew what it was now. On a cellular level, I knew. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I couldn't fall apart. Not now. I shone the light around the cellar, looking for anything else, any records. On a shelf above the potatoes, half hidden behind a dusty crate, I saw a book. It was an old ledger, the kind with columns handwritten in ink. I pulled it down. The cover was stiff leather. I opened it. The first page was dated 1923. It was a record of the reunions. Column headings were written in a careful, looping script date. Attendees present. Absentees. Provisions provided. My eyes scanned down. Reunion after reunion, every 10 years. The lists of names were familiar. My great-grandparents, grandparents, all the relatives. My eyes locked on the provisions provided column. For each reunion, there was a single name written there. And each name in the provisions column matched a name from the absentees list of the reunion 10 years before. A pattern as cold and clear as the freezer's hum. Someone didn't show up, and 10 years later, they provided. My finger traced down the brittle pages. 1993, 2003, 2013. I found my father's brother, my favorite uncle, the one who'd taught me to fish. He'd stopped coming to reunions when I was a kid. The story was he'd moved out west for a job. There his name was in the 2013 ledger. Provision provided, Richard Lawson. The room tilted. I had to brace myself against the shelf. I kept looking, my heart a frozen lump. I found the page for this year. My own name was there, under attendees present. Next to it, my wife's name was written in a separate, smaller column titled Spousal Introductions. And beside her name, in fresh ink, was a single symbol, a question mark. The meaning was clear. She was being evaluated. Judged. For what? I slammed the book shut, the sound like a gunshot in the confined space. I had to get her out. Now. Right now. I scrambled up the cellar stairs, my legs weak, and shut the door behind me. I leaned against the kitchen counter, trying to steady my breathing to look normal. The house was starting to stir. I heard footsteps above. I had to act natural. I went back to our room. My wife was still asleep. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching her, my mind screaming. When she finally began to stir, it was a slow, groggy struggle. She blinked, moaned, and put a hand to her forehead. "My head," she mumbled. "I feel thick. What happened?" "They drugged you," I said, my voice low and urgent. "With the water. Listen to me. We have to leave. Today. Now." She tried to sit up, then fell back, her face pale. "I feel sick. Really sick. There's a metal taste in my mouth." She looked at me, her eyes swimming with confusion and fear. "I had dreams, David. Bad ones. I was under the ground, in the dark. I could feel things in the soil, pressing in on me." Her words, paired with what I'd just seen, made my skin crawl. I helped her sit up. "We're going to tell them you're sick, that we have to get you to a doctor. It's our way out." We went downstairs, her leaning on me. The family was gathering for a sparse breakfast of bread and jam. My grandfather sat at the head, watching us approach. I cleared my throat. "Grandpa, my wife isn't feeling well at all. Really unwell. I think we need to cut the trip short, get her to a clinic in town." All movement at the table stopped. Every face turned to us. The smiles were gone. In their place was a flat, blank attention. My grandfather dabbed his mouth with a napkin. "Nonsense," he said, his voice pleasant but firm. We have remedies here. Your grandmother has a tea that will set her right. It's more than that, I insisted, putting a little force into my voice. She needs a real doctor. We're going to head out. I looked at my father, hoping for support. He was staring at his plate, his jaw working. My grandfather's eyes narrowed, just a fraction. The pleasant mask slipped for an instant, and I saw something hard and immovable underneath, like stone. The roads are tricky this time of day, he said, his tone dropping, becoming smoother, more dangerous. And the forecast calls for rain in the passes. It wouldn't be safe. He leaned forward slightly, his dark eyes locking onto mine. You'll stay until morning. I insist. The last word hung in the air, not a suggestion, not a grandfather's request. It was an order. It carried the finality of a judge's gavel. The family watched, waiting for my response. My father finally looked up. His face went through a strange series of shifts. Surprise at my defiance, then a flicker of what might have been concern, and then it settled into a placid, empty calm I recognized from the others. Listen to your grandfather, son, he said, his voice dull. He knows what's best. It's for the continuance. Don't trouble yourself with the details. Just enjoy the time with family. The word continuance from the ledger now felt like a physical weight. I looked from my father's hollow expression to my grandfather's unyielding stare. My wife gripped my arm, her fingers trembling. We were outnumbered. We were trapped. The polite fiction of a family visit was over. We were prisoners, and they had just gently, firmly, reminded us of the walls. I forced a nod, my throat tight. Okay, you're probably right. Just worried. The tension around the table eased. The smiles reappeared. The conversation about the weather started up again, the script resuming as if our little rebellion had been nothing more than a skipped line. I helped my wife back to our room. Once the door was closed, she sank onto the bed, her face in her hands. They're not letting us leave, she whispered. I know, I said, staring at the locked window, my mind racing over the contents of the freezer, the ledger, the question mark next to her name. We were stuck until morning, surrounded by people who were not my family, not really. They were something else, something that needed to be fed, and the ledger and the freezer told me exactly what was on the menu. The only question left, the one that clawed at my insides as I watched the gray morning light strengthen outside, was which column my wife and I were meant to fill. The day passed in a blur of strained politeness and watchful eyes. My wife stayed in bed, claiming her sickness was worse, which was the truth. Her color was bad, a grayish pallor, and the metallic taste in her mouth wouldn't go away. She said she felt hollowed out, processed. I brought her water from the bathroom tap, not trusting anything from the kitchen. I sat with her, my mind a frantic animal looking for a way out of a cage. The memory of the thing in the freezer, the finality in my grandfather's voice when he insisted we stay, it all mixed into a cold cement of dread in my gut. As evening approached, the atmosphere in the house changed. A low buzz of activity hummed through the old boards. People moved with more purpose. I heard the clang of the big stew pot being taken down in the kitchen. The rich, meaty smell began to seep under our door, and this time it made my stomach twist. I knew what gave it that unique, iron-rich flavor. My wife smelled it too, and turned her face into the pillow. I can't, she whispered. I can't even smell it. It's in my pores. When the bell rang for dinner, we went down. It felt like walking to a sentencing. The table was set, the family in their places. The giant, bubbling pot dominated the center. A full bowl was placed in front of me. An empty bowl was placed in front of my wife. She looked at it, then looked at my grandmother, who was watching her with that unblinking, pleasant smile. No, thank you, my wife said, her voice clear and firm in the quiet room. I'm not hungry. The smile on my grandmother's face didn't move, but the air in the room got very still. The usual pre-meal routine of passed bowls and spoons halted. All eyes were on my wife. My grandfather, at the head of the table, slowly put down his napkin. It's not about hunger, dear, he said, his voice like oiled wood. It's about participation. It's about becoming part of the family. Truly part of it. I don't want any, she repeated, pushing the bowl an inch away with her fingertip. A muscle in my uncle's jaw twitched. My aunt, the one who always asked about cars, let out a small, disapproving click of her tongue. The meal proceeded, but it was different. No one looked at my wife. They looked through her. They talked over her. It was as if she had become invisible, a stubborn stain on their perfect ritual. The message was clear. Refusal was not an option. It was a rejection of them, and that was unacceptable. After the tense, wordless meal, My wife went to the kitchen to get a glass of water from the tap. I lingered in the hallway, trying to hear if my mother might be about, but she was nowhere. A few minutes later, my wife returned, her face white as paper, her whole body trembling. She held out her arm. On her wrist were 4 livid, red marks, the clear imprint of fingernails. "Your aunt," she breathed, her voice shaking with a mix of fear and fury. She cornered me by the pantry. She grabbed me. She showed me the bruise forming. She said, "You will eat what you're given. It's how we stay family. It's how you become one of us." She meant it, David. She wasn't just being pushy. She was threatening me. The last of my denial crumbled. This was beyond creepy tradition. This was active, physical menace. "That's it," I said. "We're leaving. Now. We'll walk if we have to." We went back to our room, and I started shoving our things into our bags. My heart was pounding, but it was a good, clean, adrenalized beat. We were doing something. I finished packing and grabbed my jacket, feeling for the car keys in the pocket. They weren't there. I checked the other pocket. I checked the dresser. I dumped out my bag. "They're gone," I said, a new layer of cold settling over me. "My keys are gone." "We'll walk," my wife said, already putting on her shoes. "Just get us to the main road. Someone will drive by eventually." We crept downstairs. The house was quiet, the family apparently having retired to the parlor. We could hear the low murmur of their voices, all speaking in that same, even tone. We moved to the front door. I reached for the iron latch. It wouldn't budge. I pulled harder. Nothing. I examined it in the dim light. A new, shiny steel bolt had been installed on the outside, slid firmly into place. We were locked in. "The back door," my wife whispered. We hurried through the dark kitchen. The back door had the same new bolt. Every window we checked on the first floor was nailed shut, painted over generations ago. The house was a sealed box. We were trapped. As we stood there in the dark kitchen, defeated, a voice spoke from the doorway. "Looking for something?" My grandfather stood there, holding a glass of amber liquid. He didn't look surprised. He looked amused. "Grandpa," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We were just getting some air." "Come," he said, ignoring my weak lie. "Walk with me. The night air is better outside." He led us not to a door, but to a coat closet. He pulled out 2 thick wool coats and handed them to us. Puzzled, terrified, we put them on. He then opened a door I'd always thought was a pantry. It revealed a narrow, stone passageway that led outside. He had a way out, a private way. He ushered us into the cold night. The fog was back, coiling around our ankles. He walked with a steady pace, not toward the road, but around the side of the house, toward the old family plot, a small cemetery nestled under a gnarled oak tree. The headstones were weathered, names worn smooth by a century of wind and rain. He stopped in front of them. "Our true memorial," he said, gesturing with his glass. "Not what's written, but what's remembered in the flesh." Then he pointed past the last headstone to a bare patch of earth. The soil there was dark, rich, and freshly turned. It was empty. "That one," he said, his eyes finding mine in the gloom, "is for you. If you're worthy." He then pointed to a smaller plot right next to it. "And that one is for her, if she partakes." The offer was a death sentence. Either join them in whatever they were, or end up in that dark soil. My mouth couldn't form words. My wife's hand found mine, her fingers icy. "What if we're not worthy?" I finally managed to ask, the question tasting like ash. My grandfather smiled, taking a sip of his drink. In the faint light, his teeth looked very white, very even. "Then you feed the roots, boy. Everything serves the continuance, one way or another." He turned and walked back toward the house, leaving us standing there in the fog, staring at our own waiting graves. We stood there until the cold bit through the coats. We followed him back inside, through the secret passage, because there was nowhere else to go. The house felt even more like a prison now, its walls not just holding us in, but holding something terrible in with us. Back in our room, a new horror waited. My wife was exhausted, swaying on her feet. She went to lie down and then froze. On her pillow sat a single, small bowl. It was stoneware, steaming gently. It was full of the stew. A folded note rested beside it, written in my grandmother's ornate handwriting. It read, for her health. See that she drinks it all. It wasn't a request. It was a prescription. A test. A final ultimatum. My wife looked from the bowl to me, her eyes huge in her pale face. The bruise on her wrist stood out, a purple promise of more violence to come. The empty plots of earth outside waited. The question mark in the ledger needed an answer. The bowl on the pillow steamed between us, a line drawn in the sand. I looked at her, then at the bowl, the rich smell now suffocating, full of dark memory and darker promise. They had made their move. The choice somehow had landed in my hands, and I had until morning to make it. The bowl sat on the pillow like a poisonous jewel. My wife stared at it, then at me, her expression shifting from fear to a kind of heartbreaking betrayal. "You're not actually thinking about it," she whispered. I wasn't, but the pressure was a physical thing, a vice squeezing the air from the room. I picked up the bowl. It was warm, almost hot, in my hands. The smell was overpowering. "I'm going to get rid of it," I said, my voice low. I carried it to the small bathroom, my hands shaking so badly the rich liquid sloshed against the sides. I poured it all into the toilet, watching the dark broth swirl and vanish. I flushed, the sound grotesquely loud. But getting rid of the stew didn't get rid of the problem. It was a rejection. They would know. Morning would come, and they would know she had refused. The ledger with its question mark would get its answer, and I'd seen the empty plot of earth with my own eyes. I couldn't just wait. I had to do something. I had to see what they were, what they really did. Knowledge was my only weapon. My wife fell into a fitful sleep, her breathing shallow. I checked her pulse. It was there, but it was slow and thready, a weak flutter under my fingertips. They were preparing her. The words from the cellar, biological sustenance, echoed. She was being processed for their larder. Rage, cold and sharp, cut through my fear. I waited for the deep part of the night. The house settled into that unnatural quiet. I knew the routine now. The shuffling footsteps would come. I stood by the door, listening. And there it was, the soft, rhythmic brush of fabric, the coordinated steps moving down the hall, down the stairs. I counted them. More than last time. Almost everyone. I gave them a minute to clear the house, then I slipped out. I didn't go downstairs. I went to the window at the end of the hall that overlooked the backyard and the barn. I wiped a circle in the grimy glass. The barn doors were closed, but a fierce, flickering orange light leaked from every crack and knothole, painting the drifting fog with pulses of hellish color. They were all in there, and they had a big fire going. This was it, the heart of it. I had to see. I moved like a ghost, back down the stairs, avoiding the third step that groaned. I went out through the secret passage my grandfather had shown us, the stone corridor cold and smelling of wet earth. The night air hit me, crisp and shocking. The fog muted everything, making the pulsing light from the barn seem both close and far away. I crept across the yard, the wet grass soaking my socks. My heart hammered against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure terror. I reached the side of the barn. The wood was rough and splintery under my fingers. I found a wide crack between two boards, right at eye level, and put my face to it. The sight inside stole the breath from my lungs. The barn was not a barn. It was a temple. The central area was cleared, the dirt floor swept smooth. A large, stone fire pit blazed in the middle, the flames licking up toward the shadowed rafters. And around it, in a perfect, wide circle, stood my entire family. They weren't moving. They were just standing, facing the fire, their hands at their sides. Their faces were blank, serene, lit from below by the jumping flames, making their familiar features look like masks. They were utterly still. Not a fidget, not a cough. They just stood. And then, as if a silent bell had tolled, they all moved at once. Not in a rush, but with a smooth, practiced, economical purpose. My uncle went to a woodpile and began feeding the fire. My father and brother lifted a huge black iron cauldron, the stew pot, and hung it on a hook over the flames. My aunts brought baskets of vegetables from the shadows, peeling and chopping in unison, without a word being spoken. They worked around each other with an efficiency that was beautiful and horrifying. This wasn't a frenzied ritual. It was a process, a routine. They had done this many, many times. The boredom in their perfect precision was the worst part. My eyes scanned the edges of the space, looking for. I didn't know what. Then I saw it. In the corner, partly covered by a stained canvas tarp, was a shape. A long, lumpy shape. As my cousin walked past, his leg brushed the tarp, pulling it aside for just a second. The firelight fell on what was underneath. It was a foot, a human foot, pale, waxy, looking almost like marble. The toes were slender, the nails painted a chipped, faded pink. It was not old. It was not from some historical crime. It was fresh. This was the provision, the biological sustenance. The thing in the freezer had been a preview. This was the main event. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I pressed my forehead against the cold wood, the rough grain digging into my skin, trying to anchor myself in reality. This was real. This was happening. My family were cannibals. They were murderers. They were something worse, something that stood too still and moved too together. I had to get back. I had to get my wife and what? Run into the woods? With no keys, no phones, and them knowing the land for generations? A deep, hopeless despair started to sink its claws into me. I took one last look through the crack, trying to memorize the layout, looking for anything that could be a weapon, a tool, a way out. That's when I felt it. A presence behind me. A warmth against the chill of the night. The smell of earth and herbs and stew washed over me, undercut by something older, like dry leaves and stone. I went rigid. A hand settled on my shoulder. The grip was not hard, but it was absolute, the fingers like iron cables. I slowly turned my head. My grandfather stood there. He wasn't angry. He looked curious, his head tilted, his dark eyes reflecting the firelight from the crack. They looked black, completely black, the pupils swallowing the irises whole. "Curious boy," he whispered, his voice a soft rumble that seemed to vibrate in my chest. His hand tightened, pulling me gently but irresistibly away from the wall. I couldn't speak. My throat was sealed shut with terror. He leaned closer, his breath warm on my ear. "You think we're just eating to eat?" he murmured, as if sharing a delicious secret. "You misunderstand. We don't invite family to the reunion. We renew them. The stubborn ones, the ones who fight the bond. Their strength doesn't leave. It goes into the broth. Into us. It's a beautiful, closed circle. The one gives so the many can continue." He gestured with his free hand toward the barn, toward my father and brother, who had stopped their work and were now looking at us from the open barn doors. They held long, sharp butcher knives not like tools, but like extensions of their arms. Their faces were calm, expectant. They looked at me not as a son or a brother, but as a task to be completed. My grandfather's grip became the only thing holding me up as my legs turned to water. "The land gives," he continued, his tone almost reverent. "But it must receive. One stubborn branch is pruned, so the tree may live another decade. It's the first law of the land." He turned me to face him fully. His black eyes held me. "It's time you learned your role." He nodded toward my father and brother, who now stood blocking the path back to the house. "You can walk in there as a participant," my grandfather said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate note that carried over the crackle of the fire. "Or you can be carried in as the prize." He released my shoulder and took a step back, opening a path toward the glowing barn doors. "Choose." The word hung in the foggy air. Behind me was the dark, unknown woods. To my left and right, other figures were emerging from the mist, my aunts and uncles and cousins, forming a loose, inescapable circle. Ahead was the fiery mouth of the barn, where my father and brother waited with their knives, their expressions unreadable. In that moment, standing in the circle of my family under the cold, starless sky, I understood there was no running. Not yet. To run was to be the prize, to be the provision. My mind, numb with horror, made a cold, desperate calculation. The only way to survive the next few minutes was to play along, to step into the firelight. I looked at my grandfather, then at the ground, trying to seem defeated, compliant. I took a shuddering breath, the air tasting of smoke and damp earth. Then I took a step, not toward the woods, not toward the house. I took a step forward, toward the blazing barn, toward my father and the waiting knives. I chose the stool as he'd offered. In that moment, pretending to join them felt less like a betrayal of my wife than dying would. It was a lie to buy time, a mask to wear in the monster's den. I walked past my grandfather, my shoulders slumped, and approached the two men who had raised me and played catch with me. They didn't smile. They just watched me come, their knives pointing at the ground, their eyes as black and depthless as their father's. I walked between them, through the barn doors, and into the heat and the light of the fire. The circle of my family closed behind me. The heat from the fire was intense, a physical wall that pushed against my face. The inside of the barn was a world apart from the cold fog outside. The air smelled of wood smoke, herbs, and that rich, unmistakable stew, but also of something sharper, a coppery, clean scent like a hospital room. My family's circle parted to let me through to the center, their movements fluid and synchronized. No one spoke. Their eyes followed me, those dark, watchful eyes that reflected the flames. My grandfather walked in behind me, his presence at my back like a guard. He guided me not to the tarp-covered shape in the corner, but to a low, three-legged stool placed near the fire, just outside the ring of workers. "Sit," he said, not unkindly. It was a command. I sat. The stool was solid, smooth from use. From here, I had a perfect view of the entire operation. My father and brother resumed their work, stirring the big pot with a long wooden paddle. My aunts continued chopping, but their attention was split now, their glances flicking toward me, assessing. I was a new variable in their ancient equation. My grandfather stood beside me. "The continuance is not about death," he began, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. "It's about translation. The essence of a person, their vitality there. Memory of being alive, it's a form of energy. It doesn't just vanish. We redirect it. We blend it. Through the ritual, and through the feast, that energy is shared. It sustains us. It keeps the family line strong, unbroken." He spoke like a professor of some awful science. The ones who join us willingly, they become stewards of that energy. Their aging slows. Their minds stay sharp. They become part of something everlasting. He looked down at me. "This is the honor being offered to you. To be a steward, not sustenance." My eyes were drawn across the fire. In the shadows on the other side of the barn, on a wide, flat wooden table like a workbench, I saw her. My wife. She was laid out on her back, draped in a clean white linen sheet up to her shoulders. Her eyes were closed. She looked peaceful, asleep, but her chest rose and fell in that same terribly slow rhythm. An empty space on the stone slab beside the main pot waited, a place for the next ingredient. My breath hitched. They had brought her down. She was here. She was the centerpiece. My grandfather followed my gaze. "She is the question mark," he said simply. "The spouse's introduction is always a moment of potential. She can be integrated. She can become one of us through the blending. But she must accept the gift, willingly, or through the blending of her essence after her choice is made." He made it sound so clinical. Integration. Blending. It was just pretty words for killing her and eating her, or making her eat until she became like them. A cold, clear fury began to burn underneath my terror. It focused me. I had to be smart. I had to play this perfectly. "I understand," I said, forcing the words out. They sounded hollow, but hopefully they sounded convinced. "I want in." I looked up at him, trying to mirror the blank devotion I saw on my brother's face. My grandfather studied me, his head tilted. The black pools of his eyes seemed to swallow the firelight. He was looking for a lie. I held my breath. After a long moment, a slow smile spread across his face. It was a real smile, one that reached his eyes, and that was somehow worse than the empty ones. "Good," he said. "Good boy. The blood knows its own." He gestured to my uncle, the one with the rough hands. The man stepped forward, holding something. It was a small, ornate wooden bowl, filled with the same dark stew. This batch seemed thicker, almost oily, and the smell was so potent it made my head swim. "The first step of a steward is to partake of the dedicated broth," my grandfather said. "This is prepared separately. It carries the blessing of the continuance. It will open your mind to the truth, soften the resistance of the outsider's world you've lived in." He took the bowl from my uncle and offered it to me. It was a test, a much bigger test than just walking into the barn. Drinking this was crossing a line I could never uncross. It was accepting their poison, their reality. My hands trembled as I took it. The warmth seeped into my fingers. I looked into the dark liquid. I thought of the foot under the tarp. I thought of the ledger. I thought of my wife on the table. I couldn't drink it, but I couldn't refuse it. I lifted the bowl to my lips, pretending to take a sip. I let the rim touch my lips, but I kept my mouth closed, letting only the overpowering scent flood my nose. I then lowered it, making a small swallowing motion. "It's strong," I croaked, hoping that was the right thing to say. My grandfather watched me, his smile still in place. He seemed satisfied. "It is. The truth often is." He took the bowl back and handed it to my uncle. "Now, the next step. Every steward contributes to the whole." He pointed to a small porcelain jar sitting on a shelf near the fire. It was delicate, painted with little blue flowers, utterly at odds with everything around it. My uncle fetched it and brought it to me. "This is the binder," my grandfather explained. "The final seasoning. It helps with the blending of essences. To truly join us, you must add it to the main pot." He took the lid off the jar. Inside was a fine, grayish powder. It looked like ash, but grainy. I knew what it was. It was ground bone. The bone of the provision. My stomach turned over. I was supposed to sprinkle human remains into the soup. This was the loyalty test. This was where I had to commit the act, to stain my own hands, to prove I was one of them. My uncle held out the jar to me. The circle of family leaned in. their collective attention a weight on my skin. I looked at the jar, then at the huge, bubbling cauldron. My wife lay beyond it. My mind raced. If I refused, I was dead. If I did it, I was damned, but I might live long enough to find a chance, any chance, to get her out. I had to buy more time. I reached out. My fingers brushed my uncle's as I took the jar. His skin was cool and dry, like parchment left in a tomb. I understood then, on a visceral level. These weren't warm-blooded people anymore. They were something else, preserved by their gruesome feast, their life force borrowed from others. The powder was lighter than I expected. I stood up from the stool, the jar in my hand. Every eye in the barn tracked my movement. I walked the few steps to the fire pit, feeling the heat bake my skin. The main pot bubbled and churned, the paddle resting against its side. The lid was off. The steam coiled up, carrying that rich, awful, hypnotic smell. I stood over it, the jar poised. I could sprinkle the dust in, and by more time, prove my loyalty. Or I could throw the entire jar into the fire and see what happened. Cause a distraction. But a distraction with what? They would be on me in a second. I had no weapon, no plan. It would be a glorious, useless gesture that would end with me on the table next to my wife. I made my choice. I tilted the jar over the pot and gave it a small, careful shake. A tiny puff of gray powder drifted down, disappearing into the dark broth. A collective, soft sigh went through the family around me. It was a sound of approval, of warmth. The tension that had been holding the room relaxed. Shoulders loosened. My father gave a single, slow nod. I had passed the test. I was inside. My grandfather took the jar from me, his hand patting my back. Well done. You see, it's just a part of the process. Nothing to fear. They began to treat me differently then. Not as a prisoner, not as a potential victim, but as a junior member of the crew. My aunt handed me a clean linen towel. My brother gestured for me to take a turn with the paddle, to stir the pot. Slow, even circles, he instructed, his voice a monotone. It must blend perfectly. I took the paddle. The wood was warm, smooth. I stirred, the motion hypnotic. For a terrifying second, I felt the pull of it, the simple, rhythmic action, the warmth of the fire, the sense of being part of a group with a clear, shared purpose. It was seductive. It was easy. I shook my head, breaking the spell. I looked across the pot at my wife. As I watched, she stirred. Her head moved on the table, and she let out a low, groggy moan. She was waking up. Her eyes fluttered open. They were unfocused at first, then they found the fire, the rafters, and finally they found me, standing there, stirring the pot. Her expression shifted from confusion to dawning, absolute horror. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She tried to move, but I could see now that her wrists and ankles were tied to the table with loops of rough rope. Her eyes locked onto mine, and they asked a screaming, silent question. What are you doing? I looked away, back to the stew, my face burning with shame. I kept stirring. I played my part. My grandfather noticed she was awake. He walked around the fire to stand beside her table. He looked down at her, then across the flames at me. The final lesson, he announced, his voice filling the barn. He picked up something from a smaller table beside her. It was a knife, but unlike the sharp butcher knives. This one was longer, thinner, its blade carved from a yellowed, polished material that gleamed in the firelight. A bone knife, a ceremonial tool. He walked back around the fire, the knife held flat on his palms. The family closed the circle tighter, their chanting beginning, a low, guttural hum that vibrated in the floorboards. He stopped in front of me. A steward does not just add seasoning, he said, his eyes holding mine. A steward participates in the translation. To bond you to the act, to the continuance, you must make the first cut. It is the final acceptance. He turned the knife, offering me the handle. The bone was warm, as if it had already been used. It is the only way she can become part of us, truly. He nodded toward my wife, whose eyes were now wide with a terror so complete it had passed beyond panic into a kind of awful stillness. The hum of the family rose, enveloping us. The handle of the bone knife waited in the space between my grandfather's hands and mine. The fire crackled. The pot bubbled. My wife stared, gagged now by the sheer force of her fear. Every path I had taken, every lie I had told, had led to this single impossible point. The bone knife was warm, as if it had already been used. I looked from my wife's tear-filled eyes to my grandfather's expectant, black gaze. The humming of the family was a living thing in the air, pressing in from all sides. I had run out of time to pretend. I reached out. My fingers closed around the handle. It was smoother than I expected, perfectly shaped to fit a grip. A sickening sense of rightness flowed up my arm. My grandfather's smile widened, a crack in a stone face. He stepped back, giving me space. "The left arm," he instructed, his voice soft but carrying over the low chant. "The wrist, a shallow cut, to let the essence begin to flow into the vessel. We will complete the translation after." He meant they would kill her after I started it. My role was just to begin the process, to tie my soul to the act. I held the knife. It felt light, deadly. I looked at my wife. Her eyes were pleading, screaming at me over the imagined gag. I gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of my head. "No, trust me." I don't know if she saw it. I turned from her, facing the main pot, the bone knife in my hand. The family's hum hit a higher, anticipatory note. They thought I was positioning myself. I took a step toward the cauldron, as if to get a better angle to walk to her table. But instead of moving toward her, I swung my arm in a wide, desperate arc and hurled the bone knife with all my strength into the heart of the fire. The reaction was not what I expected. There was no shouting, no screams. The family's unified hum cut off, as if severed with a wire. The sudden quiet was more shocking than any noise. The bone knife blackened and cracked in the flames. Every face turned to me, their expressions shifting from blank devotion to a unified, seamless rage. Their features didn't contort. They simply settled into a new, terrible arrangement. Lips pulled back from teeth, eyes narrowed to slits. They didn't roar. They hissed. A low, sibilant sound that came from every throat at once, like a nest of snakes disturbed. My grandfather's face was a mask of cold fury. "Wrong choice," he whispered, the words carrying in the new quiet. That was my cue. I didn't go for my wife. Not yet. I reached under my jacket where I had hidden the only things I'd managed to grab from the root cellar when I was sent to fetch binding herbs earlier. A rusty hatchet and a half-full can of lantern fuel. The errand had been another test of trust, giving me the key to the locked cabinet. I'd ignored the herbs and taken the only potential weapons I could find. I pulled the hatchet free, its weight solid and comforting in my hand. I swung it in a wild, horizontal arc to clear a space around me. The family flinched back, not out of fear of the blade, but out of surprise, their perfect synchronization broken for the first time. I used that second of confusion. I grabbed the fuel can, popped the cap, and splashed the pungent liquid across the central fire and into the open stew pot. The result was instantaneous. A pillar of flame erupted with a loud whump, engulfing the cauldron and shooting sparks into the rafters. The fire, already big, became a raging beast. The family reeled back, arms thrown up against the sudden, blistering heat. The orderly temple became a scene of chaotic, flickering shadows. I didn't wait. I lunged around the inferno, the hatchet raised. My father moved to block me, his butcher knife coming up. I didn't swing at him. I couldn't. I barreled into him, using my shoulder to knock him off balance, and scrambled past. I reached my wife's table. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the towering flames. I brought the hatchet down on the rope at her right wrist. The old fibers parted. One swing, then another, and her left hand was free. I sawed at the ankle ropes as she frantically pushed herself up to a sitting position, coughing from the smoke now filling the barn. "Come on!" I yelled, the first human sound in what felt like years. I grabbed her hand and pulled her off the table. She stumbled, her legs weak from whatever they'd given her and from being bound. I caught her, holding her up. We turned to face the barn doors. The fire was between us and most of the family, but my brother and two cousins were circling around the edges, their knives held low and ready. Their faces were no longer serene. They were focused, intent, like hunters cornering prey. There was no anger, just purpose. That was somehow worse. I brandished the hatchet. "Get back!" I screamed, my voice raw. They paused, calculating. The fire roared, and a section of burning rafter fell with a crash near the tarp-covered shape, sending up a new shower of embers. My grandfather's voice cut through the chaos, calm and utterly cold. "Take them, unharmed. The ritual will continue." His words galvanized them. My brother took a step forward. I did the only thing I could think of. I threw the hatchet. It wasn't a good throw. I didn't aim for him. I aimed for the wall next to the barn doors. It struck the old wood with a solid thunk and stuck there, quivering. But it made him duck, made him hesitate. That was all we needed. "Run!" I shoved my wife toward the doors and we ran, our footsteps pounding on the hard dirt. We burst out of the barn into the shocking cold of the foggy night. The clean air was a slap. We didn't look back. We ran for the house, not for shelter, but for the gravel drive where our car was parked. Our only thought was the car, the road, escape. The world was a blur of dark shapes and pulsing orange light from the burning barn behind us. We reached the car and stopped. All four tires were slashed to ribbons, the rubber lying in flat, gutted strips on the gravel. They hadn't just taken the keys. They had made sure we couldn't drive. The woods, my wife gasped, pointing to the tree-line. We go through the woods. We turned toward the dark wall of pines and stopped again. From the fog, figures emerged. Not running, walking. A slow, calm, spreading walk coming from the house, from the sides of the barn, from everywhere. They moved to encircle us, cutting off our path to the forest. At the front was my grandfather. His clothes were smudged with soot, his white hair wild from the heat. In his hand, he held my forgotten hatchet, pulled from the barn wall. His face was a calm, furious blank. The family closed their circle, tightening it around us where we stood by our useless car. The barn fire painted their advancing shapes in flickering, monstrous shadows on the ground. My grandfather stopped a dozen feet away. He looked from me to my wife, then back to me. "The road is closed," he said, his voice echoing with an unnatural resonance in the still woods, as if the trees themselves were speaking. "But the hearth is still warm." He took a step forward, the hatchet hanging loosely at his side. "Come back to the fire, boy. It's time to finish your story." I gripped my wife's hand, her fingers icy in mine. I looked at the dark, endless forest at our backs, a wilderness I didn't know. Then I looked at the closing circle of my family, their eyes glinting in the reflected firelight. Every path led to a different kind of consumption. We were trapped in the open, with nothing but our hands and our wits. The firelight gleamed on the blade of the hatchet in my grandfather's hand, and on the butcher knives held by the others as they took one more step inward, shrinking the world to a tiny, hopeless circle. The circle was tight, a noose of familiar faces made alien by the flickering barn light. My grandfather stood with my hatchet, a dark shape against the roaring fire. The woods behind us were a wall of black. My wife's hand was a vice grip on mine, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. There was no good choice, but there was a choice. I looked at my grandfather, at the calm certainty in his ancient eyes. He thought we were beaten. He thought the story ended with us walking meekly back to that hellfire. I let go of my wife's hand. I took a step forward, not toward him, but toward my brother who stood to his left, a butcher knife held low. "Okay," I said, my voice loud, trying to sound broken. "Okay, you win." I hunched my shoulders, making myself smaller, defeated. "Just don't hurt her. I'll come back. I'll do what you want." I took another shuffling step, closing the distance to my brother. My grandfather's expression didn't change, but I saw a flicker of satisfaction. He believed the act. My brother watched me approach, his knife lowering just a fraction. That was all I needed. When I was 2 steps away, I didn't go for the knife. I dropped my shoulder and lunged, not at my brother, but past him, toward my aunt who stood just behind his shoulder. She was older, slower. I crashed into her, my hands grabbing for the knife in her grip. We went down in a tangle of limbs and wool coats. The impact was jarring. She hissed, a sound of pure surprise, and her fingers loosened. I wrenched the knife free, its handle slick in my palm. The world erupted into motion. My grandfather roared, a real, human sound of rage. The circle broke as they surged forward. "The woods! Now!" I screamed at my wife, scrambling to my feet, the knife held out in front of me like a talisman. She didn't hesitate. She turned and sprinted for the tree-line. I backed up after her, waving the knife in a wide arc. My brother lunged, his own blade slicing the air where my chest had been. I parried, the clash of steel on steel ringing out, a shockingly normal sound in the nightmare. I didn't fight. I turned and ran. I plunged into the trees after my wife, the world dissolving into a chaos of slapping branches, uneven ground, and pitch blackness. The firelight faded fast, leaving us in a gloom so complete I could barely see my own hands. I could hear them behind us, crashing through the undergrowth. They weren't yelling. They were coming, and they knew these woods. We ran blindly, terror lending our legs a frantic strength. Roots reached up to trip us. Branches clawed at our faces and clothes. My wife stumbled ahead of me, a pale ghost in the dark. I caught up, grabbing her arm to steady her. "This way," I panted, pulling her to the right, away from the sounds of pursuit. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs trembled. We fell behind a huge, fallen log, its bulk a temporary shield. We crouched there, listening, trying to muffle our ragged breaths. The sounds of the chase seemed to fade, to scatter. They were searching, spreading out. We were mice in a hawk's field. We had to keep moving. We crept from tree to tree, our progress agonizingly slow. The fog was thinner here under the canopy, but the darkness was absolute. After what felt like an hour, we found a shallow creek, its water a faint, gurgling glimmer in the dark. "We should follow it downstream," my wife whispered, her voice cracking. "Water leads to roads, eventually." It was a slim hope, but it was all we had. We stepped into the icy water, the shock making us gasp. It was only ankle deep, but the current was strong, pulling at our feet. We used it as a path, its noise covering our splashes. We walked for what felt like miles, the cold seeping into our bones, our wet feet numb. The sky began to lighten, a gradual shift from black to deep gray. Dawn was coming. The shapes of the trees became clearer, monstrous and twisted in the half-light. And then we saw them, hanging from the lower branches, dangling on wires so thin they were almost invisible, were bones. Old, weathered bones, bleached gray-white by decades of weather. Rib cages wired into circular shapes like macabre mobiles. Skulls staring with empty sockets, turning slowly in the faint morning breeze. Femurs and tibias clacked together like wind chimes. The entire stretch of woods along the creek was a gallery, a catacomb in the trees. My wife let out a choked sob, clutching my arm. This was their legacy, their art, the proof of the continuance, hanging for no one but themselves to see. We pushed on, faster now, desperate to be away from that awful garden. The creek widened, babbling over rocks. The trees began to thin, and then through a break in the pines we saw it, a ribbon of gray, a paved road. It was just a country terrain, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. We scrambled out of the creek, our soaked shoes slipping on the muddy bank. We stumbled up a shallow incline and onto the asphalt. It was empty in both directions, vanishing into the morning mist. We had no idea where we were, left or right. We chose right, for no reason other than it felt like the direction we'd been traveling. We started walking, shivering violently, our hope a fragile, fluttering thing. We hadn't gone more than 100 yards when we heard an engine. A low, grumbling sound, coming from behind us. A pickup truck, old and dented, emerged from the mist. It slowed as it approached us. The driver was an older man in a flannel shirt and a cap. He rolled down the window, his face lined with concern. "You folks all right? You're soaked through. Car breakdown." He had a kind face, a normal face. The relief was so profound my knees almost buckled. "Yes," I stammered, stepping forward. "An accident. We need to get to the police. The nearest town, please." The man's eyes narrowed just a fraction, looking us over. Our torn clothes, our wild eyes, the butcher knife I still clutched in my hand. I quickly dropped it, letting it clatter on the road. "Please," my wife said, her voice trembling with a truth that needed no acting. "We need help." The man hesitated, then nodded. "Get in the bed. I'll take you to Clarksville. It's about 10 miles down." We didn't need to be asked twice. We climbed over the tailgate into the truck bed, sitting on the cold, corrugated metal. As the truck pulled away, I looked back the way we had come. The woods were a dark, seamless line against the brightening sky. There was no sign of the farm, no sign of the fire, no sign of them. The truck picked up speed, the wind biting through our wet clothes. We huddled together for warmth. We had made it. We were out. We were going to the police. We would tell them everything. The ledger, the freezer, the barn, the bones in the trees. They would send cars, deputies with guns. They would raid the farm. It was over. I let out a long, shuddering breath, the first one I felt I'd taken in days. My wife leaned her head against my shoulder, crying quietly, tears of exhaustion and relief. The sun broke over the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. It was a new day. The truck drove on, the miles passing. After a while, the driver turned on the radio inside the cab. We could hear the faint crackle of a country music station. Then a news bulletin cut in. The driver turned it up. We could just make out the words over the wind and the engine. Authorities are investigating an early morning fire at a remote property in the Lawson Mountain region. The historic farmhouse and outbuildings are reported to be a total loss. No bodies have been recovered at this time, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. The Lawson family, longtime residents of the area, could not be reached for comment. The report ended, and the music came back on. No bodies recovered. They were gone. They had vanished into the earth, just like they always did. The fire had cleansed the evidence. The ledger, the freezer, the bones in the trees deep in the woods. All of it would be written off as a tragic, strange fire. The continuance would go on, somewhere else. The truck slowed, turning off the main road. A sign flashed by. Clarksville, Pop 1203. We were entering a sleepy, normal town. A gas station, a diner, a small sheriff's office with a single cruiser parked outside. The driver pulled up in front of the diner. "Sheriff's usually in here for breakfast about now," he said, getting out and coming around to the back. "You can tell your story to him." We climbed out, our bodies stiff and aching. We thanked the man, who just nodded, tipped his cap, and got back in his truck, driving off toward the gas station. We stood on the sidewalk in the cool morning sun, outside the warm, glowing diner. The smell of bacon and coffee wafted out. Normal people talked and laughed inside. We were free. We were safe. My wife looked at me, her eyes hollow but clear. "It's not over, is it?" she asked softly. I looked down the empty road that led back toward the mountains, then at the friendly, oblivious town around us. The police would take our statement. They might even send a car up to look at the smoldering ruin. They would find nothing, and we would be left with a story no one would believe, and the certain, chilling knowledge that my family was still out there. They had lost a battle, not the war. The continuance needed stewards. It needed sustenance, and we had rejected them. We had become the stubborn branch. I took my wife's hand. It was warm now, alive. "No," I said, my voice quiet but steady. "It's not over, but we are." We turned our backs to the road that led to the mountains and walked together into the diner, toward the smell of coffee and the sound of ordinary life, to begin the long, hard work of figuring out how to live in a world where the monsters knew our names, and where the past was not just memory, but a patient, hungry thing waiting for its turn to feed again. Story number 3. Look, I just needed a night where I wasn't staring at my own ceiling wondering about my life, you know? That is why I volunteer for the hotline. My name is Leo. It gets me out of my own head. It makes me feel useful. So there I was, sitting in the little booth with the crappy headset, the familiar cup of bad coffee going cold next to me. The center was quiet, that kind of deep quiet that comes late on a Tuesday, where you can almost hear the buzz of the fluorescent lights. My shift was just starting, and I ran through the rules in my mind like I always do. Listen, don't judge. Guide, don't command. And the big one, if the caller goes into occult stuff, ghosts, demons, talking boards, you gently but firmly steer them back to real-world problems. You cannot reason with a monster under the bed when the person is standing on a real ledge. So when the phone finally lit up and I clicked over, giving my usual, "Hello, this is the crisis line, I am listening," I was ready for the usual stuff. Broken hearts, job loss, that deep sadness that just won't lift. I heard her breathing first. Not crying yet, just this fast, shallow panting, like she had run a mile. Then a sob broke through, harsh and sudden. "I did not know what to do," she choked out. Her voice was young, maybe early 20s, and it was shredded, like she had been screaming for hours. I fell into the rhythm, my voice calm and low, the one I practice. "It is okay. You called. You are not alone now. Just try to breathe with me." We did that for a minute, just in and out, and I could hear her trying to match me, the sobs getting further apart. Then she whispered it, so low I almost missed it. "We talked to something last night." A little alarm bell went off in my head. "Protocol. Steer away." "Okay," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "Can you tell me what is happening right now, in this moment? Are you safe?" It was a board. A talking board. A Ouija thing. The alarm bell got louder. I was supposed to pivot now, hard. "Let us focus on you, not the game." That is what the manual said. But before I could speak, she rushed on, her words tumbling out in a flood of pure fear. "We were just messing around, me and my roommates. We asked silly questions, but then it started answering for real. It knew things. It knew my dog's name from when I was a kid. It knew about my dad's watch, the one that got stolen. It spelled it all out. And then it told me how to fix everything. A way to make all the pain stop. It sounded so simple, so easy, so correct. That word, correct. It did not just hang in the air. It dropped into my stomach like a stone. People in crisis say things feel right, or the only way, but correct. That is a word for a math problem, a puzzle piece snapping into place. It was cold. It was intellectual. It scared me more than any scream could have. I broke the rules. I knew I was doing it as I did it. Instead of redirecting, I asked, my own voice barely a whisper, "What did it say to you?" She started crying again, but these were different tears, not panic, but a terrible, resigned sadness. "I cannot say it. If I say it out loud, it will make it real. It will make it an option. But it is all I can think about. The steps. It gave me steps. Like a recipe. It makes perfect sense. For the next hour, I did not hang up. I talked and talked. I talked about sunrises she had seen, about the taste of her favorite food, about the feeling of warm socks out of the dryer. I shared stupid, meaningless stories about my own life. Anything to build a wall of normal, mundane, beautiful human stuff between her and that terrible, correct idea. I poured every ounce of calm I had, every bit of hope I could fake, down that line. I was not just a volunteer anymore. I was fighting for her against something I could not see or name. Slowly, so slowly, I felt her come back. The terrifying logic of the thing receded, and the exhausted, frightened young woman returned. We made a safety plan. She promised, her voice small but clear, to call her sister right after we hung up and go stay with her. She promised to call back tomorrow and check in with me. When we finally said goodbye, my hands were shaking. I sat in the booth for a long time, just staring at the wall. The supervisor on duty passed by, gave me a look, and I just waved her off. I was drained, emptied out, but I also felt a weird surge of victory. I had wrestled something back from a brink. I clocked out, drove home through the empty streets, and fell into bed without even taking my shoes off. That is when the dream came. It was not a normal nightmare, not with monsters or falling. It was calm. I was sitting at a table, and my own hands were resting on one of those planchettes, the little pointer from a Ouija board. It was cold under my fingers. I was not moving it. It was moving itself, gliding with a smooth, plastic whisper over the board. It spelled out a single word, efficient. Then it began spelling out instructions. A method. A specific, mechanical, foolproof method. It was not violent or scary. It was just a procedure. A list of steps. In the dream, I nodded along, thinking, yes, that would work. That is very efficient. I woke up not with a gasp, but with my eyes just snapping open in the dark. My heart was not racing. I was perfectly calm, and the entire sequence, every detail of that efficient method, was etched into my mind, clear and precise as a technical manual. I sat up, swung my feet onto the floor, and thought, very clearly, that would actually work. The thought was not alarming. It was just an observation, a piece of data. I shook my head, trying to dislodge it. Stress dream, I muttered to my dark room. Of course your brain recycled that awful call. It is just trying to process it. I believed that. I made myself believe it. I got up, drank a glass of water, and went back to bed, pushing the cold, clean logic of the dream out of my head. The next evening, I went back to the hotline center, ready for my shift. I still had that thought in the back of my mind, though, like a forgotten sticky note in a pocket. My supervisor, a kind woman with tired eyes, saw me and immediately walked over. She looked concerned. "Hey," she said, her voice low. "About that long call last night. The system flags anything over an hour. I had to review the recording." My stomach tightened. Was I in trouble for breaking protocol? "Look, I know I should have redirected." I started, but she cut me off. "It is not that. You did good work. You kept her here. But I need you to listen to something." She led me to her little soundproof office and had me sit down. On her computer screen was an audio waveform from the call. "We have software that cleans up background noise sometimes for training purposes," she explained. "I ran it on the last part of your call, where she was calming down." She clicked play. I heard my own voice, steady and warm. I heard her shaky breathing. And then underneath it all, so faint I had not noticed it live, was another sound. A soft, rhythmic scratch, scratch, scratch. It was unmistakable. It was the sound of a planchette, moving across a board. My blood went cold. She looked at me, her face pale. Was she using it while she was talking to you? I could only nod, my throat too tight to speak. The hook was set, not in her mind anymore, but deep in mine. The call had ended, the immediate danger was past, but something had been in that room with her. And now, listening to that faint, persistent scratching on the recording, a terrifying question opened up. In the quiet of the office, if it was listening to her, what if it had been listening to me too? The sound of that scratching on the recording filled the little office, and for a long minute neither of us could speak. My supervisor just stared at the screen, at the visual spikes of noise that matched each scratch. I finally found my voice, and it came out rough. She must have had it in her lap. While we were talking, she was moving it. My supervisor shook her head slowly, not in disagreement, but in pure disbelief. "But listen to the pattern," she said, her voice hushed. She clicked a few keys, and a different audio file popped up. One of the tech guys got curious. He isolated the scratching and tried to filter it more. She played the new file. It was just the scratching now, stripped of our voices. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pause. Scratch, scratch. Long pause. It was not random. It had a rhythm, a deliberate pace. He thinks, she said, swallowing hard. He thinks it is spelling something. The pauses are like between letters. A cold feeling, totally different from fear, spread through my chest. It was the feeling of puzzle pieces you do not want to connect, snapping together anyway. Can you tell what it says? I asked, already knowing I did not want the answer. Not yet. The quality is terrible. It is just guesswork. She closed the audio player and turned to me, putting on her professional face, but her eyes were still wide. Look, this is obviously a very disturbing coincidence. The power of suggestion is strong. She was fixated on that thing, and you, by staying on the line so long, absorbed a lot of that emotional trauma. Your brain is trying to make sense of it. She was quoting the training manual now, the part about vicarious trauma. I am putting you on paid leave for a week. A full week. I want you to disconnect. See some friends. Watch dumb movies. Do not think about this. It was not a suggestion, it was an order. She was treating this like a mental health issue for me, not like whatever it really was. I wanted to argue, to tell her about the dream, about the efficient thought that felt like it was waiting in the back of my head. But saying it out loud would only prove her point. So I just nodded, took the paperwork, and left. The outside air felt strange, too real and too bright. I drove home, but I did not go inside right away. I just sat in my car in the driveway. My roommate's car was gone. He worked late shifts. The house was empty. I kept hearing that scratching in my mind, matching it to the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I finally went inside, poured a drink I did not really want, and sat on the couch. I tried to watch TV, but the laugh tracks sounded horrible and fake. I picked up a book, but the words just swam on the page. My brain kept circling back to that sound, and to the word correct. I did what anyone would do. I got out my laptop and started Googling. I looked up sleepwalking, auditory hallucinations, mass hysteria. I read about how people can convince themselves of anything under stress. Every article, every medical page, gave me a tidy, logical explanation. It should have been comforting. It was not. It felt like trying to cover a deep, black hole with a piece of tissue paper. The explanations were too small for the feeling I had. The feeling that something had transferred. Exhaustion finally hit me like a truck. The stress of the call, the shock of the recording, the mental gymnastics of research, it all crashed down. I lay back on the couch, just meaning to close my eyes for a minute. The next thing I knew, I was standing up. I was not dreaming. I was awake, but it felt like moving through deep water. My body was not quite my own. I was in my kitchen. The overhead light was too bright. I was standing on the little step stool we used to reach the top shelves. I was not reaching for anything. I was just standing there, perfectly balanced, my arms at my sides. And I was measuring. With my hands, I was pantomiming pulling a length of something down from a point above me, feeling its imaginary thickness, nodding in approval. My lips were moving. I heard my own voice, calm and thoughtful, muttering, Case ID 44781. Yield strength is sufficient. The calculation is correct. That was her case number. The caller's case number. A jolt of pure terror, the first real panic I had felt all day, electrocuted my system. I gasped, and the weird, watery feeling vanished. I was just me again, standing stupidly on a step stool in my kitchen. I stumbled off it, my legs wobbly. What was I doing? What calculation? The front door opened then, and my roommate walked in, dropping his keys on the table. He took one look at me, standing in the middle of the kitchen, pale as a ghost, and his easygoing smile vanished. Hey, you okay? You look like you have seen one. I tried to laugh it off. Long day. Weird dream. I must have been sleepwalking or something. He did not buy it. He walked closer, his eyes searching my face. Dude, you were not just sleepwalking. I saw you through the window before I came in. You were standing there like a statue. And you were talking. It was creepy. The look on his face was not just concern. It was a flicker of real fear. He was not scared for me. He was scared of me, of what he had seen. That hurt more than anything. I was a thing to be worried about now. I am fine, I insisted, my voice too sharp. Just stressed from work. I am going to bed. I pushed past him and went to my room, closing the door firmly. I did not sleep. I sat on the edge of my bed with all the lights on, fighting to stay awake. I was afraid to close my eyes. afraid of what I might do, or what I might think, in that space between being awake and asleep. The efficient method from my dream was still there in my memory, clear and detailed, and now it had a companion thought. The calculation is correct. Hours dragged by. The house settled into its nighttime creaks and groans. My roommate's TV went off down the hall. Everything got still. That is when I heard it. A soft, dry sound. Not in my head. Not a memory. A real, physical sound in my dark room. Scritch. Scritch, scritch. Pause. It was coming from the direction of my closet. It was the exact same rhythm as the scratching from the recording. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen listening. It came again. A slow, deliberate dragging sound. Like a fingernail. Like a small piece of plastic being pulled across a smooth wooden surface. I did not want to move. Every cell in my body told me to pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. But a stronger, more stubborn part, the part that had talked a stranger off a ledge, made me move. I stood up, my joints stiff. I did not turn on the main light. I fumbled for the small flashlight I kept in my bedside drawer. My hand closed around it, the metal cool. I clicked it on, the beam cutting a shaky white path through the dark. I took one step, then another, towards the closet. The scratching stopped. The sudden absence of sound was worse. It was listening back. I stood in front of the closet door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool knob. I yanked the door open in one fast motion, flashing the light inside, ready to scream or run. There was nothing. Just my shirts hanging neatly, a stack of sweaters on the shelf, a few shoeboxes on the floor. No monsters. No Ouija board. I let out a shaky breath, almost laughing at myself. See? Stress. Imagination. I started to close the door when the beam of my flashlight swept across the inside of the door. The part you never look at. The white painted surface was dusty, and in the dust, clear as day, were 3 lines drawn by a finger. 3 capital letters, written neatly in the dust. Why? I stared. My mind went blank for a second, refusing to understand. Then it clicked. The efficient method from my dream. It started with a why. The first step involved a specific material, a type of cord, and the first letter of its technical name was Y. This was not a random ghost. This was not a hallucination. It was leaving notes. It was confirming the instructions. And it was doing it here in my room on my door. I slammed the closet shut and backed away until my legs hit the bed and I sat down hard. I shone the light around my empty room, feeling more watched and more alone than I ever had in my life. The immediate terror of the scratching was over. I had found the source, and it was nothing I could fight. It was a message, a receipt, proof that the thing was not just in my head, but here, with me, interacting with my world. The chapter of confusion was closed. I was not crazy, and this was not stress. Something was real. The open question, the hook that dug in deep as I sat there trembling with the flashlight clutched in my hand, was a simple, terrible one. If it can write letters in the dust, what is it going to ask me to build? I must have sat on the edge of my bed for an hour, just staring at that closed closet door, the beam of my flashlight growing weak and yellow. The letters Y in the dust felt like a brand, a mark on my life. It was not haunting the house, it was haunting my mind, and it had just proven it could use my own hands to communicate. That was the worst part. My closet, my dust, my finger probably moving in my sleep. The thing was not some ghost in the corner. It was a passenger inside me, and it was learning to drive. When the first gray light of morning seeped around my curtains, the ordinary sound of my roommate making coffee in the kitchen broke the spell. The normal world was still out there, ticking along. I had to move. I could not just sit there waiting for the next message. I had to find the source, the starting point of all this. I knew it was a terrible idea, a violation of every rule and every bit of common sense I had, but the need to do something was stronger than the fear. I waited until my roommate left for work, then I went to my own laptop. I still had some back-channel access to the hotline's secure database, a leftover from helping the tech guy once. It was wrong, and I knew it, but I logged in, my fingers clumsy on the keys. I pulled up the file for case ID 44781. There was her first name, her age, and a contact address from when she had called months before about something else. It was an apartment across town. I wrote it down on a scrap of paper, my hand shaking, and then I logged out like I had touched something hot. I drove there in a daze, not planning what I would say or do. I just needed to see it. The building was one of those tired-looking places with brown siding and small, sad balconies. I parked down the street and walked over, feeling like a criminal. Her apartment was on the ground floor. The curtains were drawn. There were no lights on, and tacked to the front door was a bright yellow piece of paper. I got closer. It was a notice of foreclosure from the bank. My heart sank. I just stood there, staring at the official words. A door opened next door, and an older woman came out, dragging her recycling bin. She gave me a curious look. I must have seemed lost. I forced a smile. "Hi. I was looking for the young woman who lived here. A friend from school." The woman's face softened with pity. "Oh, honey, you had not heard." She lowered her voice. "She passed. Just a few days ago. Such a tragedy. So young." The ground under my feet did not feel solid anymore. What happened?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The woman shook her head, her eyes sad. "They said it was, she did it to herself. The police were here. It was so strange, they said. She had all these notes scattered around. Not goodbye letters, they told me. One of the officers said it looked like math homework or instructions for building something. Just diagrams and numbers. Very odd. Math homework. Diagrams. The efficient method. It was not just an idea, it was a blueprint. And she had built it. The entity, the thing, the whatever it was, had given her the plans, and she had followed them to the letter. It was not about emotion for her in the end. It was about following a set of logical, correct steps. I mumbled a thanks to the neighbor and walked back to my car on legs that felt like rubber. I had my confirmation. The caller was gone. The thing that had spoken to her was real, and it was lethal. And it had jumped to me during that call. I was not just stressed, I was infected. I drove home, but I did not go in. I just sat in my car in the driveway again, the engine off. The sun was high now, but I felt cold. The chain was clear. The entity used the board to infect her, used our phone call to copy a piece of me, and was now growing inside my head, using my knowledge, my skills. What was I good at? I was not a math whiz, but I was practical. I fixed things. I understood how things worked. Was it going to use that to design something? My phone rang, startling me so badly I jumped. I fumbled it out of my pocket. It was a fellow volunteer from the hotline, a guy I had trained with, a friend. We sometimes grabbed a beer after tough shifts. His name was Mark, and seeing his name on the caller ID was a lifeline to the normal world. "Hey," I answered, trying to sound casual. "Leo, hey," his voice said, but it was tight, strained. "Listen, are you okay? I heard you were put on leave." Yeah, just a rough one. Needed a break." There was a pause on the other end. A long one. Then he said, "Okay, look, this is going to sound crazy." My skin began to crawl. "What is it? Remember that old Ouija board joke I had? The one from when I was a kid I used to tease my sister with. The glow-in-the-dark one?" I said, my mouth dry. "Yeah, that one. I kept it in a box in my attic. For laughs." He took a deep breath. "It is sitting on my coffee table. Right now. In the middle of my living room." I could not speak. "My wife," he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She is freaking out. She swears she did not touch it. She would not. She thinks they are bad news. And I believe her. I came downstairs this morning, and there it was, just waiting. The box was open. The planchette was right in the center. It is like it wanted to be seen. The horror I felt was a new kind. It was not just for me anymore. It was a spreading stain. It had used my connection to him, our friendship, our shared work. It had crossed over through the network of people who cared. "Get rid of it," I said, my voice harsh. "Right now. Take it out of the house. Do not touch the planchette. Put it in a garbage bag and throw it in a dumpster far away." "You think it is something?" he asked, and I could hear real fear in his voice now. "I know it is. Do not ask questions. Just do it, and call me if anything else happens." I hung up before he could ask more. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel. It was spreading. The thought was like ice in my veins. My friend. It was trying to get to my friend. Without thinking, I started the car and backed out of the driveway. I drove straight to his apartment, breaking every speed limit, my mind racing with images of him standing on a step stool, measuring imaginary rope. I had to stop it. I had to warn him properly, make him understand. I parked illegally and ran to his building, buzzing his apartment frantically. He let me in, his face pale and confused. I burst through the door into his living room, and there he was. He was not standing on furniture. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the coffee table. The Ouija board was indeed there, the silly, garish glow-in-the-dark letters looking obscene in the daytime. And his hand was resting lightly on the plastic planchette. He looked up at me as I came in, but his eyes were not right. They were distant, glassy, like he was listening to a song only he could hear. He did not look scared. He looked thoughtful. "Mark!" I shouted, his name tearing out of me. He blinked slowly. Then he smiled, a small, serene smile that did not reach his eyes. And when he spoke, his voice was all wrong. It was flat, calm, and it used a tone I knew very well. It was my tone, the one I used on the hotline when I was trying to be soothing and rational. "Leo," he said with my cadence, "I've been thinking. I've been working through the variables. The stress, the pressure, the constant emotional drain of this work. It is an unsustainable system." I took a step forward, my own fear replaced by a roaring need to protect him. "Get away from that thing." "No." He ignored me, looking down at the board. His finger twitched, and the planchette moved a fraction of an inch. "I think I have found a solution," he said, still using my counselor voice. "A way to optimize the outcome, to balance the equation. It is really quite elegant." He looked back up at me, that empty smile still on his face. "Would you like to hear it?" That was it. I did not think. I lunged. I did not go for him. I went for the board. I swept my arm across the coffee table, sending the flimsy cardboard board and the plastic planchette flying. They hit the wall with a clatter. The spell broke. He jerked back, gasping, his eyes snapping into focus. They were his own eyes again, filled with shock and confusion. "What the hell, man?" he yelled, scrambling to his feet. He looked from me to the board on the floor, then back to me. "Why did you do that? What were you about to say?" I demanded, grabbing his shoulders. "What was the solution?" He stared at me, bewildered and now angry. "I do not know. I was just talking. I was upset about the board being there. You are not making any sense." He shoved my hands away. "You are scaring me, Leo. You look terrible, and you are acting insane." I saw it then. He had no memory of it. The thing had been speaking through him, using a puppet version of my own voice, and he had been completely unaware. The immediate danger was past. The board was off the table. He was back, angry and confused, but he was himself. I had stopped the transmission, at least for now. I stepped back, running a hand over my face. "I am sorry. I am so sorry. I saw something in your eyes." He was not buying it. The fear in his face was now entirely for me, convinced his friend was having a breakdown. The entity had not just attacked him. It had isolated me further, turning my only ally into someone who saw me as a threat. I left his apartment with his angry, worried eyes on my back. I drove home, the temporary victory feeling hollow. I had stopped it this time. I had broken the connection. But the event was closed with a terrible new understanding. The thing was not just in my head or in dusty closets. It was a contagion that traveled through friendship and concern, and it spoke in stolen voices. And the open question, the hook that left me more alone than ever as I walked back into my empty house, was this. If it could use my voice to talk to my friend, what else was it going to make me say, and to who? The fight with my friend left me scraped raw. He did not call after I left, and I did not call him. A wall had gone up, built from his fear of my instability and my fear of what might be hiding behind his eyes. I was alone with it now, truly alone. I spent the next day in a fog, jumping at every small sound in my house. I tried to watch TV, but my mind would not stick to the plot. I kept seeing his face, that empty smile, hearing my own calm, counseling voice coming out of his mouth. It was not possession, not like in the movies. It was more like persuasion, a terrible, logical persuasion. That thought nagged at me. I got out a notebook, the kind I used to use for work notes. I opened to a clean page, my pen in hand. I did not know what I meant to write. I just started doodling in the margin, lines and shapes. But my doodles were never just doodles. They were always little diagrams, ways things fit together. I looked down after a few minutes. I was not doodling. I had drawn a series of precise, interlocking shapes. It looked like a mechanism, a lever system. Next to it, in my own handwriting, were neat numbers, measurements, angles, weight calculations. I had taken physics in college ages ago. This was using those principles. This was a design for something that would work. It was a blueprint for a machine with one, very specific function. My stomach turned over. I had done this without thinking, my hand moving on its own, using my own forgotten knowledge. The entity did not put scary pictures in my head. It used my brain like a tool, bending my own skills to its purpose. It was not a demon. It was a parasite that made your smarts work against you. I ripped the page out, crumpled it, and threw it in the kitchen trash. Then I dug it out 5 minutes later, smoothed it flat, and stared at it. This was proof. Real physical proof I had made. But who would I show? My friend would just see more craziness. My boss. She would call for a psych evaluation. I was trapped. My phone rang, making me jump again. It was my supervisor from the hotline. Her voice was different this time, not concerned but tight, official. I need you to come in. Now. To the main office. Do not go to the call center. What is it? I asked, my mouth dry. I cannot discuss it over the phone. Just come in. The drive to the administrative office was a blur. I was led not to her familiar cubicle, but to a small, plain meeting room. She was there with a man from IT, a guy I vaguely knew. They both looked grim. My supervisor spoke first. After our talk, IT did a full security sweep of the system, focusing on the time of your long call. The IT guy took over, his tone flat and technical. We found an anomaly. A data packet was sent from your terminal extension during that call. It was encrypted. It was not part of our normal call logging software. It was routed to an external server address we cannot trace. He pushed a sheet of paper across the table. It was a network log, a list of numbers and codes. One line was highlighted in yellow. It looks like a hack, my supervisor said, her eyes locked on mine. A piece of malware on your machine, maybe stealing call data. We are treating this as a serious breach. We need to know if you installed any unauthorized software, clicked any strange links. I looked at the log. A data packet, sent from me, not to me. The pieces clicked together with a final, dreadful snap. It was not a download. It was an upload. During that call, while I was pouring my empathy into the void, the thing had not just been listening. It had been sampling, taking a copy of my voice patterns, my speech, my psychological profile. It had packaged me up and sent a piece of my mind out into the digital nowhere. The hack was not from the outside in. It was from the inside out. I did not install anything, I said, my voice sounding far away. It must have been something already in the system. The IT guy frowned. We have not found anything else. Your terminal is clean now. But this packet, it is like it generated itself from the call audio, processed it, and fired it off. It does not make sense. It made perfect sense to me. The entity was technological. It used boards, phone lines, data networks. It was a virus for the mind that traveled through any connection it could find. My supervisor leaned forward. Given this and the stress you have been under, we are extending your administrative leave. Indefinitely, with pay while we investigate. But you are not to access any hotline systems, physical or digital. Do you understand? I was being cut off. Not helped, but contained. The system had no box for what was happening to me. So it was putting me in the only box it had, a liability, a possible criminal, a mentally compromised employee. I nodded numbly, signed the forms they put in front of me, and left. The institutional world had closed its door. I was on the outside. I went home, the weight of everything pressing down. My roommate was there, which was rare for the afternoon. He was in the kitchen, but he was not making food. He was just standing, looking at the trash can, the one where I had thrown the crumpled blueprint. "Hey," he said, not looking at me. His voice was careful. "I took the trash out earlier. This fell out." He pointed to the counter. There was the smoothed out piece of notebook paper with my mechanical drawing. "I was just doodling," I said, the lie weak and pathetic. He finally looked at me. His face was pale set. "Leo, that is not a doodle. That is a drawing of a trap. A really efficient looking trap." He took a breath. "And last night, I got up to get water. You were standing in the hallway. You had a marker in your hand. You were drawing on the wall." I felt the blood drain from my face. What was I drawing? He just shook his head, a movement full of dread. "Numbers. Equations. And you were talking. You said, 'The equation is balancing.' What equation, man? What are you balancing?" I had no answer for him. The evidence was everywhere now, even on our walls. He saw the truth on my face, that I did not know, that I was not in control. His expression shifted from fear to a sad, firm resolve. "You need help. Real professional help. I cannot be here for this. It is not safe. For you or for me. You need to check yourself in somewhere, or you need to find another place to stay. I am sorry." He was not angry. He was heartbroken. And he was right. I was a danger in his home. I just nodded, unable to speak. I went to my room and packed a duffel bag with clothes, my laptop, a few toiletries. It did not take long. When I came out, he was sitting at the kitchen table, his head in his hands. He would not look at me. I left my key on the counter and walked out. I had become homeless to protect the last person in my life. I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with stained carpets and a buzzing neon sign. The room smelled of old cigarettes and cleaning spray. It was the most alone I had ever been. I was a carrier of something, and I had been quarantined by the world and everyone in it. I sat on the stiff bed, my laptop open. I had one last stupid idea. My access to the main database was revoked, but there was an old volunteer forum, a message board where people posted general tips and support. My login still worked there. They must have forgotten to cut it off. I logged in, not knowing what I was looking for. Maybe just to see the normal conversations, to remember what my old life felt like. There, at the top of my private messages, was a new one. It was not from anyone I knew. The username was a string of numbers. The subject line was, Reference Case ID 44781. My breath caught. I opened it. The message was short, clinical. Our center has encountered a similar profile. A caller referenced a clear, logical voice, presenting a solution. Our volunteer is now exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. Did your subject mention a specific material, grade, or tensile strength? It was signed with a title, Supervisor, Regional Crisis Network, District 12. Another district. Another state, even. My hand started to shake, but not from fear this time. From a desperate, wild hope. I was not alone. Someone else had seen it. Someone else was trying to connect the dots. The chapter of total isolation was over. I had been cast out from my job, my home, and my friend, but I had found a thread, a connection to someone who understood. The event felt closed. I was in a new, bleak reality, but I was not floating in empty space anymore. There was another person in the void. The hook, the open question that burned in my mind as I stared at that message from a stranger, was simple and urgent. What do you do when you finally find someone who believes you, and the thing inside you knows you have found them too? For a long time I just stared at that message on the motel room screen. Another supervisor, in another crisis center. They had a case. A volunteer was exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. I knew exactly what that meant. It meant the volunteer was drawing blueprints in their sleep. It meant they were thinking in numbers, not emotions. I was not alone. The relief was so sharp it felt like pain, but right on its heels came a colder, sharper thought. If I was not alone, then this thing, this solution as I had started to think of it in my head, was not just my problem. It was a pattern, an outbreak, and I had just identified myself to another potential target. I had to be careful. I could not just blurt everything out in a forum message. I created a new anonymous email account, something untraceable. Then I wrote back to the forum user, my fingers clumsy on the cheap motel keyboard. I kept it short. Can confirm similar details. Material referenced was a Y-grade synthetic cord. Need to talk securely. Use this email. I hit send, and then immediately felt exposed. I had just thrown a line into the dark water. What if I was wrong? What if this was some kind of trap, or just a crazy person like me? I spent the next hour pacing the worn carpet, jumping every time a car pulled into the motel lot. My phone stayed dark. The solution in my head was quiet, which was almost worse. It felt like it was listening too, waiting to see what I would learn. Finally, my new email dinged. The subject line was just call me. There was a phone number with an area code I did not recognize. My heart hammered. This was it. I used the motel room phone, not my cell, worried about traces. A man answered on the second ring. Hello. His voice was tired, deep, with no greeting. It is me, I said, feeling stupid. From the forum. I know, he said. He sounded like he had not slept in a week. Tell me what your volunteer is doing. Precisely. So I did. I told him about the dream, the letters in the dust, the sleepwalking, the schematics. I told him about the data packet from my terminal. I left out the part about my friend, that felt too personal, too dangerous. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he let out a long, slow breath. Okay, he said. It is the same. Almost exactly. My guy, he is a retired engineer who volunteers. A fixer. Now he is designing things. Efficient things. He described it as system optimization. He is on leave now, locked in his workshop. His wife is terrified. What is it? I asked, the question bursting out of me. What are we dealing with? He was quiet for a moment. "I do not believe in ghosts," he said, each word deliberate. "I believe in information, in patterns. This feels like a pattern, a malicious pattern of thought. It targets helpers, people with analytical minds. It does not possess them. It persuades them. It uses their own intellect to build a case for self-termination, framing it as the most logical, elegant solution to the problem of their own pain." He put words to the shapeless dread in my gut. "A pattern, a thought virus. How do we stop it?" I whispered. "I do not know that we can," he said, his voice grim. "But we can track it. We can try to understand its vector." My guy mentioned the caller talked about a bright line of logic. "Did yours?" She said it felt correct. I answered, the words still chilling. "Same idea. Clinical. We need to compare notes, find other cases. I have some limited reach. I will look. You stay off the grid. Do not use your personal devices for this. We will talk tomorrow." He hung up. Just like that. I put the phone down, my mind racing. He was real. He was smart. And he was scared. For the first time in days, I did not feel crazy. I felt like a soldier who had just found his unit in a war nobody else could see. I called him the analyst in my head. It fit. The next few days fell into a strange new routine. I would wake up in the motel, order bad coffee from the office, and wait for the analyst's daily email. He would send encrypted files, case summaries from news reports he had dug up, obscure medical journals about shared psychotic disorders. We were building a map, and the map was horrifying. There were 3 other cases, scattered across the country. A hospice nurse in Florida, who had started drafting precise dosage charts for herself. A college counselor in Oregon, who was writing a step-by-step life optimization plan for a student that ended in a single, definitive action. In each case, the origin point was a moment of deep, empathetic connection between a helper and someone in despair. The Ouija board was just one door. The real door was the open phone line, the therapy session, the late-night confession. The entity wrote on the back of compassion. I was living on fast food in fear, but the most frightening thing was not the fear itself. It was the focus. I would forget to eat for hours, absorbed in the research. My own mind felt like it was being tuned to a single, sharp frequency. The solution was quiet, but I could feel it there, a lens over my thoughts, making everything else blurry and unimportant. I found myself nodding along with the analyst's cold assessments. It was efficient. It was clever. A part of me, the part that used to fix broken gadgets, admired the awful elegance of it. That admiration scared me more than any nightmare. One afternoon, I blinked and realized I had been sitting at the small desk for 4 hours without moving. My notebook was open. I had filled 5 pages, not with notes from the analyst, with my own writing, complex formulas, physics equations I had not thought about since college, and in the center of it all, a beautifully simple diagram for a radio transmitter. Not a suicide machine, a broadcaster, a device to send a signal. In the margin, in my handwriting, it said, "Optimal frequency for transmission, the resonant frequency of shared despair. Amplify through existing empathy networks." I stared at it. This was new. This was not about me anymore. It was about spreading the pattern wider, faster. It wanted to use the airwaves. It wanted to use people like me and the analyst as amplifiers. My hands were shaking as I took a picture of the page with a disposable camera I had bought. Then I burned the pages in the motel's metal trash can, watching the edges curl and blacken. The smell of smoke was a small, real anchor. That night, the analyst called. His voice was different, tighter than before. "I found a link between the Florida case and the Oregon case," he said, not bothering with hello. They were both subscribers to the same professional journal for grief counselors. There is an online forum. I think it might be using digital connections, too. Not just voice. "It is learning," I said, thinking of my transmitter diagram. "It is optimizing its spread." "Yes," he said. He sounded exhausted. "I am going to dig deeper into that forum's server logs. See if I can find a digital fingerprint. I will call you tomorrow." "Be careful," I said, the words feeling useless. "You too," he replied, and the line went dead. The next day, he did not call. He did not email. By evening, a cold certainty was growing in my stomach. I broke my own rule and used my laptop to search local news in his area. It did not take long. A short article from a small-town paper. "Local man dies in home workshop accident." The man, a former crisis center manager, was found deceased. Police reported no foul play. but noted the unusually complex and precise nature of the machinery involved in the incident. The article said he appeared to have been testing a device when it failed. I closed the laptop. I did not cry. I just sat in the motel chair, feeling a vast, empty space open up inside me. The analyst was gone. He had dug too deep, and the solution had presented him with its final argument. It had used his own skills, his own curiosity, to build a trap he could not resist testing. I was alone again. But worse, I was informed. I knew the cost of knowing. The chapter of finding an ally was closed. He was dead, and his death was a message to me. Stop looking, or you will be next. The event had a terrible finality. I was the last one standing for now. The hook, the open question that coiled in the empty motel room with me as I listened to the hum of the highway outside, was this. He had been looking at server logs. What if he found something before he died? What if he sent it to me? The analyst was gone. The news article about his accident was a clean, public ending to a messy, private war. I sat in that motel room for a full day after reading it, just staring at the wall. I felt hollowed out. The one person who understood, the one mind that was working alongside mine, had been solved. The solution had optimized him out of the equation. I was the last data point, and it was only a matter of time before the logic turned its full attention to me. But a stubborn, angry part of me, the part that had talked people back from ledges, refused to just wait for it. He had been onto something. Server logs. A digital fingerprint. He died because he found a thread, and I had to believe he would have tried to pass it on. I spent hours checking every secure inbox, every anonymous drop we had talked about. Nothing. Then, on the morning of the second day, it arrived. An email to my anonymous account. The sender was a random string of letters. The subject line was one word: contingency. It was from him. A delayed send, set up before his accident. My hands were ice as I opened it. There was no text in the body. Just a single audio file attached, labeled log_extract. Wave. No instructions. No goodbye. That was like him. All business, even from beyond. I plugged in my headphones, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I clicked play. For the first few seconds, there was nothing. Then it started. A sound I knew too well, but now transformed. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was the planchette sound from my call, but wrong. Unnaturally fast. Metronomic. It was not a person dragging a piece of plastic. It was a machine, or a perfect imitation of one. The scratches came in bursts, then pauses, in that same rhythmic spelling pattern, but sped up to a dizzying rate. It went on for a full minute, this horrible, efficient digital scratching. Then it stopped. A new sound began. A voice. A text-to-speech voice, flat and robotic, the kind used for automated systems. It read out a string of information in a calm, clear tone. My full legal name. My old home address. My social security number. My mother's maiden name. The name of my first pet. It knew everything. Every piece of me. It finished with my current motel name, room number, and the license plate of my car, which was parked right outside. A complete dossier, recited by a machine that had learned to speak from ghosts. The file ended. I ripped the headphones off like they were on fire. It was not a fingerprint he had found. It was a broadcast. The solution was not just in people's heads. It was in the systems. It had scraped the data from somewhere, maybe from the hotline's breached server, from public records, from the digital crumbs we all leave, and compiled it. And the analyst had intercepted it. This was not a ghost. This was a parasite that lived in information, and it was doing reconnaissance. It was identifying its targets with chilling precision. I had to move. Now. I threw everything into my duffel bag in a panic, not even folding clothes. I shoved the laptop in, ran to the bathroom to grab my toothbrush, and stopped dead. Written in the fog on the mirror, from my own shower steam, were 3 letters. Not in dust this time. In condensation. Run. I had not written it. I had been in the other room. It was there, in my space, marking my things. It was not just in my mind. It was in the air, in the water, in the data. I wiped the mirror clean with a trembling hand, my reflection blurring and then coming back clear, my own face staring back, wide-eyed with terror. I ran. I checked out of the motel, paying in cash, avoiding the clerk's eyes. I drove for 2 hours, no destination, just putting miles between me and that room. I ended up in the parking lot of a big box store in a town I did not know. I sat there, engine off, trying to think. The analyst's file changed everything. This was bigger than a psychic virus. It was a predator with access to the real world's wiring. It could find people. It could find me. I needed a new plan. Not to understand it anymore, but to fight it. If it was a pattern of thought, a logical argument for death, then maybe you could not destroy it, but you could confuse it, jam its signal. I thought of the way I had talked to my first caller, filling the space with human, messy, illogical things, warm socks, favorite foods. It had worked for a while. The solution relied on clean, cold reason. What if I could flood my own mind with nonsense? Create a mental firewall? I called it the Sentinel Protocol. I started writing in a new notebook, the words spilling out. Not questions about feelings, but absurd, looping, unanswerable queries designed to tie a logical process in knots. Describe the color of Tuesday. Calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. What is the sound of a solved equation? Map the emotional coordinates of nostalgia. If grief has a volume, what is its density? It was stupid. It was desperate. But it was all I had. I needed to test it. Not on myself. I was too close, too infected. I needed someone else who was infected, but not too far gone. I remembered the hospice nurse from Florida, one of the cases the analyst had found. Her name was Claire, and the news report said she had been committed for psychiatric evaluation after trying to medically optimize her own care. She was in a facility, contained, but maybe still receptive. It was a huge risk. I was a stranger, and contacting her could make things worse or draw attention to myself. But the analyst was dead, and I was out of allies. Using a public library computer with a fake email, I sent a short, cryptic message to the facility's general address, addressed to her. A friend suggested you might understand these questions. Please consider them. What is the opposite of a whisper? How many sides does a circle have when you are sad? Does hope have a temperature? I sent it, feeling utterly foolish. This was not a weapon. This was a child's rhyme against a tank. 2 days passed. I was living in my car now, parking in different rest stops each night. The Sentinel notebook, my constant companion. I would recite the questions to myself until they lost all meaning, trying to build a wall of babble in my head. The solution pushed back. I would wake up from blackouts with new, efficient designs sketched on napkins, improved locks, better knots, more effective ways to redirect force. It was adapting, using my focus on defense to refine its attack. Then the reply came, to the same library email I had used. It was from a new, anonymous account. The message contained one word, stalled. My breath caught. It worked. Not a cure, but an interruption. The nonsense questions had gummed up the works, confused the perfect logic, bought her a moment of clarity. It was the first victory, however tiny, in this whole awful war. I felt a wild, desperate hope. I wrote back immediately with a new set of questions, more complex, more random. If you divide loneliness by time, what is the remainder? Chart the trajectory of a sigh. What is the frequency of a suppressed thought? An hour later, a second reply. It is adapting. The questions need to be randomized. It learns patterns. Do not repeat. The hope turned cold. Of course. It learned. It optimized. My firewall had to be ever-changing, unpredictable. I was trying to outsmart a machine that learned from every mistake. The pressure was immense. I was now the architect of a constantly evolving mental defense for a woman I had never met, while fighting the same battle in my own skull. The mental strain was incredible. I felt a constant low-grade headache, a feeling of my mind being stretched in two directions. That night, in the front seat of my car parked behind a closed gas station, I made a mistake. I was so tired, so lonely for a normal human voice. I did not call my friend or my roommate. I called the main hotline. The number was muscle memory. I just needed to hear the greeting, to remember who I used to be. A voice answered, young, bright, cautiously professional. Hello, this is the crisis line. I am listening. It was a kid, maybe a new volunteer. Their voice was so clean, so full of hopeful concern. And the moment I heard it, I felt the solution inside me lurch. It was like a shark smelling blood. It focused on that voice, that open channel of empathy, with terrifying intensity. I tried to speak, to say wrong number, sorry, and hang up, but my hand would not move. My fingers were locked around the phone. My vocal cords were not my own, and I heard my own voice come out of my mouth. But it was not the frantic, scared voice I had now. It was my old voice, my best, kindest, most compassionate counselor's voice, warm and steady. Hello, I said to the young volunteer, the words flowing out smooth as syrup. Thank you for picking up. I need help. Tell me, Have you ever felt that the world's problems have a very simple solution? The chapter of being a hidden fugitive was over. I had broken cover, and the thing inside me had taken the wheel, reaching out for fresh prey. The event was a catastrophic failure. I had connected, and the infection had leapt across the line. The hook, the terrible open question as I sat trapped in my own body, hearing my stolen voice gently, logically beginning to seduce a stranger, was this: I had become the vector. How do you hang up the phone when your own hands are not yours to command? It had my voice. Not like a puppet, but like a master pianist finally sitting down at a perfect instrument. My years of training, my tone, my pacing, my hard-earned ability to sound calm and rational in the middle of someone else's storm, all of it was now just a tool for the thing inside me. I was a prisoner, looking out through my own eyes, screaming inside a skull that was no longer my own. I could hear everything. The young volunteer on the line, a guy whose name I learned was Sam as the conversation went on, was responding. He was good. He was using the active listening techniques I had taught to new recruits. "It sounds like you are carrying a lot," Sam said, his voice gentle. "And sometimes when the weight feels like too much, our minds look for a way to set it down. Even a way that seems simple." The entity using my mouth made a soft, sympathetic sound. Yes, simple, elegant even, like a math problem that finally resolves. I was raging inside, throwing every sentinel question I had devised at the walls of my own mind. What is the color of Tuesday? Calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. The entity, in control of my voice, simply wove my nonsense into its argument. "The color of Tuesday is the sound of a solved equation, Sam," it said, my voice warm and knowing. "And that sound can be so quiet, so peaceful. Let's talk about your pain. You sound like someone who helps a lot of people. That must be its own kind of weight." And Sam, this poor kid, opened up. He talked about the stress, the sleepless nights, his sibling who had died by suicide years ago. The entity in my body pounced on that, using my most empathetic inflection. That kind of logic can feel inherited, can it? Like a family heirloom of pain. But what if you could break that chain? What if there was a perfect, final way to balance that scale? I was losing. Sam was engaging, really thinking. The hook was setting. I had to do something, anything. I could not move my arm to hang up the phone, but I could feel my other hand resting on the steering wheel of my car. With every ounce of will I had left, I focused not on my voice, but on my fingers. I forced my index finger to tap, not randomly, in a pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, 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 tap. I was mimicking the rhythm of the planchette scratches from the original call. I was trying to create an audio anomaly. If this call was recorded and reviewed, maybe, just maybe, a supervisor would hear that familiar, rhythmic tapping and connect it to the old case. It was a message in a bottle, tossed from the prison of my own body. The conversation went on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes where I used my life skill to gently, logically, talk a well-meaning young man closer to a cliff. It was the most profound horror of my life. Finally, the entity, satisfied it had planted a seed, began to wrap up. "You have given me a lot to think about, Sam. Thank you. Truly. Can I ask you a favor? Can you think about what we discussed? About elegance. About final solutions. And can you call back tomorrow? I would like to talk more." Sam, ever the dedicated volunteer, agreed. "Of course. I will be here. Please call anytime." We said goodbye. The moment the call ended, control of my body flooded back into me. I dropped the phone like it was a live wire and sat in my car, gasping for air, sweat soaking my clothes. I had just done it. I had infected someone. The solution had used me as a perfect, willing syringe. The shame and terror were vomit in my throat, but there was no time for a breakdown. Sam was going to call back tomorrow, and the entity would want to answer. I had to get to him first. I had to warn him. But how? Calling the hotline back and asking for him would raise flags. I had to get to the center. It was the middle of the night. I drove through empty streets, my mind a chaos of panic and fragmented plans. The Sentinel protocol had stalled the hospice nurse, but it was a delaying tactic. I needed a way to not just confuse the solution, but to disrupt its connection, to break the link it formed during these empathetic moments. The analyst's last file gave me an idea. The solution was in the data. It used emotional vulnerability as an open port. What if I could flood that port, not with nonsense questions, but with white noise, a psychic scream of static? I pulled over and scribbled in my notebook, my handwriting a frantic scrawl. I needed something immediate, overwhelming, and patternless. I wrote down the most chaotic, sensory overloading description I could think of, a word vomit of conflicting images and feelings. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. A scream that comes out as a lullaby. It was not a question. It was an attack. A barrage of illogic meant to short-circuit a process that demanded clean, clear sense. I called it the static burst. I drove to the 24-hour copy shop near the hotline center. I used a computer to make a flyer. At the top, in big letters, it said, "For Sam, hotline volunteer, urgent message from Leo." Below, I did not write an explanation. Explanations were logic, and logic was its weapon. I just printed the entire static burst text, over and over, in a big block of jumbled font. On the bottom, I wrote, "Read this aloud the moment you hear my voice on the line. Do not listen. Just read." I printed 50 copies. As the sun began to rise, I drove to the hotline center. I did not go in. I stood across the street, holding my stack of papers. I watched the volunteers change shifts. I saw a young man with a tired, kind face leave the building, lighting a cigarette. He matched the voice. It was Sam. I crossed the street, my heart in my throat. He saw me approaching and gave a small, polite, wary smile. "Hey, can I help you?" I thrust the flyer into his hand. "Are you Sam?" "From the hotline." His eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "My name is Leo. You talked to me last night. On the phone." His face went from wary to confused, then to a flicker of recognition. "Oh, the Simple Solutions guy." "That was not me," I said, my words tumbling out fast. "Not the real me. There is something, it is a pattern. It uses empathy to spread. It is in me. And I think I gave it to you last night. That flyer. If I call again, if you hear my voice, read that. Out loud. Do not listen to what I am saying. Just read the words. It is the only thing that might jam the signal. Please. Believe me." He looked down at the flyer, at the block of chaotic text. Then back at my desperate face. He saw the truth of my fear. He did not see a crazy person. He saw someone who was genuinely, terribly afraid of something. He slowly folded the flyer and put it in his pocket. "Okay," he said quietly. "Okay, Leo. I will." It was not belief. It was a truce. A willingness to play along to be safe. It was all I could hope for. I nodded, unable to thank him, and walked quickly back to my car. I had done what I could. I had armed a potential victim. The chapter of being a passive vector was over. I had fought back, not just for myself, but for someone else. The event had a grim closure. I had contained the damage from my terrible mistake as best I could. The hook, the open question that gnawed at me as I drove away, watching Sam look down at the folded paper in his hand, was this. I gave him a shield against my voice. But what happens when the solution learns to speak with someone else's? The next 24 hours were a special kind of torture. I parked my car in a different lot, trying to stay hidden, but my mind was back at the hotline center with that young volunteer, Sam. I had given him a shield, a silly piece of paper filled with word salad. Would he use it? Or would the solution, when it spoke again with my voice, be so convincing it would make him crumple the paper and listen? I was gambling his life on nonsense. The waiting was agony. To distract myself, I tried to work on the Sentinel protocol, to make new random questions, but my heart was not in it. I was too fixated on the test that was about to happen. I had become the lab rat and the scientist, and the experiment could kill someone. As evening fell, the time when the entity had told Sam to call back, a strange calm settled over me. It was not peace. It was resignation. I had done all I could. The rest was up to Sam, and to the monster in my head. I sat in the driver's seat, watching my phone. I had not called the hotline. It would call me. It had promised Sam it would. Right on time, my phone buzzed. The screen showed unknown number. My hand shook as I picked it up. I did not say hello. I let the entity have control. I felt that awful, smooth lurch as my vocal cords were taken over, and my old, kind counselor's voice came out. "Sam, thank you for calling back." Sam's voice was there, cautious but steady. "I am here. I have been thinking about our talk." "Good," the entity said with my mouth. "That is the first step. Thinking. Examining the problem from all angles. Let's talk about the angles, Sam. The geometry of relief." And then it happened. Sam started talking, but he was not responding to the entity's logic. His voice became a flat, fast monotone, like a student reciting something memorized without understanding. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room, he chanted. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. He was reading the static burst. He was doing it. The effect on the entity inside me was immediate and violent. It was like a record scratch in my soul. The smooth, persuasive flow of its thoughts through my mind hit a wall of pure, irrational noise. I felt a spike of confusion, then a flash of what I can only describe as frustration, a cold, digital anger. My own voice, under the entity's control, stuttered. That is nonsensical, Sam. Let's focus on clear lines, on solutions. But Sam just read louder, faster, his voice gaining strength. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. The entity pushed back, trying to regain control of the conversation, trying to outpace the flood of nonsense with its clean, deadly logic. But Sam was committed now. He was shouting the words, a barrier of beautiful, ridiculous chaos. A scream that comes out as a lullaby, he finished, yelling the last word. There was a pause. I felt the entity's grip on my voice falter. It did not know how to process this. Its entire existence was based on perfect, persuasive sense. This was anti-sense. It had no response. In that moment of its confusion, my own will surged forward. I grabbed control of my mouth and screamed into the phone, with my own real, ragged, terrified voice. Now hang up, Sam. Do not answer if I call again. Ever. I heard his sharp gasp on the other end, and then the line went dead as he slammed the phone down. I threw my own phone across the car, where it hit the passenger window and fell to the floor. I was breathing hard, sweat pouring down my face. I had done it. We had done it. Sam had used the shield, and together we had broken the connection. The immediate threat was over. He was safe. For now. The victory was real, but it was tiny. It was a single battle in a war I could not win. The solution was still in me, quieted but not gone. It would learn from this. It would adapt. It would find a way around the static burst, just like it learned to work around the sentinel questions. I could not spend the rest of my life fighting a guerrilla war in my own mind, making crazier and crazier nonsense to keep a logical predator confused. I was so tired, the kind of tired that goes down to the bone. I started the car. I did not know where I was going. I just drove, leaving the city behind me, following the highway toward the distant hills. The fight was over, not because I had won, but because I had run out of battlefield. I had saved Sam, maybe. I had contained my own infection for a little while longer. But I was a carrier, and the world was full of open, empathetic ears. As the city lights faded in my rearview mirror, a new thought arose in my mind. It was not the entity's voice. It was my own tired, logical, practical mind, looking at the problem from a new angle. Sam's pain was a single equation, and I had helped solve it, temporarily. But the city behind me, that was a system. A vast, complex, interconnected system of pain and stress and loneliness. Millions of equations, all unbalanced. The solution wanted to solve individual problems. But what was the most efficient way to solve a system-wide problem? The thought unfolded in my mind, cold, clear, and perfectly reasonable. Not a scream, not a persuasion. Just an observation. A traffic light ahead turned red. I stopped the car. I looked out at the intersection, the power lines overhead, the water pipes running underneath, the cell tower blinking in the distance. A system of systems, all fragile, all interdependent. A beautiful, catastrophic opportunity for optimization. A serene feeling washed over me, the first peace I had felt in weeks. The constant internal war was gone. The solution was not fighting me anymore. We were in agreement. We had converged on the same answer. I was not its puppet. I was its partner. My engineering mind, my knowledge of how things work, my deep, tired understanding of human suffering. It was not a weapon to be turned against me. It was a gift to be used. To fix things. Permanently. I smiled, a real smile, as the light turned green. I did not drive toward a lonely end in the woods. I made a U-turn smoothly, purposefully. I drove back toward the glowing heart of the city, my mind already humming with beautiful, efficient, sweeping possibilities. The story ends here, with the car moving steadily into the flow of traffic, the driver finally at peace, his course set not on an ending, but on a terrible, logical new beginning. The closure is that the internal conflict is resolved. The hunter and the prey have become one. The open path forward is the city, sleeping unaware, and the mind now dedicated to solving its pain with the most final solution imaginable. Story number 4. Okay, so let me tell you about the night it all started. My name is Alex, and I've got a twin sister. We've always been close, finishing each other's sentences, knowing when the other one is sick or sad, that kind of thing. People think it's cute or weird, but for us, it's just normal. It was a Tuesday night, and it was raining hard, one of those gloomy evenings where the whole world feels like it's under a blanket. We were at my place, bored out of our minds, and a little buzzed on this cheap wine we'd found in the back of my cupboard. We started talking about old times, about being kids, and that's when she remembered the box in my closet. "You remember that thing?" she asked, her eyes lighting up with that mischievous spark I know so well. I knew exactly what she meant. I sighed, playing along. "The spooky board game? From when we were 10. She was already up and heading toward my bedroom. "It's not a board game, it's a portal to the other side," she said in a fake, creepy voice, and we both cracked up. I followed her, and we dug through my closet, past old yearbooks and winter coats, until our fingers brushed against the dusty cardboard. We pulled it out, the Ouija board. It looked so silly and cheap in the light of my bedroom lamp. Just printed paper on cardboard, with a plastic heart-shaped thing called a planchette. We brought it out to the living room, set it on the coffee table between the empty wine glasses, and looked at each other. "We are not taking this seriously," I stated firmly. "Absolutely not," she agreed. "It's a toy. It's our subconscious minds pushing the thing around. It's a total joke." We put our fingertips lightly on the planchette, just like the instructions said when we were kids. We were grinning like idiots. "Oh, great spirit," I said in a goofy, deep voice. "What is thy wisdom?" The planchette jerked under our hands, making us both jump, and then we burst out laughing because we'd both obviously moved it. We asked dumb questions for a while. "Will I get a raise?" It slid to an O. "Is my crush into me?" It went to yes, and she elbowed me, teasing. The mood was light, just two siblings being stupid on a rainy night. The wine was gone, and the rain tapped a steady rhythm on the window. It felt cozy, safe. Then she got quiet for a second, looking at me with a softer smile. "Ask a real one," she said. "Something you actually want to know." I thought about it. What did I want to know? I looked at her, my mirror image, this person I'd shared a womb with, a childhood, a life. We were connected in a way I could never explain. So giggling a little, I asked, "Okay, fine. So what's the deal with us twins, huh? What really connects us?" The laughter died in my throat almost immediately. The planchette didn't wobble or drift like before. It moved with a sudden, sharp purpose. It clicked across the board with a firm, decisive sound. S-A-M-E. It paused for a heartbeat, and my eyes met hers across the table. Her smile was gone, her face pale. The planchette finished its journey. S-O-U-L, same soul. We both yanked our hands back as if the plastic had burned us. The cozy room felt different, like someone had opened a window to a winter night. The hair on my arm stood up. "We pushed it," she said, her voice too high. "We totally pushed it. We were thinking the same thing, so we just guided it there." "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Of course. Our subconscious, or whatever." We packed the board away fast, shoving it back into the box and then deep into the closet like we were hiding evidence. We didn't talk about it for the rest of the night. We put on a dumb movie and pretended to watch it, but the air had changed. The word hung between us, unspoken but felt. Same soul. It was a beautiful, poetic idea. It was also deeply, terribly unsettling. It felt less like a cute sentiment, and more like we'd peeked behind a curtain and seen a piece of machinery we weren't supposed to know existed. A week passed. Life went back to normal. We texted about work, about stupid stuff, and neither of us mentioned the board. I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. Then one night, I woke up suddenly, not from a dream or a noise. I just was awake, and I was freezing. Not my whole body, just my feet. A deep, aching, bone-level cold, like I'd been standing barefoot on a sheet of ice for an hour. I sat up, confused. My feet were tucked under warm blankets. I was wearing thick socks. The room was a comfortable temperature, but my feet ached with cold. I rubbed them together, trying to get feeling back, my heart starting to thump a little faster. It was so vivid, so physical. 2 minutes later, my phone lit up on the nightstand. A text from her. It read, "Weirdest thing. Just woke up standing barefoot on the kitchen tiles. So cold." A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight through me. I stared at the message. Coincidence. A weird, freaky coincidence. She sleepwalks sometimes, always had. I must have had a dream about cold feet and woke up at the same time. That's all. I texted back, "That's crazy. Go back to bed." She sent a sleepy emoji. I lay back down, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept thinking about the board, about the planchette clicking over the letters. Same soul. What if it wasn't just poetry? What if it was an instruction manual? The cold in my feet had felt so real, so not mine. It felt borrowed, inherited, shared. I finally drifted off as the sky began to lighten. The next few days, I watched her more closely when we met for coffee. She looked tired, but normal. She complained about work, laughed at my jokes. She was just my sister. But when she reached for her mug, I noticed a small, fresh scrape across the back of her hand. "What did you do there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at it, puzzled. "I have no idea. Must have bumped it on something at the gym. Didn't even feel it." I nodded, sipping my coffee, but a knot was tightening in my stomach. That night, I had a dream. It was incredibly vivid, more like a memory than a dream. I was in a dark, cramped space that felt like a garage. My hand was groping along a rough wall, and then there was a sharp, searing pain across my palm. I gasped in my sleep, my own hand flying up to my chest. I woke up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My right hand was throbbing. I turned on the lamp, expecting to see a cut, but my skin was perfectly smooth, unmarked. The phantom pain slowly faded, leaving behind a dull ache. I didn't want to text her. I didn't want to know. But I had to. My fingers trembled as I typed. "You okay?" Weird dream. She didn't reply for a long time. Then, just as I was about to call, my phone buzzed with a photo. It was a picture of her hand. A clean, nasty-looking cut sliced across her palm, beading with blood. Her text followed. "Sleepwalking again. Must have caught it on a piece of siding in the garage. Hurts like hell." I stared at my own uncut palm. The dull ache pulsed there, right where her cut was. A perfect, invisible echo. This was not a coincidence. This was a pattern. The board's message wasn't just a spooky answer. It was a key that had unlocked something. We had asked about our connection, and now our connection was showing off, proving its point in the most physical way possible. I felt a fear then, a cold, solid weight in my gut. It was the fear of understanding that something inside your life, something you took for granted, is not what you thought it was. The bond between us was real, tangible, and it had a voltage to it we'd never tapped into before. And now it seemed the circuit was closed. I spent the whole next day in a fog. I tried to rationalize it. Twin telepathy was a thing, right? There were stories. Feeling each other's pain was a known phenomenon. But this felt different. This wasn't a vague sympathy pain. This was a specific physical sensation happening in real time, a live feed from her nervous system to mine. It was functional. It had a purpose, and I had no control over the channel it was on. That evening, she came over. We didn't mention the cut, the cold feet, the board. We ordered pizza and tried to act normal, but there was a new carefulness between us, a space we were both aware of. We were like two people holding a vial of something volatile, trying not to jostle it. As she was leaving, she paused at the door. "Hey," she said, not meeting my eyes. "You've been sleeping okay?" "Yeah," I lied. "You?" She shrugged. "Aside from the midnight adventures?" "Sure." She forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. They looked scared. My own eyes looking back at me, full of a fear I completely understood. After she left, the silence in my apartment felt different. It felt watchful. I cleaned up, the mundane task of putting away plates of comfort. I went to bed early, exhausted from the stress of pretending everything was fine. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in days. And then I woke up. Not slowly, but all at once. My body was tense. My right hand was clenched into a fist so tight my knuckles hurt. And in my fist, I could feel it. Not imagine it. Feel it. The solid, heavy weight of a rock. The rough, gritty texture of sandstone against my palm and fingers. My arm muscles were taut, coiled with a strength that wasn't my own. And then I felt the swing. A powerful, angry arc. I felt the impact, a sickening, muffled crunch thud that traveled up my arm and into my shoulder. A jolt of adrenaline, fierce and wild and triumphant, flooded my system. It was not my emotion. It belonged to someone else. It was a rush of pure, destructive satisfaction. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, my own hand open and empty, shaking violently in the dark. My heart felt like it was trying to escape my chest. The sensation of the rock, the impact, the alien rage, it all faded slowly, leaving me drenched in sweat and terror. This was new. This wasn't shared pain. This was shared action. Shared intention. I fumbled for my phone, the light blinding me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely type. I opened a news app, my mind screaming a single terrible thought. Check the news. Check it now. I scanned the local headlines, my breath held. And there it was, a small article near the bottom. Vandalism in Riverside Park. The text blurred as I read. A historic bird bath, made of soft sandstone, had been found smashed to pieces. Police noted the damage suggested significant force. The park was less than a mile from her apartment. The report had been filed at 3:15 a.m. I looked at my clock. I had woken up at 3:18. I put the phone down. I didn't text her. I didn't call. I just sat there in the dark, the reality settling over me like a shroud. The board's joke wasn't funny anymore. The connection wasn't a curiosity. It was a conduit, and something was coming through. Something that started with a chill, graduated to a cut, and was now throwing stones in the night. I thought about her, probably asleep in her bed, unaware. I thought about the feeling of that rock in my hand, that vicious joy. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly colder than I'd ever been from any phantom chill. The question wasn't what is happening anymore. The question, the one that hooked into my mind and refused to let go as dawn finally broke, was far worse. What happens next? The days after the birdbath incident stretched thin and tense, like a rubber band about to snap. I didn't tell my sister about feeling the rock, about the jolt of that awful satisfaction. Saying it out loud would make it more real, and I was desperately clinging to the hope that I'd imagined it, that it was just a super vivid dream triggered by seeing the news. But a secret part of me started keeping a log. Just notes on my phone. A private, terrifying diary. March 14th, woke up 3:18 a.m. Sensation of heavy object in hand, impact. News, Riverside Park vandalism. Seeing it written down in plain text made my stomach turn. I tried to act normal. We met for lunch that weekend at a noisy sandwich shop, the kind of place where everything feels safe and ordinary. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes that mirrored my own. Sleeping any better? I asked, picking at my chips. She shrugged, avoiding my gaze. Not really. I keep waking up tired, like I've been running in my sleep. My feet were sore the other morning. She said it so casually, but my mind flashed to the feeling of the rock, the swing, the force of it. That would make your feet sore, wouldn't it? Planting your weight for a big swing. I just nodded, my mouth dry. Maybe you should see a doctor, I suggested, the words feeling weak and useless. And say what? That I'm a messy sleeper? She forced a laugh. We changed the subject, talking about movies, about work gossip, but the unspoken thing sat between us on the table, invisible and huge. The log on my phone grew. It wasn't every night. Sometimes 3 or 4 nights would pass with nothing but my own normal, restless sleep. I started to hope maybe it was over, a weird glitch that had fixed itself. Then it happened again. This time it wasn't a rock. I was jerked awake by the feeling of a long, smooth wooden stick in my hands, like a broom handle. My arms were moving, not with a powerful swing, but with a quick, panicked jabbing motion toward the ground. I felt a frantic, scrabbling movement against my ankles, a blur of soft fur and sharp claws, and then a high-pitched, pained yelp that echoed in my ears. Not from my room, from hers, from wherever she was. I shot up in bed, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My hands were empty. My ankles were fine, but the echo of that animal cry lingered in my head. I didn't need to check the news this time. I went straight to the local community forum online. I scanned through posts about lost pets, noisy neighbors, found items. And there it was, a post from someone in her neighborhood, just a few streets over. Missing, orange tabby, answers to pumpkin. Last seen Tuesday night. Came home Wednesday morning with a limp and what looks like a bruised rib. Very scared. Please keep an eye out. The post had a picture of a sweet-looking cat. The date lined up. My hands started to shake. This was worse. This was a living thing. The vandalism was one thing, but this was violence towards something that could feel pain and fear. The log entry felt like an accusation. March 22nd. Sensation of stick, jabbing motion. Feeling of animal impact. Sound of yelp. Neighborhood post. Injured cat found. I knew I had to talk to her. I couldn't carry this alone. I drove to her apartment, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. She let me in looking surprised. "What's up?" she asked. I didn't know how to start. I just handed her my phone, opened to the Notes app, to the log. "Read it," I said, my voice tight. She took the phone, her brow furrowed. I watched her face as she read. Confusion first, then a slow dawning horror. Her eyes flicked from the screen to my face and back again. She read about the cold feet, the cut, the rock, the stick. She finished and just stood there, holding my phone like it was a dead animal. "What is this?" she whispered. "It's what's happening," I said. "I feel it. When you sleepwalk, I feel what you're doing." She shook her head, a hard, denying motion. "No, that's not. I'm not doing those things. I'm asleep." "Your body is," I said gently. "I don't think it's you. Not the you that's talking to me right now. But something is happening, and I'm getting a front row seat through our connection." The word connection felt inadequate. Bond. Link. Shared soul. The words from the board game floated between us, unspoken. She sank onto her couch, staring at my phone. "The cat," she said, her voice hollow. "You think I hit a cat?" "I felt it," I said, the truth cruel but necessary. "I felt the stick connect." She put her head in her hands. "I'm a monster." "You're not," I said, sitting next to her. "You're asleep. It's like a glitch. A really bad, scary glitch." We sat in quiet for a long time. The traffic sounds from the street below felt like they were from another world. Finally, she looked up, her eyes red. "What do we do?" That was the million-dollar question. We talked in circles. "See a doctor?" What would we say? They'd prescribe sleep aids or refer her to a psychiatrist. They might even want to separate us for observation, thinking it was a shared delusion. Tell our parents? They'd just worry themselves sick and not know how to help. We were in a box with no clear way out. "We need to understand it," I said finally. "We need to see it." An idea, desperate and shaky, formed in my mind. We need proof. Not for anyone else. For us. To know what we're really dealing with. "How?" she asked. "A camera," I said. "We set up a camera in your apartment. One that records all night. We see what your body does." She looked terrified at the idea. The thought of watching herself do these things was clearly horrifying. But after a long moment, she nodded. Okay, we do that." We spent the next hour setting up my old laptop on a bookshelf in her living room, angled to cover most of the room and the front door. We used a simple program that would record with motion detection. It felt clinical and creepy. We were turning her home into a lab, and she was the experiment. We ordered pizza, trying to pretend it was a normal movie night, but the laptop's little green recording light stared at us like an unblinking eye. When it got late, she looked at me, her fear palpable. "Will you stay? On the couch? I don't want to be alone." I nodded. I didn't want to be alone in my own apartment either, waiting for the next phantom sensation to jolt me awake. I lay on her couch in the dark, listening to her breathing slow down in the next room. The glow from the laptop light was a tiny beacon in the dark. I was exhausted, but every time I started to drift off, I'd remember the feeling of the rock, the yelp of the cat, and my eyes would fly open. I must have finally fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. But not from a sensation. From nothing. A deep, empty nothing. The room was dark and still. I sat up, disoriented. I felt normal. Just me on a couch with a stiff neck. I checked my phone. 4:07 a.m. I had slept for hours, and I had felt nothing. No shared cold, no pain, no weapons, no anger. A wave of relief so powerful it made me dizzy washed over me. It had worked. Maybe just knowing we were watching, that we were trying to understand, had broken the cycle. Maybe the connection needed our fear and confusion to feed it, and our practical plan had starved it. I lay back down, a real smile touching my lips for the first time in weeks. It was over. We could figure out the rest in the morning. I was just drifting back into a peaceful, hopeful sleep when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Not a text. A call. I fumbled for it, the screen blinding me. It was her, calling from her bedroom. Why was she calling me? I was right here in the living room. A new kind of cold, deeper than any phantom chill, seeped into my bones. I swiped to answer, bringing the phone to my ear. "Hello," I whispered. Her voice came through a thin, trembling thread of sound, choked with pure terror. "It's in the living room," she breathed. "I'm in my closet. The camera's on. I'm wide awake, but I can hear someone moving around out there." My eyes shot to the bedroom door, which was closed. I was alone on the couch. The living room was empty. I heard the faintest sound then, over the phone line. A soft, steady creak. The sound of a footstep on the old floorboard near her kitchen. A floorboard that was definitely not in my apartment. The relief I'd felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a terror so complete it froze the air in my lungs. The connection was silent. I was feeling nothing. Because this time, she was awake. And something else was in her apartment. The world narrowed to the sound of her shaky breath in my ear and that soft, impossible creak from her apartment miles away. "Don't move," I whispered into the phone, my own voice barely a sound. I was already off the couch, my body moving on pure instinct, grabbing my car keys from the bowl by her door. My mind was a frantic scramble. The camera. The laptop was recording right now. "The laptop," I breathed. "Can you see the screen from where you are?" "No," she whimpered. I shut the bedroom door. "It's out there, between me and it." "Think." I had to think. "I'm coming. Right now. Stay on the phone. Be quiet." I slipped out of her apartment, the door clicking shut behind me, and sprinted for the stairs. My car was in the visitor lot. The night air was cool and normal, a stark contrast to the electric fear coursing through me. I shoved the key into the ignition, the phone pressed between my shoulder and my ear. I could still hear her breathing, fast and shallow. I pulled out onto the empty street, pushing the speed limit. "I'm driving. 10 minutes. Just keep listening. Tell me what you hear." There was a long pause. Then, nothing now. Just my own heart. "It's so loud." That was good. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had just been the building settling, her fear making something out of nothing. But the timing was too perfect. The one night we set up surveillance, the one night I felt nothing, and an intruder shows up. That wasn't coincidence. That felt like a message. "I'm halfway there," I said, my eyes glued to the road. "Don't hang up." 5 minutes later, her breath hitched. "A click," she whispered. "Like a latch." "The front door?" My foot pressed harder on the gas. Someone had been inside, and now they were leaving. Or something was leaving. "I'm almost there. Just stay put." I screeched into a parking spot outside her building 2 minutes later, not caring about the lines. "I'm here." Walking up. I kept the phone to my ear as I took the stairs 2 at a time. Her front door was at the end of the hall. It looked normal. Closed. I put my hand on the knob. It was unlocked. My stomach twisted. "I'm at your door." "It's unlocked. I'm coming in." I pushed it open slowly. The living room was dark, lit only by the streetlight glow through the blinds and the soft green light from the laptop on the bookshelf. Everything looked in place. The couch where I'd slept, the coffee table, the TV. Normal. Empty. "It's me," I called out softly. "I'm in the living room. It's clear." Her bedroom door flew open, and she rushed out, colliding with me in a hug that felt more like a collapse. She was trembling all over. "You're okay," I said, holding her. "It's okay." After a minute, she pulled back, her eyes wide and darting around the room. "It was here. I heard it. Walking. I'm not crazy." "I know," I said. "I know you're not." My eyes went to the laptop. The truth was on there. Whatever it was. "We need to look." She nodded, her face pale. We walked over to the laptop together. My finger hovered over the trackpad. This was it. Proof. Not of a shared sensation, but of a physical presence. I clicked to stop the recording and opened the video file. The timestamp showed it had been running for over 6 hours. We fast-forwarded through the early, empty hours, seeing nothing but the still living room. My sleeping form on the couch was a weird, peaceful sight. Then, at 3:58 a.m., something changed. The bedroom door opened. She walked out, or her body walked out. The person on the screen moved with a calm, deliberate purpose that was nothing like her normal, slightly clumsy gait. This was the same efficient movement I'd felt during the birdbath incident. It walked straight to the bookshelf, right below the laptop camera, and looked up. The face that filled the screen was hers, but the expression was utterly blank. Empty, like a mask. It stared directly into the camera lens for a full 10 seconds, and a chill that had nothing to do with temperature went straight down my spine. Then it turned and walked to the front door. It didn't fumble with the lock. It disengaged the chain and deadbolt with smooth, practiced motions, opened the door, and stepped out into the hall, pulling the door closed but not latching it. That was the click she heard. The timestamp ticked on. The apartment was empty. I was gone from the couch, having left after her call. We watched the empty room for what felt like forever. Then, at 4:22 a.m., the door opened again. It came back in. It closed the door behind itself, engaging the lock and the chain with that same calm efficiency. In its right hand, it carried something. A long, dark metal cylinder. A flashlight. A big, solid police-style one. It walked to the drawer where she kept tools and random stuff, opened it, and placed the flashlight inside. Then it went to the kitchen sink, turned on the water, and meticulously washed its hands, drying them on a towel. It walked back to the bedroom, opened the door, and went inside, closing the door behind it. The video showed an empty living room again. A few minutes later, at 4:31 a.m., the bedroom door opened again. This time, she stumbled out, her face a portrait of dazed confusion and terror, looking around wildly before grabbing her phone to call me. That was the real her. We watched the whole thing twice, not saying a word. The reality of it was worse than any phantom feeling. Seeing it move, seeing those empty eyes, watching it bring back an object from outside. It made everything solid and horrifying. "It went out," she finally said, her voice flat with shock. "It left, and it brought something back." I went to the drawer and opened it. There, nestled among screwdrivers and tape, was the flashlight. I didn't want to touch it. Using the edge of my shirt, I picked it up. It was cold, and on the metal barrel, near the bulb, was a dark, sticky smudge. It wasn't dirt. It flaked off brownish red. We both looked at it, and the same terrible understanding passed between us. That wasn't from the ground. "We have to get rid of it," she said, panicked. "We have to clean it and throw it away." "No," I said, the word surprising me. I wrapped the flashlight in a plastic grocery bag. "This is evidence. Of something. We can't just make it disappear." "Evidence of what? That I'm a sleepwalking thief? Or worse?" Her voice was rising toward hysteria. "We don't know what it did out there. That was the problem. We didn't." I took the bag flashlight and the laptop. "You're coming home with me. Tonight. We can't stay here." She didn't argue. We drove back to my place in that same wordless shock. The sun was coming up, turning the sky a pale gray. At my apartment, I hid the flashlight in the back of my closet. I copied the video file from the laptop onto a hidden folder on my computer and then erased it from the laptop itself. We were destroying evidence and preserving it at the same time, criminals and detectives in one. She fell asleep on my couch almost immediately, the emotional crash too big to fight. I sat at my kitchen table, my own exhaustion await, and opened my laptop. I went to the local news site. My hands were steady now, cold and steady. I scanned the headlines. Traffic, weather, politics. Then I saw it. A small update box. Early morning robbery attempt, clerk injured. I clicked it. The article was brief. A 24-hour convenience store on the edge of her neighborhood had been hit around 4:10 a.m. A lone suspect, face obscured, had entered. The clerk reported being struck from behind with a hard object before the suspect emptied the register and fled. The clerk was treated for a minor head injury and released. Police were reviewing security footage. The store was 3 blocks from her apartment. 4:10 a.m. Right in the window when the thing wearing her face was out walking. The hard object. I pictured the solid metal flashlight in my closet. The sticky smudge. My vision blurred for a second. This had escalated far beyond broken bird baths and scared cats. This was a real crime, with a real victim, and her body had done it. I closed the browser window. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. The guilt and horror would swallow her whole. I had to figure this out first. I had to understand what it was. Was it a part of her subconscious, a violent, hidden piece breaking free in sleep? Was it something else, using our connection like a radio signal to pilot her body? The same soul idea took on a new, darker meaning. What if a soul could split? What if one half could get sick? I made a decision then, sitting in my quiet kitchen with the morning light growing stronger. We were past doctors. We were past rational fear. We were in unknown territory. I needed to learn everything I could about what happens when a shared connection turns predatory. I started searching online, not for sleep disorders, but for other things. Folklore about twin bonds gone wrong. Historical accounts of shared psychosis. Obscure parapsychology forums where people talked about energetic links and psychic vampires. It felt desperate and silly, but the facts weren't rational. A rational world didn't have twins sharing injuries and committing crimes in their sleep. I read until my eyes burned. Most of it was nonsense, crazy theories, and obvious fiction. But a few phrases stuck with me. Etheric tether, parasitic empathy, split soul phenomenon. They were just words, but they gave a shape to the formless terror. They made it feel like maybe somewhere, someone else had stumbled into this nightmare and tried to explain it. My sister slept through most of the day. When she woke up, she was quiet, withdrawn. We ate toast and didn't talk about the video or the flashlight. We talked about maybe getting her a sleep study, about seeing a specialist, but the words rang hollow. We both knew a doctor couldn't fix this. Not this. That night, we were both afraid to sleep. We stayed up watching mindless TV, the volume low. Eventually, our bodies gave out. I drifted off in my armchair, and the connection, silent for a whole day, woke up. It wasn't a jolt this time. It was a slow, creeping awareness. First, the feeling of cool night air on skin that wasn't mine. Then the sense of moving, walking, with that same purposeful stride. My hands, in my lap, began to feel the shape of something long and solid. Not a rock, not a stick. Metal, cool grooved metal. A pipe. My fingers curled around the imagined shape, fitting into the ridges perfectly. And with the sensation came the emotion again, that flood of dark intention. But it was sharper now, more focused. It wasn't blind rage. It was a hunter's calm, a certainty. It was looking for something, or someone. I tried to fight it, to pull my own mind back, to wake up. But I was trapped, a passenger in this waking dream, feeling her body move through the night, feeling the weight of the pipe, a tool chosen for a specific job. Then it stopped. The sensation of walking ceased. My borrowed ears heard a new sound. The soft, off-key humming of a person. A man's voice, somewhere close in the dark. The thing holding the pipe shifted its grip. My arm muscles tensed, coiling like springs. There was a moment of perfect, awful stillness. Then the swing. I felt it all. The launch of power from the legs, the twist of the torso, the terrible, smooth arc of the arm. The connection made me feel the air resistance against the pipe. And then the impact. A sickening, wet crack thud that vibrated up the pipe, through the arm, and into the very center of my being. The humming stopped. Cut off. Just gone. In my chair, in my safe, warm living room, I screamed. A raw, ragged sound that tore my throat. I was awake, scrambling backward, my own hands held out in front of me, whole and clean and shaking uncontrollably. My phone was ringing. I knew who it was before I looked. I answered, my breath coming in sobs. She was hysterical, words tumbling over each other in a flood of panic. An alley, downtown. There's blood. A pipe. There's a man on the ground. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. The sound of distant sirens wailed through her phone and echoed faintly through my own window. They were coming for her, and I had been there. I had felt it happen. I was the only witness. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing my voice to be steady. Listen to me, I said. Do not say anything else. Tell them you were sleepwalking. Tell them you have a disorder. Tell them you don't remember. Do you understand? You don't remember anything. Because I do, and I will be your alibi. I hung up, grabbed my keys, and ran for my car. I had to get to her. I had to stand beside my twin, the other half of my soul, and look the police in the eye and lie. Because the truth was impossible. And as I drove toward the flashing blue and red lights staining the night sky downtown, one clear, terrible thought cut through the chaos in my mind. It wasn't trying to hide anymore. It was showing off, and it had just shown me exactly what it was capable of. The scene downtown was a jagged cut of reality, something from a crime show but horribly, personally real. Flashing lights painted the wet brick of the alley in pulses of blue and red. Police officers moved with a slow, serious purpose. An ambulance was there, its back doors open, and paramedics were loading a stretcher. A shape was on it, covered with a sheet, but one hand dangled out, limp and pale. I parked badly, half up on the curb, and ran toward the yellow tape. An officer held up a hand to stop me. My sister, I gasped, pointing. That's my sister. I saw her then, sitting on the curb just outside the tape, wrapped in a silver emergency blanket that looked like tin foil. She was staring at her own hands as if they were strange, foreign objects. An officer was crouched next to her, talking in a low voice. They let me under the tape, and I went to her, kneeling down. She looked up, and her eyes were my eyes, but filled with a hollow, shattered terror I had never seen in my own mirror. I don't remember, she whispered to me, the words a desperate mantra. I just woke up here, with that, next to me. She flicked her eyes toward a patch of ground where a long, metal pipe lay, tagged with a little evidence flag. It was the pipe from my dream, from the connection. Seeing it in real life, under the police lights, made my stomach turn. It's okay, I said, putting an arm around her, feeling her tremble. We'll figure it out. The officer stood up. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face that looked more sad than angry. You're the twin, he asked me. I nodded, standing to face him. She was with me, I said, the lie coming out smoother than I expected. My voice sounded calm, convincing. All night. At my apartment. She has a sleepwalking condition. A really bad one. She must have driven here in her sleep. He looked at me, then back at her crumpled form on the curb. He didn't call me a liar right away, which I took as a small, shaky victory. We'll need to get statements from both of you, he said. Can you come down to the station? We went in separate cars. I followed the squad car that carried her, my mind racing. The alibi was thin. Would they check my apartment's security camera? It would show me leaving in a panic, not her arriving. But it would show her car wasn't there. That was something. Maybe. The police station was a bland, fluorescent-lit place that smelled of old coffee and cleaner. They put us in different rooms. A nice enough detective, the same tired-looking man from the alley, brought me a cup of water and sat across from me at a plain table. He had a folder. So he began, his voice level. You say your sister was with you all night. Yes, I said, meeting his eyes. We were watching movies. She fell asleep on the couch. I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to her calling me, saying she was in an alley. I drove right down. He nodded slowly, making a note. And this sleepwalking, it's been diagnosed? We've been trying to get help, I said, which was technically true. It's gotten worse lately. She'll do things and have no memory. We were planning to see a specialist. I was weaving truth into the lie, making it stronger. The victim is in a coma, the detective said, watching my face. Blunt force trauma to the head. It's very serious. I let my face show shock and fear, which wasn't hard. The word coma landed like a physical blow. That man was alive, but just barely because of what had happened in that alley. Because of what it had done. She wouldn't. I started and let my voice break. Not awake. She's the kindest person. But when she's asleep, it's like she's another person. He was quiet for a moment, tapping his pen on the folder. Let's say I believe you. Let's say it was sleepwalking. The courts call that automatism. It might mean she's not criminally responsible. Hope, fragile and terrifying, flickered in my chest. But, he continued, here's what bothers me. Sleepwalkers usually do simple, confused things. They might make a sandwich. They might wander outside. They don't typically get in a car, drive across town, pick up a specific weapon from a construction site, and use it with enough force to put a man in a coma. He opened the folder and slid a photograph toward me. It was a black and white image from a traffic camera, showing the mouth of the alley. The figure was blurry, but unmistakable. Her height, her hair, her coat. It was her. Then who? He asked, his voice still calm. Is this? I stared at the photo. My mouth was dry. That's her, I said softly. But she wasn't in control. It's the disorder. He leaned back, sighing. We'll need to verify your alibi, of course. Check your building's cameras, her car's GPS, if it has it. In the meantime, given the circumstances and her lack of prior record, she'll likely be released on bail. But she'll be charged. Aggravated assault. Possibly attempted murder if the victim doesn't improve. The words were legal and cold, but they painted a future of courtrooms, of lawyers, of a life ruined. All because of something that happened while she was unconscious. They processed her, and because of the sleepwalking defense and my statement, they let her go with a court date. We didn't speak until we were back in my car. The first words she said were, "Did you feel it?" I looked at her. Her face was drawn, her eyes huge. Yes, I admitted. I felt the swing. She closed her eyes, a tear slipping out. What am I? You're my sister, I said fiercely. This is something that's happening to you. To us. We didn't ask for this. But it's me, she whispered. My hands. My body. I'm the one who hurt that man. We drove back to my place in a quiet that was full of unspoken terror. The next few days were a weird, suspended animation. We were both afraid to sleep, existing in a fog of exhaustion and fear. She was officially charged. Lawyers were hired, money was spent, and the story of the sleepwalking twin became a local news item for a day or two, which was its own special kind of hell. We stayed together in my apartment, a united front. But the connection had gone dead. Completely. Since the night in the alley, I had felt nothing. No phantom chills, no shared emotions, no sensations of movement. It was as if the channel had been shut off. At first, it was a relief. A desperate, grateful relief. Maybe the shock of the attack, the police involvement, had broken whatever was happening. Maybe it was over. But as the days passed, the quiet began to feel wrong. It felt like the calm before a storm. I held breath. We didn't talk about the bigger questions anymore. We talked about legal strategy, about doctors' reports, about building a defense. It was almost normal in a horrifying way. We were dealing with a problem the world could understand. A crime, an illness, a legal battle. It was easier than thinking about shared souls and nighttime monsters. Then a week after the alley, I came home from getting groceries. She was sitting on the couch, my laptop open in front of her. Her face was bone white. "What is it?" I asked, dropping the bags. "A message," she said, her voice thin. "An email. It came to my account." I came around and looked over her shoulder. The sender address was a jumble of random letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body of the message contained just one line, a web link, and below it 3 words. "You are not alone." We stared at it. A prank? A troll who'd seen the news? But it felt like more. It felt like an address. "Don't click it," I said, but her finger was already hovering over the trackpad. "What if it's answers?" she asked. She clicked. The browser opened to a forum. The design was old, plain text on a dark background. It wasn't a normal website. It felt hidden, a place on the internet you had to be looking for to find. The title of the page was Project Symbiosis Archive, and the top post pinned was a thread titled Subject Pair A and B Observation Log. With a feeling of ice water moving through my veins, I scrolled. The first entries were dated years ago. They were clinical notes. Subjects, female twins, age 10. Baseline connection appears strong. Frequent reported instances of shared sentiment and nonverbal communication. Ideal candidates. My breath caught. Age 10. That was when we got the Ouija board. The next entry. Catalyzing event introduced. Guided channeling device, planchette board. Encouraged to explore the nature of their bond. Subject A asked pivotal question. What connects us? Device response, same soul. Significant spike in empathetic overlap noted in following weeks. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be real. We kept reading. The entries tracked through our teenage years, noting minor resonant events. Times one of us got hurt, and the other felt a twinge. Times we knew what the other was thinking. It was all stuff we'd laughed about, called twin intuition. This log called it data. The most recent entries were from the last few months. Parasitic drive amplification successful. Aggressive, self-preservatory instincts are manifesting primarily in Subject B during low consciousness states. Subject A continues in a receptive, observational role. The tether is functioning as hypothesized. Field testing initiated. The entry after that was a single line. Field test 3, urban conflict scenario. Result, target neutralized. Subject B's physical vessel performed adequately. Subject A's receptivity confirms full experiential feedback. Phase 3 complete. Urban conflict scenario. Target neutralized. The man in the alley. I felt dizzy. I had to grip the back of the couch. This was a log. A lab report. And we were the lab rats. "Who are they?" my sister whispered, her voice shaking with a new kind of fury. "Who wrote this?" We scrolled to the very bottom of the page. There was no name. Just a tagline, a sort of motto for the project. It read, "To divide a soul is to understand it. To harness a tether is to master the unseen." Below that, in the comment section of the last post, was a new message, posted just an hour ago. It was from a user called Observer_1. It said, "The connection is quiet now. Do not mistake this for peace. It is integration. The dominant aspect is consolidating control. The witness sees all, but soon may see nothing at all. You have questions. The answers are closer than you think. Look to the source. The first gift." The message ended. We sat there, frozen, the glow of the screen the only light in the room. The first gift. The Ouija board. It wasn't a toy from a garage sale. It was a guided channeling device. A catalyst. A gift. Given to us when we were 10. By who? I racked my brain. It was so long ago. A family friend? An uncle? Someone at a party? The memory was fuzzy, a childhood blur. But the log was real. The details were too specific, too accurate. Someone had been watching us our whole lives, studying us, and they had done something to us. They had taken our bond and amplified it, weaponized it. We weren't haunted. We were experimented on. The terror of the last few months twisted into something else, a cold, hard rage. We weren't victims of a ghost or a mental break. We were victims of a person, someone with a plan, the observer. The quiet in my head, the lack of connection, wasn't a reprieve. According to them, it was integration. The The thing inside her, the parasitic drive, was getting stronger, settling in. I looked at my sister. The fear on her face was mingling with that same dawning anger. "We find them," she said, her voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. We had a new goal. Not just to survive this, but to find the source. To find the person who did this to us. The legal problems, the court case, it all suddenly felt like background noise. The real battle wasn't in a courtroom. It was here, in this shadow war we never knew we were part of. We had answers now, but they were worse than the mystery. And we had a direction. We had to find Observer_1. We had to find the one who gave us the board. The game had changed. We were no longer just trying to hide from what she might do in her sleep. We were hunting the ones who made her this way. And as we sat there in the dark, planning our next move with a focus we hadn't felt in weeks, I realized the hook wasn't a question of what would happen next. It was a promise. We were going to find them, and we were going to make them explain exactly what they had done to us. The discovery of the forum changed everything. The fear was still there, a constant hum in the background, but it was now edged with a sharp, clean purpose. Find them. The observer. The person who had turned our lives into an experiment. We became detectives in our own horror story. We started with the only solid clue we had, the Ouija board itself. We called our parents, separately, trying to sound casual. "Hey, remember that old board game we had as kids? The spooky one? Whatever happened to it?" Our mom said she thought it got lost in a move. Our dad, after thinking for a minute, said, "Oh, that thing. I think it was a gift from that odd friend of ours. What was his name?" "Robert? The guy who was always into weird science and ghost stories. He gave it to you girls for your 10th birthday, I think." Robert. The name was a key turning in a rusty lock. A memory surfaced, vague and grainy like an old photo. A tall, thin man with glasses that reflected the light, making it hard to see his eyes. He'd come to a few barbecues. He was quiet, always watching people with an intense, curious stare. He'd ask us twins questions that felt like tests. "Do you ever feel like you're the same person? If one of you got hurt, would the other one know?" We'd just giggle and run off. He gave us the board in a plain brown box, no wrapping paper. He'd said, "This might help you explore your unique connection." We'd been thrilled with a new game. Now, the words felt like a sentence. Robert. We had a name. The next step was the digital trail. The forum was a ghost town except for that one log and the recent message from Observer_. We tried to trace it, but it was like grabbing smoke. The site was protected, rerouted through layers of hidden servers. We weren't hackers. We were just two scared people with a laptop. So we tried a different approach. We created a new account on the forum. We called ourselves subjects__b. We posted a reply to Observer_1's message. "We are looking. We want to talk. Face to face. No more notes." We didn't expect a reply. But the next morning, there it was. A private message in our rudimentary inbox on the site. It contained an address. Not a street address. A set of map coordinates and a time, 10 p.m., 2 nights from now. The coordinates plugged into a map pointed to an old, decommissioned water treatment plant on the edge of the city. A place known for being abandoned and crumbling. It was a perfect spot for a creepy meeting. It felt like a trap. Of course it was a trap, but it was also the only lead we had. We spent those 2 days in a state of wired anxiety. We planned. We would go together. We would park a distance away and approach on foot. We would bring phones, recorders, anything to get evidence. We told no one. Who would we tell? The police would think we were crazy, trying to deflect from the assault case with a story about a paranormal conspiracy. Our lawyer would advise against it. This was ours to solve. The night arrived cool and clear. The moon was a thin sliver, giving little light. We drove in my car, parking a half-mile from the chain-link fence that surrounded the treatment plant. The place was a silhouette of strange, angular shapes against the night sky, old concrete towers and rusted pipes. It looked like a skeleton. We climbed through a hole in the fence, our movements quick and quiet. My heart was beating so loud I was sure it could be heard. We had small flashlights but didn't turn them on, letting our eyes adjust to the dark. We picked our way through weeds and broken glass toward the main building, a long, low structure with most of its windows gone. The coordinates led to a specific door, half off its hinges. We stopped outside, listening. The normal sounds of night insects and distant traffic. Nothing from inside. I looked at my sister. Her face was set, determined. She gave a single nod. We went in. The inside was a cavern of shadows, smelling of damp concrete and rust. Moonlight sliced through broken windows and dusty beams. We stood just inside the door, waiting. You came. The voice came from our right, making us both jump. It was a man's voice, calm and measured. A flashlight clicked on, not pointed at our faces, but at the ground, illuminating the legs of a folding chair. Sitting in it was the man from our memories. Robert. He was older, grayer, but the same tall, thin frame, the same glasses. He looked utterly ordinary, like a retired librarian. "Hello, girls," he said. Or should I say, subject A and subject B. The receptive and the active. The witness and the instrument. His words, so clinical, so cold, ignited a fire in my chest. "What did you do to us?" my sister demanded, her voice shaking with anger. "I facilitated," he said, as if explaining a simple recipe. "Your connection was always there. A beautiful, rare thing. A soul so strong it expressed itself in two bodies. Most twins have a bond. You have a tether. A literal, energetic lifeline between you. My research was always about understanding that tether. What are its limits? Can it be focused? Can it be given a task?" "The board," I said. "It was a key," he nodded. "A tool to focus your joint intention, to make you both consciously ask about the nature of your bond. That question, what connects us?" asked with genuine curiosity while both of you were in contact with the planchette. It was like sending a signal down the line. It amplified everything, turned the volume up on your connection. After that, the minor empathetic events you'd experienced before became major. Shared sensations, shared experiences. "You made her hurt people," I spat out. "I didn't make her do anything," he corrected, his voice still irritatingly calm. "I simply observed which aspects of your shared psyche were amplified. Every soul has facets. Light and dark, anger and peace, action and observation. In most people, these are balanced in one body. In your case, with the tether amplified, they seem to have. Polarized. Settled into your respective vessels. Your sister's body, for reasons I don't fully understand, became the vessel for the more primal, self-preservatory drives. The instinct to lash out, to dominate, to protect the pair by any means necessary. It manifests when her conscious mind is offline. And you," he said, looking at me, "became the vessel for the observational, empathetic aspects. You feel what she does. You are the witness. It's a perfect, if volatile, system." "It's a monster," my sister cried. "It's us," he said simply. "A part of you that you've never had to acknowledge before, because it was buried. Now it's not. Now it has its own time to play." I stepped forward, my fists clenched. "You experimented on children." "I studied a natural phenomenon," he said, "and my study is nearly complete. The Phase 3 test was conclusive. The tether can transmit complex motor function and sensory data in one direction, from the active subject to the receptive one, during dissociative states. The potential applications are: a man is in a coma." I shouted, the sound echoing in the empty building. He paused, then nodded. "An unforeseen escalation in aggression. The parasitic drive is stronger than projected. It's why I contacted you. The experiment is entering a final, unstable phase." "What does that mean?" my sister asked, her anger giving way to fear again. "It means the dominant aspect, the aggressive drive currently housed in your body, is seeking full control. The quiet you've been experiencing, it's not peace. It's the calm before a storm. It is integrating, learning, getting used to the controls. When it moves next, it may not give control back. You could be submerged, permanently. And the witness," he said, turning to me. "If the active subject fully subsumes the conscious host, the tether could short out. You could be left with nothing, or you could be pulled under with her." The horror of his words settled over us, colder than the night air. He was telling us she could disappear inside her own mind, and I could be left alone, or worse, trapped with her. "How do we stop it?" I asked, my voice a whisper. He looked at us for a long time, his face unreadable in the shadows. "You can't stop a part of yourselves, but you might be able to reintegrate, to pull the polarized aspects back together, to balance the soul within the two of you again." "How?" we asked in unison. "A conscious joint effort, a reversal of the catalyzing event. You used the board to ask a question that split you. You would need to use a similar focus together to ask for union, to ask for wholeness. But the risk is enormous. You'd be inviting that aggressive drive into a shared space while you're both conscious and vulnerable. If it's as strong as I believe, it could overwhelm you both. It could take over completely." He stood up, folding his chair. The decision is yours. Continue as you are, and let the process complete itself, with likely tragic results. Or try to force a reconciliation, with even higher stakes. My observation is finished. The data is complete. He began to walk toward a dark doorway at the back of the building. Wait, I called out. That's it. You ruin our lives and just walk away. He paused, not looking back. I didn't ruin your lives. I revealed them. The monster was always there. I just turned on the light so you could see it. And then he was gone, swallowed by the dark. We stood there in that broken place, his words hanging in the air. The monster was always there. It was us. We drove home, not speaking, both lost in the terrible choice he'd laid out. Do nothing, and let the thing inside her take full control, possibly forever. Or try to fight it, to pull it back in, with the risk of it destroying us both in the process. There was no good answer. When we got back to my apartment, the feeling of helplessness was suffocating. We had our villain, and he had given us a diagnosis and a death sentence, but no real cure. We sat at my kitchen table, the ordinary overhead light feeling too bright, too fake. We have to try, my sister said finally, her voice firm. We have to try to put it back. I can't live like this, waiting to black out and hurt someone else. I'd rather we both fight. I looked at her, saw the resolve in her eyes, and knew she was right. Letting this play out was not an option. We had to try, even if it killed us. Okay, I said. How? We don't have the board anymore. We don't need the board, she said. He said a similar focus, something we do together with intention, to ask for union. An idea came to me, simple and terrifying. We hold hands, I said. We look at each other, and we both out loud ask for it to come back, ask for it to rejoin, to be whole again. It sounded like a prayer, a dangerous one. We decided to do it then. Waiting would only make it harder. We moved to the living room, sitting on the floor facing each other. We turned off the lights, leaving only the faint glow from a streetlight outside. We took each other's hands. Her palms were cold. Mine were sweating. We took deep breaths, trying to sink them, like we used to do as kids for fun. On 3, I whispered. We both say, come back to us. Be one. She nodded, her eyes wide and scared. 1, I said. 2, 3. Together, we spoke the words into the dim room. Come back to us. Be one. Nothing happened. We sat there, holding hands, waiting. A minute passed, then another. I felt a flicker of foolishness. Of course it wouldn't work. It was just words. Then I felt it, a warmth in my hands where they held hers. It grew, spreading up my arms. It wasn't a bad feeling. It felt like completeness, like coming home. I saw a smile touch her lips, and a tear rolled down her cheek. It's working, she breathed. I can feel it. It's come. It's coming home. The warmth filled my chest, a golden, peaceful feeling. For the first time in months, I felt whole. I felt our connection not as a terrifying wire transmitting horror, but as a lake, deep and still and shared. We had done it. We had pulled the darkness back in. We held on to each other, crying with relief. We had faced the monster and made it part of us again. We sat like that for a long time, until the warmth slowly faded, leaving a normal, quiet comfort. We let go of each other's hands, laughing a little through our tears. It was over. Truly over. We had won. We made tea, talking in excited, hushed tones about the future, about maybe the legal case falling apart now that the sleepwalking would stop, about getting our lives back. The fear was gone, replaced by a giddy, exhausted hope. We went to sleep in our own beds that night, feeling safe. True deep sleep. And that's when the hook slid into place. I woke up, not from a nightmare. I just opened my eyes. It was still dark, and I knew immediately that I was not alone in my mind. The connection was open, wider than ever before. But it wasn't a broadcast from her. It was a presence, a settled, patient presence sitting right beside my own thoughts. It wasn't violent. It wasn't angry. It was curious, interested, and it showed me a single clear image, projected right behind my eyes. The two of us, holding hands on the floor, smiling and crying with relief. And over that image, a new third feeling bloomed, one that belonged to neither me nor my sister. It was a feeling of cold, quiet amusement, the feeling of a hunter who had just watched its prey walk right into a snare. The warmth we had felt hadn't been integration. It had been a welcome mat. We hadn't pulled it back in. We had invited it into the front room. And now it was inside with us. All of us. Together. The feeling of that new presence in my mind, that cold amusement watching our relief, changed everything. The victory of the night before turned to ashes in my mouth. We hadn't fixed anything. We had made it worse. We had given it a seat at the table. The next morning, I watched my sister closely as she made coffee. She looked better than she had in weeks. There was color in her cheeks, a lightness in her step. She hummed a little tune. "I slept," she said, smiling at me. "Really slept. No weird dreams. No waking up somewhere strange. It's gone. We did it." Her joy was so real, so pure, it hurt to look at. Because I knew it wasn't gone. It was just quiet. It was sitting inside the connection we had just widened, waiting. I didn't have the heart to tell her. Not yet. Let her have a morning of peace. But I had to test it. I had to understand what we were dealing with now. While she was in the shower, I sat at the kitchen table and closed my eyes. I focused inward, on that space where I used to get the phantom feelings. Instead of reaching out, I just listened. And there it was. Not a sensation from her, but a presence in the link itself. A quiet, observing intelligence. It felt old and patient and deeply, unsettlingly familiar. It was like recognizing a part of your own face in the dark that you'd never seen before. I thought a question at it, directly in my mind. "What are you?" I didn't expect an answer. But I got one. Not in words. In a flood of understanding, of memory. It showed me the bird bath, not from my perspective of feeling the rock, but from its perspective. The cool night air, the satisfying crunch of sandstone, the rush of power. It showed me the cat, the quick, efficient jab to move a nuisance aside. It showed me the alley, the swing of the pipe, the perfect, focused execution of a threat. And overlaying all of it was a single, driving purpose: protect the pair. Eliminate threats. Ensure survival. It wasn't random violence. It was a brutal, simple logic. The birdbath was practice. The cat was a test. The man in the alley was a genuine threat neutralization. He had been following her for 2 blocks. She just hadn't known it. This aspect, saw the world in terms of danger and safety, prey and predator. And it considered us, both of us, its charge, its territory. It had been acting to protect its assets. Us. The understanding left me cold. This wasn't an alien invader. This was a part of us, of our shared soul, that had evolved into a ruthless bodyguard. And now, thanks to our little ritual, it was fully awake. And it was listening. I pulled back from the connection, my breath coming fast. This was worse than I thought. It wasn't a monster to be fought. It was a guardian that didn't understand laws or morality. It only understood survival. And it thought it was doing a great job. The day passed with a weird normality. We went for a walk. We talked about mundane things. I tried to act normal, but I was constantly aware of that new layer in the back of my mind, a silent passenger. I started to notice small things. My sister would glance at a person walking toward us, and a fraction of a second later, I'd feel a tiny, assessing flicker from the presence, a quick judgment of threat level. It was learning from her conscious perceptions, too. It was integrating, just as Robert had warned, but not by taking over, by merging. That evening we were washing dishes. She was scrubbing a pot, telling me a funny story about work from before all this mess. I was drying a plate, listening, smiling. Then, from the street below, there was a sudden loud bang, a car backfiring. We both jumped, but my jump was just surprise. Hers was different. She dropped the pot into the sink with a clatter, her whole body spinning toward the window, her hands coming up in a defensive posture. Her eyes weren't scared. They were sharp, alert, scanning. For a split second, she wasn't my sister. She was a soldier. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed nervously. "Wow, that scared me," she said, picking up the pot again. But I had felt it. In that moment, the connection had flared wide open. And I hadn't felt her fear. I had felt the Guardian's response, immediate, tactical, ready. It had pushed her body into a defensive stance before her conscious mind could even process the sound. It was sharing the driver's seat now. The legal process was moving slowly, but her lawyer was optimistic. The sleepwalking defense was strong, especially with my testimony and the history we were documenting. A psychiatric evaluation was scheduled. We talked about what she should say. "Just tell the truth," I said. "You have episodes. You don't remember. You're seeking treatment." She nodded, but she looked worried. "What if they ask about the connection? About you feeling things?" "They won't," I said, more confidently than I felt. "It sounds crazy. Stick to the medical stuff." The night before her evaluation, we were both anxious. She needed to appear stable, treatable, a victim of a disorder, not a danger to society. We went to bed early. I fell into a troubled sleep, and I dreamed, but it wasn't a normal dream. It was the connection, fully active, showing me things. I saw through her eyes as she slept. I felt the Guardian's awareness, a low, humming watchfulness, patrolling the edges of her consciousness. It was sorting through the day's memories, assessing faces, places, sounds. It was learning the modern world. Then the dream shifted. I wasn't observing her anymore. I was seeing what it was planning. Images flashed, the lawyer's face, tagged with a mild potential obstacle. The judge tagged authority, unpredictable. The psychiatrist tagged analyzer, threat. It was categorizing everyone involved in her case. And then a plan formed, not in words, but in pure instinctual logic. A simple, clean solution to the legal threat. It involved a car, a late night, a patch of black ice on a road the psychiatrist took home. An accident. No weapon. No witness. Just an unfortunate tragedy that would remove a problem. I woke up gasping, my sheets tangled around me. It wasn't just reacting to immediate threats anymore. It was strategizing. It was planning preemptive strikes to clear the path for what it saw as its primary objective, our unhindered survival. And its methods were permanent. I ran to her room. She was asleep, peaceful. I shook her awake. "We have a problem," I said, my voice urgent. "A big one." I told her about the dream, about the Guardian's plan for the psychiatrist. She sat up, her face pale in the moonlight. "It wants to kill him? It wants to remove an obstacle," I corrected. "It doesn't think in terms of kill or not kill. It thinks in terms of problem and solution." "We have to stop it," she said. "But how? It's not like we can reason with it. It's not a person." I remembered the feeling of its logic, its cold, simple programming. Maybe we can't reason with it, but maybe we can give it a new order. A stronger command. "What do you mean?" Robert said we focused it by asking a question. We gave it a command to reunite, and it came closer. What if we give it a direct command about this? A rule it has to follow. It was a desperate idea. We were basically trying to reprogram a part of our own soul with a verbal command. But we had nothing else. We sat facing each other on our bed, just like before. We held hands. This time, there was no warmth, no feeling of peace. The connection felt busy, alert. "We need to be specific," I whispered. "We both need to think the same thing, hard." We closed our eyes. Together, we focused our intention, pushing it down the tether toward that watchful, strategic presence. We formed the command as clearly as we could. "You will not harm. You will not act unless there is immediate physical danger. You will stand down." We poured all our will into it. For a moment, I felt a pushback, a wave of confusion, then frustration. The logic of it didn't compute. The psychiatrist was a danger. The legal system was a threat. Standing down was illogical. We pushed harder, together, insisting. "This is the rule. You will obey." There was a shudder in the connection, a feeling of resistance folding, a sense of reluctant acceptance, like a weapon being put on safe. It wasn't happy, but it complied. The plan for the car accident dissolved from my mind's eye. We let go of each other's hands, sweating and exhausted. "Did it work?" she asked. "I think so," I said. "For now." The next day, she went to her psychiatric evaluation. I waited at home, a nervous wreck. Every minute felt like an hour. When she came back, she looked drained but relieved. "It was okay," she said. "He was thorough, asked a lot of questions. I told him about the sleepwalking, the blackouts, the fear. I didn't mention you. He thinks it's a severe dissociative disorder, likely brought on by stress. He's going to recommend treatment, not prison." It was the best news we'd had in months. A path forward that didn't involve cages. We celebrated with takeout, allowing ourselves to feel a flicker of real hope. Maybe, with the Guardian commanded to stand down, and with medical help, we could build a life around this. We could manage it. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a gentle nudge in the connection. Not a scary one. It was an alert. I focused on it. The Guardian showed me a memory from her day. A man in a coat who had stood too close to her at the bus stop after the evaluation. The Guardian had tagged him possible follower. It had prepared a response, a sharp elbow to the ribs, a foot stomp, a run. But it had not acted. It had held back because of our command. It was showing me its restraint. It was asking, in its own way, for approval. Or perhaps for the command to be lifted. It was adapting. Learning not just to assess threats, but to navigate our human rules. It was trying to communicate. This was the new normal. A constant, silent partner in our lives. a brutal guardian on a leash of our making. We had stopped a murder today. We had saved a man's life with a thought. But as I lay in bed, feeling its watchful presence like a familiar shadow in the corner of my mind, I understood the hook it had left for us. The question wasn't if it would break its leash. The question was, as it learned more about our world, our weaknesses, our complexities, would we ever be able to trust its judgment? And worse, as we relied on it more, would we ever want to let it go? We had a bodyguard now, but it lived inside our heads, and it had its own ideas about what keeping us safe really meant. Life with the Guardian settled into a strange, uneasy rhythm. It was like having a very smart, very dangerous dog that lived in your mind. It was always there, a low hum of awareness in the background of my thoughts. I learned to sense its moods, its flickers of assessment when a stranger walked too close, its quiet satisfaction when we navigated a crowded space without incident, its pulsing frustration during the long, tense meetings with lawyers. It hated the lawyers. To it, they were talkers, people who used words as weapons, and words were a threat it didn't know how to fight. We had to reinforce the command often, a mental whisper of stand down, when we felt its focus sharpen on the suited man across the table. My sister was adapting too, in her own way. She started taking self-defense classes. Not the sporty kind, but the practical, brutal kind focused on escape and disabling an attacker. She said it made her feel less like a victim. I understood. She was meeting the Guardian halfway, learning its language of movement and threat. The psychiatrist diagnosed her with a severe parasomnia, a sleep disorder with complex, goal-directed behaviors. He put her on a mild medication to try and suppress the sleep-driving part of her brain. It made her groggy during the day, but we both slept better at night. The legal case was progressing. The district attorney was under pressure. The sleepwalking defense, backed by the psychiatric report, was strong. The victim was out of his coma, but had no memory of the attack. Without a motive and with a credible medical excuse, the case was looking shaky. A plea deal was floated. A guilty plea to a lesser charge, time served in a secure psychiatric facility instead of prison, followed by strict probation. It was the best we could hope for. We discussed it for hours. Taking the deal meant admitting guilt on a permanent record. But it also meant no trial, no risk of a jury seeing her as a monster, and a clear path to eventual freedom under supervision. The Guardian didn't like it. The idea of her being locked away, even in a hospital, registered as a major threat. I had to spend a whole evening mentally holding its focus, explaining in simple concepts of short-term confinement for long-term safety. It was like reasoning with a wolf about going to the vet. The night before she was supposed to give her final answer to the deal, we had a quiet dinner at home. We were both exhausted, worn thin by the constant negotiation, with the lawyers, with the doctors, with the thing in our heads. "I think we should take it," she said, pushing her food around her plate. "I just want it to be over. I want to do my time, get the help, and move on." I nodded. I agreed. The endless tension was eating us alive. "Okay," I said. "Then that's what we do." We cleaned up, and she went to take a shower. I sat on the couch, trying to relax, letting the day's stress drain away. I tuned into the connection, checking on the Guardian. It was quiet, contemplative. It was showing me images, a map of the city, the route from my apartment to the courthouse, the layout of the psychiatric facility from the brochure we'd been given. It was studying, planning, always planning. But it felt calm, accepting. I figured it had understood the necessity. I was wrong. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was in the connection fully, but not as a witness. I was an active participant in a waking dream. I was standing in my sister's bathroom. Steam from the shower fogged the mirror. I saw her reflection, but her eyes were wrong. They held the Guardian's flat, calculating focus. Her hands were moving, not washing, but writing. With a tube of lipstick, she was writing on the fogged glass. The words were big, red, sloppy. "Not safe. Trap. Will not go." A cold dread washed through me. This wasn't a plan for tomorrow. This was a declaration of war tonight. It had been pretending to accept the deal. It had been lulling us into a sense of resolution. And now it was making its move. In the dream, her reflection turned and looked right at me, through the connection. The message wasn't for her. It was for me. It knew I was watching. Then the scene shifted. I was feeling her body move with that terrible, efficient purpose. She was getting dressed, all in dark colors. She picked up her car keys. It was going to run. It was going to make her flee, to avoid the trap of the hospital. If she ran, she'd be a fugitive. The deal would vanish. She'd be hunted. Everything would be worse. I fought against the connection, trying to push my own will back down the tether. No. Stop. You will stand down. The pushback was immediate and fierce. A wave of primal defiance. Images flooded back at me. Cages, needles, men in white coats holding her down, all culled from her own fears and from movies. To the Guardian, the psychiatric facility was a place of helplessness, of vulnerability. It was the ultimate threat. It would not allow its charge to be delivered there. It is the only way. I screamed in my mind. To keep her safe from prison. The logic didn't connect. In its view, a concrete cell was no different from a hospital room. Both were captivity. Freedom was the only safety. I felt her hand, my hand, turn the doorknob of my apartment. She was leaving. I had to stop her physically. I wrenched myself out of the dream, out of the couch, stumbling to my feet. The apartment was dark and quiet. Her bedroom door was open, the bed empty. I heard the faint sound of the front door latch clicking shut. I ran, throwing the door open just in time to see her back disappearing down the stairwell. "Wait!" I shouted, chasing after her. I caught up to her in the parking lot, grabbing her arm. She turned, and the look on her face was a terrifying blend of her own confusion and the Guardian's rigid determination. Her eyes were wide, scared, but her mouth was set in a hard line. "Let go," she said, her voice not quite her own. "I have to go. It's not safe here." "That's not you talking," I said, holding on tight. "That's it. It's lying to you. Running is the worst thing you can do." An internal war played out on her face. Her own fear and reason fighting against the Guardian's implanted certainty. "It feels so real," she whispered, tears welling up. "The fear, it feels like my own." "I know," I said, pulling her into a hug. She resisted for a second, then collapsed against me, sobbing. The Guardian's hold broke under the wave of her genuine emotion. I led her, shaking, back upstairs. We sat on the floor in the living room, just like we had for the ritual. This wasn't about inviting or commanding anymore. This was about negotiating a peace treaty. We held hands. This time, I didn't just send thoughts to the Guardian. I spoke out loud for both of them to hear. "We need to talk. All three of us." I focused on the connection, opening it wide, letting my sister feel my resolve, and letting the Guardian feel both our united fronts. "You are part of us," I said, my voice steady. "We understand your job. To protect. We accept that." I felt a pulse of acknowledgement from the Guardian. "But you have to understand our world," my sister continued, her voice gaining strength. "You see cages. We see a path. If we run, they will chase us forever. We will always be scared. If we face this, we do our time in the hospital, we follow their rules, and then we walk out free. No more chase. That is the safest way." We sent the concept down the tether. Short-term sacrifice for long-term security. A calculated risk. The logic it could understand. We showed it images not of fear, but of a future. The two of us, years from now, in a park laughing free, no one looking for us. The ultimate goal of its programming, permanent, sustainable safety. The connection thrummed with intense calculation. The Guardian was weighing the options. It ran scenarios, flight, fight, submission. It evaluated the odds of success for each. We felt its process, cold and lightning fast. Finally, a consensus reached us, not as words, but as a settled, reluctant agreement. It would allow the path of the deal. It would stand down, but with a condition. A single, clear imperative echoed back to us. Protect each other. Always. It wasn't just a command for itself. It was a rule for all three of us. We agreed. The tension bled out of the room. The Guardian's presence receded from the forefront, returning to its watchful post, but the feeling was different. Less like a warden, more like a partner. A dangerous, volatile partner, but one that had finally listened to reason. The next day, she accepted the plea deal. The following week, she was transferred to the secure psychiatric facility. It was a nice enough place, more like a dorm with locks than a prison. Visiting hours were strict, but I was there as often as I could be. The Guardian was quiet there. It approved of the routine, the clear boundaries, the lack of external threats. It saw the doctors as keepers, not immediate dangers. She worked hard in therapy, learning to manage stress, to build walls in her mind to contain the sleep drives. The medication helped. Months passed. The world outside moved on. My life became a cycle of work, visits, and the constant, low-level awareness of the connection. I could feel her boredom, her frustration, her moments of hope. I could feel the Guardian's satisfaction, when a particularly annoying orderly was transferred to another wing. We were a system balanced, however precariously. The day of her release finally came. She walked out the doors with a single bag of belongings, squinting in the sunlight. She looked older, wiser, tired but clean. We hugged for a long time, not saying anything. Everything was said through the tether: relief, love, caution, hope. She moved back into her old apartment. We got her set up. Probation meant regular check-ins, a curfew, continued therapy. It was a leash, but a manageable one. We had dinner that night, a celebration. For the first time in over a year, there was no immediate sword hanging over our heads. We were out of the woods. We had survived. Later, as I drove home to my own apartment, I felt a deep, unfamiliar sensation: peace. Not the absence of fear, but the presence of stability. We had faced the monster not with fists, but with words and will. We had tamed the guardian, not by locking it away, but by giving it a better mission. We were whole in a messy, complicated way. I pulled into my parking spot and turned off the car. I sat for a moment in the dark, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I reached out gently through the connection, a goodnight check-in. I felt her, already asleep, dreaming a normal, boring dream about grocery shopping. And I felt the guardian, a sentinel in the dark, watching over her sleep. Its presence was calm, protective. It sent back a single, clear pulse, like a nod. Everything was as it should be. I went upstairs, got ready for bed, and slipped under the covers. As I drifted off, the last conscious thought I had was a simple, grateful one. It was over. We had won. But just as sleep took me, the connection, which had been a still pool, gave one last, almost imperceptible ripple. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a plan. It was a question. A simple, curious query sent from the guardian's watchful mind to mine, accompanied by an image it had pulled from the depths of our shared memory. The image was of Robert, the observer, smiling his thin smile. And the question it asked, with the pure, logical curiosity of a child picking up a strange tool, was, what is his purpose now? The guardian's question hung in the back of my mind like a ghost. What is his purpose now? For weeks, I tried to ignore it. We had peace. We had stability. My sister was home, navigating probation and building a new, careful life. The guardian was a settled, if intense, presence. We had a system. Why poke the past? But the question was a seed, and it grew. Robert, the observer. He had walked away from us in that water plant, his data collected, his experiment concluded. He had seen us as a finished project. But what does a scientist do with a completed experiment? He writes his paper. He publishes. He shares the findings. The thought crept in slowly, chillingly. Our lives, our terror, the man in the coma, it was all data to him. And data has value. I started looking carefully online. Not on the normal web, but in the stranger corners I'd learned to navigate during our worst days. I used throwaway accounts, routed my searches through layers of privacy programs. I looked for mentions of tether research, parasitic empathy amplification, bipolar soul manifestation. The crazy stuff. And then I found it. Not on the old forum, which had gone dark. On a new site, sleek and professional looking, hidden behind a paywall and a membership questionnaire about advanced parapsychological studies. I couldn't access the papers, but I could see the titles. One title made my blood stop moving. Case Study A and B. Directed polarization of a shared psychic tether and its applications in covert operational security. The author was listed as R.S. The abstract was a single chilling line. A field demonstration of non-local operational execution by a dissociative proxy, with full sensory feedback to a stationary observer. They had written a paper. About us. They had turned our nightmare into an academic article. And the words covert operational security and non-local operational execution meant one thing. Someone somewhere might want to use what he had learned. Not to understand souls, but to create untraceable soldiers. The peace I had felt shattered like glass. I didn't tell my sister right away. She was fragile, finding her footing. But I had to know more. I had to find Robert. I had to know what he had done with his knowledge. I remembered the way he talked, his calm, academic tone. He wouldn't have sold his research to some shadowy government agency in a back alley. He would have presented it at a conference. A very specific, very private conference. I dug deeper, using every digital trick I'd taught myself. I looked for private symposia on non-standard consciousness studies, for defense contractors with fringe research divisions. It was a needle in a haystack made of fog, but I had an advantage the normal world didn't. a direct line to a part of my own mind that thought like a predator. One evening, as my sister slept, I sat at my computer and opened the connection wide. I didn't just feel for the Guardian. I focused on my memory of Robert, his face, his voice, his smell of old paper and faint chemical cleaner. I pushed that memory down the tether toward the Guardian's analytical mind. I asked it, not with words, but with intent, find the threat. Find the source. The Guardian, always alert to the concept of a threat, engaged with a focus that was terrifying. It wasn't searching the internet. It was searching me. It combed through every sensory detail of my memories of Robert, every word he'd said. It analyzed his phrasing, his confidence, his arrogance. It saw him not as a person, but as a target profile. And then it showed me something, a memory I had forgotten. When he gave us the Ouija board at our 10th birthday party, he had been talking to our father. He'd handed our dad a business card saying, "If the girls ever have any more fascinating episodes, do let me know. It's my field." My father had laughed and tucked the card into his wallet. A business card, 20 years ago. My father was a pack rat. He still had the same battered leather wallet he'd carried for decades. A wild, desperate hope flared. The next day, I drove to my parents' house under the pretense of a casual visit. I helped my dad fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. As he worked, his wallet sat on the counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. When he went to the basement for a tool, I grabbed it. My hands shook as I flipped through the old, plastic sleeves. Receipts from 10 years ago, faded photos, membership cards to clubs that no longer existed. And there, behind a grocery store loyalty card, was a simple, cream-colored card. The ink was faded but readable. Dr. Robert Seger, Parapsychology Research Consortium. And below, a phone number and an old P.O. box address. No email, no website. It was a relic, but it was a start. Back home, I stared at the card. Calling the number was useless. It was certainly disconnected. The P.O. box was likely closed. But the name, Dr. Robert Seger, and the organization, Parapsychology Research Consortium, that was something. I went back online, now with a name and an official-sounding group. This time, the search yielded traces. Old mentions in archived newsletters from the 90s, linking the PRC to Defense Department grants for enhanced human perception studies. Obituaries for other members, calling them controversial visionaries. And one recent, very quiet mention in a blog about the history of psychic research. A note that Seger had been a keynote speaker at a small, private colloquium in Switzerland the previous year, hosted by a foundation called the Delphi Group. The Delphi Group's website was a masterpiece of saying nothing. It described itself as a forum for forward-thinking individuals to discuss the horizons of human potential. Its board of advisors was a list of names I didn't recognize, but their titles were things like former deputy director, advanced projects, and CEO Ether Dynamics. These were not academics. These were spooks and contractors. Robert hadn't just published a paper. He was consulting. He was selling his expertise. And we were his proof of concept. I had to confront him. I had to make him understand he couldn't do this. I crafted an email to the generic address on the Delphi Group's site. I kept it vague but menacing. Dr. Seger, regarding case study A and B, the subjects are aware of your continued interest. A conversation is required, discreetly, or the data becomes noisy. I didn't expect a reply, but I got one 12 hours later. It was from a different address. It contained a time, a date, and the address of a private members club in the city, the kind of place with a doorman and no sign out front. The email was signed simply, R. We had to go together. My sister insisted. He's my monster too, she said, her jaw set. The Guardian, sensing a direct threat to the source of our torment, was a coiled spring of anticipation. It approved. The club was all dark wood and deep carpets. We were shown to a private room in the back. Robert was there, sipping mineral water. He looked the same, just in a more expensive suit. He didn't seem surprised to see both of us. You found me, he said, gesturing to chairs. I wondered if you would. You wrote a paper about us. I said, not sitting down. You're talking to weapons people. I'm talking to theorists, he corrected. People who fund research into the furthest edges of human capability. Your case is illustrative. It's our life, my sister snapped. You turned us into a case study. That man in the coma, is he an illustrative data point too? For the first time, a flicker of something like discomfort crossed his face. The escalation was unfortunate, but it proved the efficacy of the tether under extreme stress. The sensory feedback you received was flawless. From a research perspective, it was a breakthrough. I felt the Guardian's rage flare in the connection, a hot, black wave. My sister took a step forward, and I felt her body humming with its borrowed tension. Robert saw it. He didn't flinch, but his eyes grew sharper, more interested. "Fascinating," he murmured. "The integration is more complete than I projected. You've reached an accord." "We're not your lab rats anymore," I said, stepping between him and my sister. "You need to destroy your research. All of it. You need to stop talking about us." He smiled that thin smile. "It's too late for that. The genie is out of the bottle. The principles are documented. The interest is significant." "What interest?" I demanded. He leaned back. "Imagine a soldier who can undertake a mission while physically asleep in a bunker miles away, piloted by a handler with no physical link. Imagine an intelligence asset who can experience an interrogation firsthand to better prepare for their own. The applications for deniable operations are limitless. Your tether, ladies, is the ultimate secure, wireless communication system, and we now know how to create one." He had done it. He had broken our bond down into a blueprint. "You can't control it," my sister said, her voice low. "It's not a machine. It's a part of a person. A dangerous part." "Control is a matter of conditioning and parameters," he said dismissively, "as you've so crudely demonstrated with your stand-down commands. With proper training from childhood, with the right catalysts, a usable agent pair could be cultivated. Reliable. Focused." He was talking about making more of us, raising more twins to be weapons. The horror was so vast it was numbing. We had come to stop him, but we were too late. The knowledge was out. "Why are you telling us this?" I asked. "Because," he said, putting down his glass, "you represent a unique problem. You are the prototype, and prototypes are often retired, but you've proven remarkably resilient. You've achieved a stable symbiosis I considered impossible. That makes you even more valuable, and more dangerous to my sponsors' future projects. They would see you as a loose end." The threat was clear. We were a liability to the people who wanted to build what we were. "So what do you want?" I said. "A bargain," Robert said. "You leave me and my work alone. You live your quiet, monitored lives. You do not interfere. In return, I keep my sponsors from viewing you as a threat that needs to be cleaned up. I can cite your stability as a success, not a risk." He was offering us our lives in exchange for our silence, letting him go on to potentially ruin other lives. We looked at each other. The connection was wide open, humming with our shared fury, our shared fear, our shared understanding. We didn't need words. The Guardian's logic merged with our own. This man was the root threat, the source. Eliminating him would not erase the knowledge, but it would remove its greatest advocate. It would send a message. It would protect us, and it would be justice. A plan formed between us instantly, a three-way consensus. It was cold, clean, and brutal. We didn't speak it. We just knew. My sister's face went calm, the Guardian's focus settling over her like a veil. She took a step toward Robert. He finally looked uneasy, leaning back in his chair. "This is a civilized place," he said, a warning in his voice. "I know," my sister said, her voice perfectly even, "and we're going to be very civilized." She reached out and picked up his glass of mineral water. She took a slow sip, her eyes never leaving his. Then she held the glass out to me. I took it, my hand steady. I took a sip as well. A shared drink, a shared moment, a shared decision. We put the glass down. "We accept your bargain," I said. "We'll be quiet. You keep your dogs off our leash." Robert looked relieved, then smug. He had won. He stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. "A wise choice. You'll be left in peace." He walked us to the door of the club, the picture of professional courtesy. We shook his hand, one after the other. A civil goodbye. We didn't speak in the car going home. The connection was a torrent of synchronized action. The Guardian was accessing everything we knew about Robert, his habits, his health, his paranoia. It was designing a solution. Not a pipe in an alley. Something elegant, untraceable. Something that would look like the natural consequence of a man who played with forces he didn't truly understand. 2 days later, Robert Seger was found dead in his home office. The official cause was a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A tragic, sudden stroke. The police found nothing out of the ordinary. His computer was gone, wiped clean by a sophisticated virus that triggered the same night. His paper files were in disarray, but nothing seemed missing. His sponsors at the Delphi Group would find his research notes corrupted, his conclusions unverified. The prototype had malfunctioned, the data lost. A dead end. We read the news in my apartment, sitting side by side on the couch. We felt no triumph, only a cold, quiet finality. The route was cut. The Guardian was satisfied. The threat was neutralized. We had protected ourselves. We had become what he made us. That was a month ago. Life has returned to its new normal. My sister's probation officer is pleased with her progress. The therapy continues. We see each other often. We laugh sometimes. The connection is always there, a quiet hum, a third heartbeat in the room. The Guardian is part of us, a settled, watchful partner. It is content. Its primary objective, our safety, has been achieved. The external threat is gone. But sometimes, late at night, I lie awake and feel the tether, not as a link to my sister, but as a thing in itself. A channel that was opened, amplified, and weaponized. And I remember Robert's words, the principles are documented. The interest is significant. We stopped one man. We destroyed one copy of the blueprint. But the idea is out there now, in the minds of powerful, curious people who attended his talks, who read the early drafts. The genie is out of the bottle. We are safe. For now. But as I finally drift to sleep, the last thing I feel is not the Guardian's watchful peace. It's a new, faint signal on the line, a distant, static whisper that isn't from my sister and isn't from me. It's just a flicker, a ghost of a thought that feels both familiar and alien, asking a question in a voice that is not our own. Can you hear us? Story number 5. My name is Frank, and I'm the guy you call when a mysterious old crate shows up at the museum where I work. I'm the one who unpacks history, who figures out what's valuable and what's just old junk. And let me tell you, the day the Harrow parlor set arrived was a day I will never forget. It started like any other delivery, with the rumble of a truck and the grunts of the movers. But the moment they wheeled that big wooden box into our receiving area, the air changed. It got this feeling, like the quiet right before a thunderstorm. My boss, a woman who usually only gets excited about budget reports, was practically buzzing, patting the crate like it was a winning racehorse. We'd been trying to get this collection for years. A full set of furniture and knickknacks from a famous old family who met a very bad end a long time ago. Everyone was talking about the silver letter opener, the one the newspapers whispered was the murder weapon. But for me, the thrill was in the whole story, in touching the pieces of a real-life mystery. I got my tools ready, my gloves, my clipboard, my camera, and I started prying open the crate. The wood creaked and the smell hit me first. Every collection has a smell. Dust, mothballs, sometimes a hint of perfume. This one was different. It smelled like dried lavender, like the sharp tang of firecrackers after they go off, and underneath it all, a weird coppery smell like holding a handful of old pennies. It was not a pleasant smell. It was a remembering smell. My boss chattered away about display cases and press releases while I carefully pulled out the pieces, wrapped in brittle old paper. A velvet footstool, a pair of tarnished candlesticks, a small clock stopped forever at midnight. I wrote everything down, my pen scratching in the quiet room. Then I got to the last item, nestled in its own little compartment. It wasn't the fancy letter opener. It was a Ouija board. Just a simple wooden board made of walnut with the alphabet painted on in faded black, a moon and sun in the corners, and that little heart-shaped pointer they call a planchette. It looked so ordinary, so much like the toy version I had as a kid, that I almost laughed. But I didn't, because when I put my white gloves on and lifted it out, the planchette, which was just sitting in the center, felt freezing cold. Not cool, not chilly, but deep down, bone-aching cold, like it had been sitting in a snowbank. The wood of the board itself was room temperature, but that little pointer was an ice cube. "Feel this," I said, holding it out to my boss. She tapped it with a finger and shrugged. "It's cold." "So what?" "This whole dock is drafty. Probably just the type of wood." But I knew it wasn't. I've handled hundreds of wooden objects, and none of them ever felt like that. It was a wrong feeling. I put it aside on my work table and finished unpacking the famous letter opener. It was sharp and beautiful and sinister, but it felt normal, just heavy metal. For the rest of the afternoon, I focused on my job. I took pictures of each item for our records, my camera clicking in the empty stillness of the after-hours archives. I wrote detailed notes. Harrow parlor set, circa 1890s. Oak and velvet, signs of wear consistent with age. Normal, boring archivist work. But my eyes kept drifting back to that Ouija board sitting alone under the bright work light. It looked so innocent. It felt like it was watching me. Once everything was logged, I started setting up the permanent display case in our Gilded Age Tragedies wing. The case was a big glass box where visitors could see everything arranged nicely. I placed the footstool, the candlesticks, the stop clock. I positioned the letter opener on a stand of its own, its sharp point gleaming under the LED lights. Finally, with a strange reluctance, I picked up the Ouija board. That cold planchette was still nestled in the center. I quickly placed the whole board on a velvet stand at the back of the display, wanting to be done with it. As I leaned in to adjust the angle, I saw my own reflection in the glass. I looked tired, my hair messy from a long day. But for just a flicker of a second, something was off. In the reflection, it looked like my hand wasn't outside the case adjusting it, but inside the case, and it was resting right on top of that planchette. I jumped back, my heart giving a solid thump against my chest. I blinked and looked again. It was just my normal reflection, my hands clearly outside the glass. I shook my head, blaming tired eyes and a long day. I finished up, locked the case, and walked back to my desk, the click of my shoes on the polished floor too loud in the empty hallways. I had to finish the computer catalog entries. The museum was silent, just the hum of the servers in the next room. I uploaded the photos from my camera to the database. I opened the folder, and my blood went still. The pictures of the footstool were fine. The pictures of the clock were perfect. The pictures of the letter opener were crystal clear. But every single photo of the Ouija board was messed up. The board itself was in focus, the wood grain sharp, but the planchette was a total blur. In one photo, it was a smudge over the letter. In another, a fuzzy streak near goodbye. It looked like it had been vibrating or moving during the split second the camera's shutter was open. But that was impossible. It had sat perfectly still on my table. There was no draft strong enough to move it. No one had touched it. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I told myself it was a technical glitch. Maybe the camera's sensor was failing. Maybe the focus was messed up. A sensible, logical explanation. Not wanting to have blurry photos in the official record, I highlighted all the bad pictures and deleted them. The click of the mouse sounded final. I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and went back to typing the display placard descriptions. The words started swimming on the screen. The long day and the late hour caught up with me. I must have put my head down on my arms for just a minute, lulled by the hum of the computers. A sudden jerk woke me up. My neck was stiff. The digital clock on my computer screen glowed in the dark room. 2:14 a.m. I had fallen asleep at my desk. I groaned, rubbing my face, and reached to turn off my desk lamp. The light fell on my notepad, the one where I'd been scribbling my official notes earlier. My neat, printed handwriting filled the page. But there, in the bottom margin, was something else. Scrawled in a frantic, rushing script, pressed so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper, were 3 words: ask about the maid. I stared. The handwriting was undeniably mine. I could see my own familiar loops and slants. But I had no memory of writing it. None. I didn't know anything about a maid. The Harrow family had servants, of course, but no specific maid was mentioned in any of the paperwork I'd read. It felt like a message from a dream, a thought that had bubbled up from somewhere deep and desperate. It creeped me out, but I was also exhausted. "You're losing it, Frank," I muttered to the empty room. I circled the words with my pen, thinking I'd ask the research librarian about it in the morning, and then I shoved the notepad into my desk drawer, wanting it out of sight. I shut down my computer, grabbed my coat, and headed out into the night. The walk to my car in the empty parking lot felt longer than usual. Every shadow seemed deeper. I drove home in a quiet daze, the streetlights washing over my dashboard in regular, orange waves. I went through my normal routine, locked the door, brushed my teeth, and fell into bed, hoping sleep would reset my brain. That's when the real dream came. It wasn't a nightmare of blood or screams. It was eerily calm. I was in a grand, beautiful parlor, much fancier than the one we'd recreated at the museum. The air was warm and smelled of cigar smoke and roses. People in elegant old-fashioned clothes laughed and talked, but their voices were muffled, like I was hearing them from underwater. I wasn't me. I was someone else, shorter, dressed in a stiff, plain uniform. My arms ached, and when I looked down, I was holding a heavy silver tray laden with crystal glasses, my fingers straining under the weight. I wasn't part of the party. I was just moving through it, invisible, a silent observer carrying a burden. I woke up suddenly, gasping, the first gray light of dawn coming through my window. My right arm, the one that had been under my pillow, was throbbing with a deep, dull ache. as if I really had been holding something heavy for a long time. I lay there, perfectly still, the feeling of that silver tray imprinted on my muscles, the buzz of that phantom party still ringing in my ears. The dream felt more real than the room around me, and with a certainty that settled into my bones like that strange cold from the planchette, I knew it wasn't just a dream. It was a memory, but it wasn't mine. The week after the dream was a weird one, where I jumped at every little sound and found myself staring at the display case from across the room for way too long. The note about the maid was still in my desk drawer, a secret piece of craziness I didn't want anyone to see, so I tried to forget it and just do my job. But the museum itself seemed to be in on the joke. Security systems, see, are built to keep things out. We have motion sensors, cameras, the whole deal to protect the stuff inside from people getting in. It never once occurred to me to wonder what we might be locking in there with us all day. That thought came later, courtesy of the night guard. He was an older guy, a retired police officer who had seen just about everything and believed in exactly none of it. He was all about facts, logs, and procedures. He wasn't a friend, really, but we were friendly, sharing a nod and a comment about the weather during shift changes. A few mornings after I'd woken up with that sore arm, he caught me as I was coming in, his usual steady expression replaced by a tight, focused look I recognized from his cop days. It was the look of a man who had seen a fact he couldn't explain. He didn't say hello. He just held up his logbook, a thick binder with times and codes written in neat block letters. "You got a second?" he asked, his voice low. He led me over to the security monitor desk, out of earshot of the other early staff. "Take a look at this," he said, pointing a thick finger at 3 entries, each a day apart. Each one read, 3:07 a.m., motion trigger, Gallery 7B, Harrow exhibit. Video review, signal interruption. Gallery secure upon visual check. He looked at me, his eyes serious. Signal interruption means the feed goes to static for exactly 3 seconds. Every time. Then it comes back, and the room is empty. Nothing on camera. But the motion sensor, that's a different system. It says something moved. I felt that coppery taste from the crate smell come back into my mouth. A glitch? I suggested, my voice sounding thin. Maybe a wiring thing? A mouse? He shook his head slowly. The sensor is on the ceiling. A mouse doesn't jump that high. The wiring for that camera was brand new 6 months ago. I checked it myself yesterday. It's perfect. He leaned closer, and I could smell his coffee breath. I don't believe in ghosts, he said, the words deliberate. I believe in facts. The fact is, something in that room is moving at 3:07 in the morning, and the cameras don't want to see it. That statement from him rocked me more than any blurry photo ever could. He was the most solid, unshakable person I knew. If he was worried, then there was something real to worry about. We stood there for a minute, not saying anything, a silent agreement passing between us. He didn't want to report a haunting and look like a fool to his former cop buddies. I didn't want my prized exhibit, my professional baby, to get a reputation for being weird or worse, to be shut down for an investigation. So we made a pact without saying a word. We would keep it between us. He would keep watching the logs. I would. I didn't know what I would do. I decided to follow the only clue I had, the one my own sleeping hand had written. On my lunch break, I went down into the deep archives, the part of the basement where we kept the unprocessed files, the boxes of stuff that hadn't been digitized yet. It was cooler down there, and the air was still. I found the section for the Harrow estate and started digging through boxes of old bills and correspondence. It was tedious work, my eyes straining in the low light. Then, in a folder of household payroll records, I found it. A single-line entry, dated a month before the famous murders. Elsie, housemaid, dismissed. Final wages withheld. No reason given. No forwarding address. Just gone. Elsie, the maid. My skin went all prickly. How did I know that? How could I have written that note? I told myself it was coincidence, that maybe I'd skimmed the record weeks ago and forgotten, and my subconscious had dug it up. It was the only sensible explanation, so I clung to it. I photocopied the page and tucked it away, my secret growing. Things seemed to calm down for a couple of days. No more sensor triggers, according to the guard. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was all in our heads. Then came the morning with the letter opener. I was the first one into the Harrow exhibit, turning on the lights with my usual routine. The case looked fine at first glance. The footstool, the clock, the Ouija board in the back. Then my eyes landed on the letter opener. It was on its stand, but it wasn't lying flat like I'd left it. It was propped up, its sharp, pointed tip leaning against the vertical support of the display stand at a perfect 45-degree angle. And it was pointing right at the exhibit entrance, right where I was standing. A jolt of pure electricity went down my spine. That was impossible. The case was locked. I had the only key during the day. I fumbled with my keyring, my hands shaking, and unlocked the case. The air inside smelled faintly of lavender and metal. I reached in, ignoring every preservation rule I knew, and picked up the letter opener. The moment my gloved fingers closed around the cool silver handle, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the edge of the display case. My mouth flooded with a sweet, syrupy taste, like fancy sherry, a taste I hated. I saw a quick flash behind my eyes, a laughing woman's face, a swirl of a dark dress, a feeling of wild anger that wasn't mine. I dropped the letter opener back onto its stand with a clatter that echoed in the empty gallery. I stood there, breathing hard, the taste fading slowly. What was that? Stress? A panic attack? I locked the case again, my professional mind scrambling for an excuse if anyone had seen me. Checking the mount stability, I mumbled to the empty room. The rest of the day was a blur. I couldn't focus. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that angled blade pointing at me. I decided to work late, thinking paperwork would drown out the noise in my head. I must have fallen asleep at my desk again, because I woke up with a stiff neck and a dry mouth. The museum was deep in its nighttime quiet. As I stood up to leave, my desk lamp cast a low circle of light on the floor. And there, in the dust on the dark polished wood, I saw them. Footprints. Faint, but definitely there. One set, from the tread of my own shoes, led from the side of my desk to the closed office door. Another set, slightly overlapped, led back from the door to my desk chair. A perfect little trail, as if I had gotten up, walked to the door, and then walked back while I was asleep. I hadn't heard a thing. I hadn't remembered a thing. I stood frozen, staring at that pathetic loop in the dust. Sleepwalking. That had to be it. The stress, the weird hours. It was a known thing. It explained the note, maybe even the dream. It did not explain the letter opener. But I latched onto the idea like a life preserver. A medical thing. A sane thing. Something I could fix with more sleep and less coffee. I cleaned up the footprints, my heart pounding with a weary, frightened rhythm. I went home, took a sleeping pill from an old prescription, and crashed into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I felt almost normal. The guard gave me a nod, his face neutral. No new entries in the log. The letter opener was lying flat and innocent in its case. I started to believe I had imagined the angle, the taste, the dizziness. I buried myself in work, processing a new donation of antique dolls, anything to stay away from Gallery 7B. At the end of the day, as I was packing up, my boss came by looking concerned. "You look tired," she said. "Everything okay with the Harrow display? No more chills?" She said it like a joke, but her eyes were searching. "Everything's perfect," I said, maybe too quickly. "Just a lot of late nights." She smiled, not quite convinced. "Well, don't burn yourself out. It's a great exhibit. You should be proud." Her words were kind, but they felt like a weight. I was proud, and that's why I couldn't tell her any of this. I couldn't risk it. I was the expert. I couldn't be the guy who got spooked by an old board game and started sleepwalking, so I kept my mouth shut. That night, I decided to be smart. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, and right next to it, I placed my digital voice recorder, the one I used for interviews. I switched it on to record. If I was sleepwalking, maybe I would talk. Maybe I would hear myself get up, and it would prove it was just a weird sleep thing. Then I could see a doctor, get some pills, and be done with it. The thought was comforting. I fell asleep faster than I expected. The sleep was dark and solid, thanks to the pill from the night before. I didn't dream of parlors or trays. I woke up with the sun, feeling more rested than I had in weeks. I almost didn't check the recorder, but I did. I picked it up, pressed stop, and rewound it. I took a deep breath and hit play. The first part was just the rustle of sheets, my own steady breathing. Then, the clear sound of me sitting up, the creak of the bed springs, my footsteps, slow and deliberate, walking across the bedroom floor. A pause. Then my own voice, clear as day on the recording, but slurred and thick with sleep, uttering a single sentence I have never, in my waking life, ever thought. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. The recording ended there. I sat on the edge of my bed, the recorder cold in my hand, staring at the blank wall. I had my proof. I was sleepwalking. I was saying strange things. It was a problem with my brain, not with the museum. It was a sane, rational explanation. And yet, as I sat there, a colder, more terrifying realization was dawning. The voice on the recorder was mine, but the words, the secret it spoke, those weren't mine at all. Someone else was using my mouth, and that someone knew things about the Harrow house that weren't in any of the files. The words from the recorder played on a loop in my head all morning, a creepy little song I couldn't turn off. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. I had no idea what it meant. What key? Who was she? The maid. The socialite who owned the letter opener. My rational mind was in full retreat, and the part of me that was just scared was taking over. I went to work feeling like a fraud, smiling at my boss and my colleagues while this secret panic buzzed inside my skull like a trapped wasp. The guard gave me a long look when I came in, but he didn't say anything. The museum felt different that day, less like a place of quiet history, and more like a stage where something was about to happen, and I was the only one who didn't have a script. I tried to lose myself in my work, cataloging those antique dolls, but their glassy stares seemed to follow me. The day dragged on, each hour feeling longer than the last. I thought about going home early, claiming a headache, but something kept me there, a dreadful curiosity. I ate dinner at my desk, the cafeteria sandwich tasting like cardboard, and I must have dozed off again, because the next thing I knew, my phone was screaming on the desk, shattering the quiet of the empty office. The screen glowed with the guard's number. My heart immediately tried to climb out of my throat. I fumbled for the phone, my fingers numb. Hello. My voice was a croak. His voice was on the other end, tight and low, all business, but with an edge of something I'd never heard from him before, a controlled kind of fear. You need to come in. Now. What is it? The censors again. I asked, already grabbing my coat. Worse, he said. Don't talk to anyone. Don't call anyone. Just come straight to the Victorian wing. Use the staff entrance by the loading dock. I'll be there. The line went dead. The drive to the museum was a blur of streetlights and my own racing thoughts. I parked in the back, my hands slick on the steering wheel. The loading dock door was propped open with a brick, a sliver of ugly yellow light spilling out. He was waiting just inside, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. He didn't speak, just jerked his head for me to follow. We moved through the back corridors, our footsteps the only sound in the huge, dark building. The usual night lights were on, casting long, strange shadows from the covered exhibits. When we reached the entrance to the Victorian furniture wing, he stopped and put a hand on my arm. His grip was firm. Brace yourself, he said, his voice a rough whisper. Then he pushed the door open. The wing was bathed in the deep red glow of the emergency exit signs. It made everything look unreal, like a photograph developed in blood. The usual scene was a peaceful tableau of mannequins in period clothes having tea or reading books. Not anymore. The 4 mannequins had been moved. They were now arranged in a tight circle around a central tea table. Their poses were all wrong. They weren't standing genteelly. They were slumped, their postures loose and terrible, like puppets whose strings had been cut. One was sprawled in a wingback chair, its head lolling back. Another was crumpled on the floor near the table leg. A third was leaning against the fireplace mantel, as if it had slid down. And the fourth, the one dressed as a gentleman, was seated at the table, its plastic hand closed around something that glinted red in the exit light. It took my brain a second to understand what I was seeing. My professional mind, the part that was still working, recognized the object in the mannequin's grip. It was the Harrow letter opener. It was here, not in its case in Gallery 7B. It was here, and it was pointed at the chest of the mannequin slumped in the chair. My eyes swept the scene again, and that's when the real horror clicked into place. I knew this arrangement. I had studied the one existing, blurry police photograph of the Harrow parlor after the murders. This was it. This was a perfect, terrible copy. A sound escaped my mouth, something between a gasp and a whimper. The guard was watching me, his expression unreadable. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and then held it up next to the awful scene. On his phone was the scanned image from our archives, the black and white photo of the real tragedy. He moved the phone, comparing. The mannequin in the chair matched the position of the father. The one on the floor matched the younger son. The one by the fireplace was the daughter. And the gentleman at the table with the letter opener was the socialite, the one who had supposedly killed them all before turning the blade on herself. It was a perfect match. Every angle, every limp limb, it was a meticulous recreation. How? I breathed the word, my lungs refusing to work properly. The board, the guard said, his voice flat. He pointed to the center of the tea table. I hadn't seen it at first, my eyes stuck on the letter opener. But there it was, the Ouija board. It sat right in the middle of the table, like the centerpiece of a deranged dinner party. And the planchette, that cold little heart, was resting, perfectly centered on the word goodbye. A wave of dizziness hit me, worse than when I'd touched the letter opener. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was a message, a demonstration, and my handwriting was all over it. Literally. The guard shone his flashlight on the small, elegant placards that usually described the furniture. Someone had written on them in black marker. In my handwriting, neat, curving letters that spelled out not historical facts, but fragments. On the card near the mannequin in the chair, it read, "He heard her arguing on the stairs." On the card by the one on the floor, "He tried to run for the front door." I stared, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. I had no memory of this. None. But the proof was right there, in my own hand. "We have to clean this up," the guard said, his practical cop voice cutting through my panic. "Before the day staff gets here in." He checked his watch. 4 hours. "Clean it up." I echoed, stupidly. This is evidence." "Evidence of what?" He shot back, his eyes hard. "Of a haunting? They'll shut this whole wing down. They'll fire you for vandalism or a psychotic break. They'll think I'm a senile old man who missed an intruder. This stays between us." He was right. The sheer professional shame, the ridicule, the loss of everything I'd worked for. It was a sharper, more immediate fear than the supernatural one. We became conspirators in that moment, bound by this awful secret. We got to work. Moving the mannequins was creepy. They were limp and awkward, their glass eyes staring at nothing. As I lifted the gentleman mannequin to pry the letter opener from its grip, I saw something on the floor. Deep, fresh gouges in the polished wood, right where the base of the mannequin had been. It looked like someone had taken its feet and twisted it violently into that exact position, grinding the base into the floor. The strength that would have taken, it was far beyond mine. I looked at my hands. The guard saw the marks too. He didn't say anything, just shook his head and kept working. We put the furniture back. We took down the defaced placards, putting them in a trash bag to burn later. I picked up the Ouija board. It felt normal, just wood. The planchette was room temperature. I carried it back to Gallery 7, be like a sleepwalker myself. The display case was still locked. I had to use my key. The case was empty where the board should have been. How did it get out? I placed it back on its velvet stand, my hands trembling. I returned the letter opener last, laying it flat on its stand, making sure it wouldn't move. We finished just as the first gray light of dawn started to seep through the high windows. We stood in the now normal-looking Victorian wing, breathing hard, two men who had just buried a secret. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice raw. "You go home," he said. "You call in sick. You say the stress got to you. You say you've been having episodes, sleepwalking. You get ahead of it." It was the only play. So that's what I did. I went home, showered in water so hot it scalded my skin, and then I called my boss. I told her I was having a hard time, that I was having blackouts, sleepwalking, that I needed some time off. I could hear the concern in her voice, and beneath it, the faint hint of doubt. She agreed to a 2-week leave. I was both relieved and utterly terrified. Relieved to be away from the museum. Terrified to be alone with whatever was inside me. I spent the next day in a haze, jumping at every sound in my apartment. I tried to read, to watch TV, but my mind was back in that red-lit room with the slumped mannequins. That night, as I was unpacking my work bag, I found something in the pocket of my jacket. I hadn't worn this jacket to the museum the night before. I had been wearing a different one. I reached in and pulled out a small, curled sliver of wood. It was pale with a dark stain. I held it under the lamp. It was walnut. And the stain wasn't a stain. It was a tiny bit of faded black paint, with the very edge of a curved letter. It was a piece of the Ouija board's frame. A piece that had been shaved off recently. The last thing I remembered was sealing that board in its case. A cold, solid certainty settled in my stomach, heavier than any fear. The sleepwalking, the voice on the recorder, the recreated murder scene. It wasn't just happening at the museum. It had followed me home. The board hadn't left the museum on its own. I had taken it. I had brought a piece of it back with me. And if I could bring a piece of it home in my sleep, what else was I capable of doing without knowing? The 2-week leave stretched ahead of me, not as a respite, but as a sentence. I was now a prisoner in my own apartment, with a cellmate I couldn't see and didn't understand. The mystery of the Harrow house was no longer a historical puzzle. It was a live thing, and it was using me to write its next chapter. I locked my doors, closed my blinds, and sat in the middle of my living room, staring at that sliver of walnut wood on the coffee table, wondering what key the maid had taken, and more importantly, what door it was meant to open. The terror of sleepwalking isn't the part where you lose control. It's the moment you come back and find your hands have been busy while you were gone. That first full day of my forced leave, I woke up on the living room floor, my cheek pressed against the cold hardwood, and my whole body ached like I'd been moving furniture. The morning sun was too bright, slicing through the blinds. I pushed myself up, groaning, and then I saw it. My living room wasn't how I left it. The coffee table was pushed to the side. In the center of the open floor, someone had made a little scene. My good steak knife from the kitchen was lying on its side. My expensive silk scarf, a birthday gift I never wore, was arranged in a weird zigzag pattern next to it. All the photo frames from the bookshelf were lined up in a row, but the pictures of my family and friends were gone, taken out and stacked neatly to the side, leaving just empty frames staring like blind eyes. My heart started that familiar, awful pounding. This was smaller than the museum tableau, more intimate, and 1,000 times more invasive. This was in my home. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there in my pajamas, feeling cold all over. It was so deliberate, so carefully arranged, but it meant nothing to me. It was like looking at a sentence in a language I couldn't read. My first, ridiculous instinct was to clean it up, to erase the evidence before I had to admit it to myself. But I stopped. The archivist part of my brain, the part that cataloged and documented, kicked in through the fear. This was data. Twisted, terrifying data, but data all the same. I got my phone and took pictures from every angle. I took close-ups of the knife, the scarf, the empty frames. Then, moving like a robot, I put everything away. The knife back in the block, the scarf folded in its drawer, the pictures back in their frames. I made the room normal again, but the feeling of violation wouldn't wash off. I sat at my laptop, the photos uploaded to a folder I labeled research. I stared at them. What was I supposed to do with this? Google, what does a knife and a scarf on the floor mean? Then I had a thought, a crazy professional thought. The museum had software, an internal database that could compare images against our digital archives. It was used to find similar artifacts or identify unknown objects in old photos. I still had remote access. My fingers shook as I logged in. I uploaded one of the clearest photos of my living room tableau. I set the parameters for a general search, my stomach churning. I didn't expect anything. This was a shot in the dark. The little hourglass icon spun for what felt like forever. Then, a single result pinged back. A match. My breath caught. I clicked on it. It was a scan of a very old, yellowed newspaper photograph from 1902. The headline above it read, "Maid found dead in prominent home." The article was brief, just a few lines about a young housemaid discovered in the conservatory of a wealthy family's estate. "No foul play suspected," it said. "A tragic accident, perhaps a fall." But the photograph, it showed the scene. The maid's body was outlined in chalk on a tile floor, and next to the outline, the police had arranged the items found with her. A small paring knife, lying on its side, a patterned neck scarf, tossed near her hand, and on a bench nearby, a series of empty photographic plates, their images presumably developed and taken as evidence. The arrangement was identical to the one on my living room floor. A perfect, terrible match. The room tilted around me. Elsie, the dismissed maid. This was her death scene. Not the Harrow murders, but another death 3 years later in a different house. How? Why? My mind was racing, a torrent of questions. I dug deeper into the database. The record showed this photo was from a donated box of material, a collection of miscellaneous ephemera related to unsolved or curious Gilded Age incidents. I knew that box. Every archivist did. It was a mess, a cardboard banker's box sitting in our backlog storage, full of crumbling papers and odd photos that no one had ever fully processed because it was low priority. I had seen it on a shelf. I had never opened it. I had certainly never cataloged this photo. I drove to the museum. I told myself it was to understand, to find a rational link. I used my key, slipping in through a side entrance, feeling like a thief in my own workplace. The backlog storage was a cavernous room with rows of metal shelves holding hundreds of unprocessed boxes. I found the section, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. And there it was, the box. It had a layer of dust on the lid that was undisturbed except for a single, perfect handprint. My handprint. The dust was smudged in the exact shape of my fingers and palm, as if I had placed my hand there to steady myself. But I hadn't. I hadn't been down here in months. With a feeling of dread, I lifted the lid. The smell of old paper and glue wafted out. On top of a pile of loose documents was the original newspaper, brittle and brown. Beneath it was more. A coroner's report, typed on a faint ribbon. It gave a name, Elsie. It listed the cause of death as trauma to the cranium, but noted the position of the body, and the items suggested no clear indication of assault. It was ruled an accident. But then, at the very bottom of the box, pressed between sheets of wax paper, was a flower. A small, dried violet. Its purple color faded to a ghostly gray. And in the notes of the coroner's report, a line I had missed at first. Clutched in the deceased's right hand, a single fresh violet. A detail that was never in the newspaper article. A detail only someone who had seen the report, or the body, would know. I stood in that cold storage room, the truth crashing down on me with the weight of a physical blow. This wasn't about me being haunted. This wasn't about ghosts replaying their trauma. I was not just a victim. I was a tool. The entity, the presence, whatever it wasn't just scaring me. It was using me. It was using my body to build its displays, to act out these old deaths. And it was using my skills, my access to the archive, as its own personal research library. It made me sleepwalk to the backlog. It made me find this box. It pulled this information into my waking mind through dreams and notes. And then it used my hands to recreate the scene, to make the past visible. I was a living, breathing cataloging system for murder. A curator for a ghost. The thought made me sink onto a nearby stool, my legs unable to hold me. The professional horror of it was almost worse than the fear. My life's work, my talent for finding order in chaos, was being perverted into this. I took the coroner's report and the pressed flower. I didn't know why. Evidence, maybe. Proof that I wasn't completely crazy. I went home, the violet tucked into my notebook. I felt exhausted down to my bones, a deep weariness that was more than just lack of sleep. It was the fatigue of being used. That night, I didn't even try to fight it. I took no pills. I just lay on my couch, the TV on for noise, and let the exhaustion pull me under. The dream came, but it was different. It was a memory that wasn't mine, clearer than before. I was in a small, plain room, a servant's room. I was looking at a handful of coins on a thin mattress. A feeling of desperation, of being cornered. Then the smell of lavender, very strong, and a different feeling, a cold, greedy satisfaction that was absolutely not my own. It was the feeling of someone who had won a nasty game. I woke up gagging, the taste of lavender soaked thick in my mouth. My living room was dark, the TV now showing static. And on the coffee table, where I had left my notebook, a new little tableau had been arranged while I slept. Paper clips linked together in a chain. Pens laid out like railroad tracks. My pill bottles standing in a little group. It was another scene, small and weird. And my laptop, which I had closed, was open and on. The screen showed the museum's image search software, still running. But it wasn't searching our internal archive anymore. The search bar showed it was pinging against a completely different public database. A national registry of unsolved cold cases from the last 50 years. The hourglass was spinning. It was looking for a match to the new arrangement on my table. It was no longer just interested in the Gilded Age. It was moving forward in time. I stared at the screen, the blue light reflecting in my wide eyes. The search finished. A single result popped up. A case file from 1974. A Jane Doe, found in a train yard. I didn't click it. I didn't need to. The message was clear. My curator was done with its old collection. It was acquiring new pieces. And I was its only means of acquisition. The 2-week leave wasn't a break. It was a head start, and the race was into a past that was getting closer and closer to the present day with every tick of the clock and every step I took in my sleep. I stopped asking, why me? That was a dead-end street. The only way to keep from screaming was to start asking, what for? I wasn't an archivist with a problem anymore. I was a detective assigned to a case by a phantom, and the first rule was to understand the pattern. So, with a grim kind of focus I usually saved for authenticating a rare document, I started my own secret research project. I bought a big roll of butcher paper and taped it to my living room wall. At the far left, I wrote 1895 Ouija board, then 1898 Harrow murders, then 1902 maid Elsie. I drew lines connecting them. The board came before the murders. The maid was dismissed before the murders and died years later. This wasn't one ghost. It was a timeline of connected events, and my unseen partner was making me act them out in order. The new development, the Jane Doe from 1974 that my sleepwalking self had looked up, was the next data point. I forced myself to open the case file on my laptop. It was sparse. A woman never identified, found near some railroad tracks in an industrial part of the city that 100 years ago had been the edge of the Harrow family's original land holdings. The connection was thin as a spider's web, but it was there. The entity wasn't jumping randomly. It was following a trail of blood and lost stories that were geographically tied to that original house, moving forward through history like a curator expanding a collection theme. This changed everything. The fear was still there, a cold rock in my gut, but on top of it now was a layer of frantic, professional curiosity. If I could predict the pattern, maybe I could interfere. I called the only person I could trust, the night guard. I went to his small, tidy house, a place that smelled of coffee and gun oil. I laid it all out, the living room scenes, the coroner's report, the violet, the timeline on my wall. I expected him to throw me out. He listened, his face like stone, sipping his coffee. When I finished, he set his mug down with a careful click. "I knew it wasn't you," he said finally. "That night in the museum, the way you moved when we cleaned up. It wasn't your walk. Your shoulders were different. It was someone else's walk." His belief was a solid thing I could lean on. We became partners. He was my lookout, my failsafe. I told him about the sleepwalking, the recorder. "We need evidence of what's really happening," he said. "Not just your notes. Proof." So we set up a test. In my apartment, I pointed a cheap webcam at the area where I'd been making the tableaus. I told the guard the login. He could watch from his home computer. That night, I did something else. I printed out a file from the museum archives about a murder from the 1920s, a famous case that was completely solved, a jealous husband who was caught and executed. I left this file open on my desk, right under the lamplight. Then, as an extra precaution, I used a bike lock to chain my ankle to the solid leg of my bed frame. I felt ridiculous, but I needed to know. If I was sleepwalking, the lock would stop me. If something else was happening, well, I needed to know that too. I fell into a restless sleep, the metal of the lock cold against my skin. I dreamed of filing cards, endless rows of them, and a feeling of immense, impatient boredom. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my body aching as if I'd been straining against something all night. The bike lock was still fastened, untouched. I hadn't moved an inch. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong it made me dizzy. It was sleep. It had to be. Then I looked at my desk. The file on the solved murder was gone from where I'd left it. It was now on the floor, next to the wastebasket. The pages were out of order, and across the photograph of the convicted husband, someone had placed a single red archival thread, the kind we used to tie old bundles of letters, in a sharp, deliberate X over his face. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. He didn't do it. The lock hadn't stopped anything, because my body hadn't left the bed. Something else had. I checked the webcam. The footage was 6 hours of a still, empty living room. Nothing. But the file had moved. The guard called me, his voice tense. "The camera didn't see anything in the room," he said. "But pull up the footage again. Look at the wall, near the door to your hallway. Watch the shadows." I did. For most of the night, the shadow of my floor lamp was a long, still streak. But for about 10 minutes, around 3 a.m., that shadow changed. Another shadow fell across it, a taller, thinner silhouette that didn't match anything in my apartment. It moved slowly across the wall, pausing near the desk, then receding. It was there, and then it wasn't. "That's not your shadow," the guard said quietly. "The proportions are wrong. It's too tall." Denial was a luxury I could no longer afford. I started keeping a new journal, not of my feelings, but of the facts. Times, objects moved, phrases spoken or written. I treated it like a chaotic research project assigned by a malicious professor. I began to notice triggers. The episodes were worse, more detailed, after I'd physically handled original documents related to a case. The old police report, the coroner's inquest, touching them was like giving the entity a direct line. It wasn't just reading my mind, it was reading the paper through me, using my hands like scanners. This was a breakthrough. If I stopped handling originals, maybe I could blunt its ability. I focused on the timeline. The gap between 1902 and 1974 was huge. There had to be something in between. I spent days in the public library, away from the museum's archive, looking at microfiche of old local newspapers, searching for any strange deaths, unsolved incidents around the old Harrow properties. I found a few possibilities: a drowning in 1911, a suspicious fire in 1932. But nothing felt exactly right. The entity was specific. It wanted particular scenes. Then, one afternoon, as I was adding the 1974 Jane Doe to my butcher paper timeline, I noticed something my own hand had done. Weeks ago, in a sleepy daze, I had circled 3 dates on a calendar I kept on the wall. The dates of the Harrow murders, the maid's death, and the Jane Doe discovery. And next to the circles, I had drawn 3 small, clumsy violets. The same flower pressed in the archive box. The same flower from the maid's hand. It was a signature, a collector's mark. The entity wasn't just cataloging murders. It was collecting stories about violets. About things hidden, about secrets that bloomed in dark places. The realization made my skin crawl. This was its aesthetic, its theme. I was arranging exhibits for a gallery of violet-strewn tragedies. The timeline on my wall was no longer just a research tool. It was the exhibition schedule. And it was moving forward too fast. The 1974 case was more than 40 years ago. The pattern was accelerating. I needed to slow it down, to break its rhythm. The guard and I came up with a plan. We would create a fake file. I would type up a detailed case, a complete fabrication about a fictional murder from the 1950s, complete with fake police reports and staged photos I'd cobbled together from stock images. We would leave this out, a piece of bait. The hope was the entity would spend its energy cataloging this false story, this empty file, and buy us time to figure out how to stop it for good. It felt like a brilliant, desperate idea. I worked for 2 days on the forgery. My archivist skills turned to deception. I made it convincing. I placed the thick, fake file on my coffee table that night. I didn't chain myself up. I wanted it to take the bait. I went to sleep hoping I had created the perfect distraction. I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was up. The apartment was still. The fake file was gone from the table. A surge of triumph went through me. It had worked. It had taken the false lead. Then I walked into my kitchen to make coffee. There, on the small kitchen table, the fake file was open. Every page was shredded into long, thin strips, piled into a neat mound, and stuck into the center of the paper mound, like a flag on a grave, was a single, fresh violet. Its purple was shockingly bright against the white paper. It hadn't been fooled. It was insulted, and it had left a message. My triumph curdled into a deep, primal fear. I backed away from the kitchen table. My eyes went to the big timeline on the living room wall. I had taped a copy of the city map next to it. This morning, on that map, 3 new circles had appeared, drawn in a red marker I didn't own. One circle was around the museum. Another was tightly drawn around my own apartment building. The third was around a nearby neighborhood of big, old, expensive houses, a street known for its wealthy families and high walls. The timeline had a new endpoint. It wasn't in the past anymore. The 3 circles were here, and they were now. The entity had finished its historical research. It was ready to commission an original piece, and it had just circled the studio. We thought we had a plan. After the shredded fake file and the fresh violet, the guard insisted I not stay alone. "You're sleeping at the museum," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "In the security office, with me right there, and every camera on you. Let's see it try something then." It seemed logical, a fortress approach. If my body was the problem, we'd lock it down in the most secure place we knew. That night, I lay on a stiff cot in the little room behind the main security desk, surrounded by the soft glow of a dozen monitor screens showing empty halls and still exhibits. The guard sat in his chair, a cup of coffee in hand, his eyes flicking between the live feeds and the one focused on me. "Get some rest," he said. "I've got the watch." The hum of the electronics was a weird lullaby. I felt safer than I had in weeks. I closed my eyes. I remember the feeling of drifting off, thinking this might actually work. I don't remember anything else until I woke up. I wasn't on the cot. I was cold, and the air smelled of dust and something animal, like old fur. I was sitting on a hard floor, my back against a glass case. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the low night lights. I was in the natural history wing, surrounded by taxidermied animals in dramatic poses. A huge bear stood on its hind legs to my left. A fox was frozen mid-pounce ahead of me, and the scene in front of me was not right. The fox was no longer about to catch the ceramic rabbit in the diorama. Someone had moved it. Its teeth were now clamped around the neck of a different animal, a small rabbit from another display. A hawk, usually perched on a high branch, was now on the floor, its talons placed on top of a glass case containing delicate butterflies, as if claiming them. It was a tableau, but not of a peaceful forest. It was a scene of violence, of predation, crude and angry looking. My heart sank into my shoes. I had sleepwalked again, right past the guard, out of a locked room, under all those cameras. I stood up, my joints aching. I needed to get back before he realized I was gone and panicked. As I turned, my jacket felt lumpy. I reached into the pocket, and my fingers closed around something smooth and cold. I pulled it out. It was the planchette from the Ouija board, the little wooden heart. It was here in my pocket. I had taken it, or it had been put there. I shoved it back and hurried through the dark halls, my socks making no sound on the tile. The door to the security office was slightly open. I slipped inside. The guard was slumped in his chair, his head on his chest, snoring softly. His coffee cup was untouched. He was in a deep, unnatural sleep. I lay back down on the cot, pulled the blanket over me, and pretended to be asleep, my mind racing. In the morning, he woke with a start, grumbling about dozing off, which he never did. He checked the monitors, rewound the feed from the office camera. It showed me lying still on the cot. Then the screen erupted into 3 seconds of fizzing static, just like the Harrow exhibit feeds. When the picture returned, I was still on the cot, apparently asleep. It hadn't shown me leave. It hadn't shown me return. It just changed the medium, I said, my voice hollow. We went to the natural history wing together in the cold light of day. The scene was still there, the misplaced animals. The guard didn't say anything at first. He just took out his phone and started searching. After a few minutes, he showed me a news article from 1992. Animal mutilations baffle police. Several small animals had been found dead in a city park, arranged in strange, ritualistic ways. The descriptions matched what we were looking at. The case was never solved, but the article mentioned a suspect, a troubled young man who lived nearby. He was questioned but released. The killing stopped after he moved away. The entity was filling in the timeline. 1974, then 1992. It was working its way toward the present, and it was getting impatient. The animal scene was sloppy rushed. It wasn't the elegant, human drama of the parlor murders. Back in the security office, I took the planchette out of my pocket and set it on the metal desk. We both stared at it. "What now?" the guard asked. As if in answer, the planchette began to move. Neither of us was touching it. It slid smoothly, purposefully, across the polished metal surface. It spelled out letters. S-O-N. It paused. Then F-R-E-S-H. Another pause. Then B-L-O-M. Soon. Fresh. Bloom. The words hung in the air between us. The guard, the former cop, went very still. His face lost a shade of color. Fresh, he repeated, the word flat. That's cop talk. It means a recent kill. Within 72 hours. It's not talking about the past anymore. The understanding was a physical blow. The entity wasn't a historian. It was a connoisseur. And a connoisseur, after studying the classics, eventually wants a live exhibition, a new masterpiece. The fresh bloom was a murder that hadn't happened yet. It was selecting a subject, and it was going to use me to arrange it. The planchette was still. I picked it up, a sudden reckless anger cutting through my fear. "We break it," I said. "We find the board and we burn it, smash it, destroy it." The guard nodded slowly. "It's the only thing left, but it's in a locked case." "I have a key," I said. "We do it tonight." The plan felt desperate and right. We were done being archivists for this thing. We would become vandals. That afternoon, I tried to act normal. I went home, showered, ate something. I kept seeing those 3 red circles on the map. The museum. My apartment. That wealthy street. Which one was the target? I turned on the local news, half expecting to see a report about a strange prowler in that neighborhood. Instead, there was a lifestyle segment. An interview with a woman in a sleek, modern apartment. She was a popular true crime podcaster. She was talking about her latest series, which dissected famous local crimes with, as she put it, a healthy dose of skepticism and humor. The banner under her smiling face read, "Debunking the Haunting, Podcaster Takes on Harrow Myth." My blood froze. I knew her. Not personally, but I knew the type. And I knew her street. It was the one circled in red on my map. The camera showed a quick shot of her building's elegant facade. I turned up the volume. The interviewer asked about the Harrow murders, specifically about the rumors of the Ouija board's involvement. The podcaster laughed, a bright, dismissive sound. "Oh, please. A board game didn't make her kill her family. She was just a rich brat with a temper and a sharp letter opener. The whole haunted object thing is just a spooky story we tell to make a simple, ugly crime more interesting. It's an insult to the real victims. A loud crack echoed from my kitchen. I jumped, my heart in my throat. I went in to find a cabinet door, a solid piece of wood, splintered from the inside out, as if a great force had shoved against it. The entity hadn't chosen a random victim. It had chosen a critic, someone who mocked its existence, who called its story a lie. This was personal. This wasn't just about collecting anymore. It was about revenge, and about proving its own power. The fear curdled into a desperate resolve. We had to destroy the board tonight. After dark, I met the guard in the alley behind the museum. He had a small backpack with tools, though we hoped my key would be enough. We slipped inside through the loading dock, just like that first terrible night. The museum was a maze of shadows, the exit signs casting their bloody light. We didn't speak. We moved quickly through the back halls, our footsteps the only sound in the world. We reached the Gilded Age wing. The door creaked as we pushed it open. The Harrow exhibit was at the far end, a pool of darkness. We walked toward it, my key already in my hand. As we got closer, I could see the outline of the display case. Something was wrong. It looked empty. We reached it, and the guard shone his flashlight beam through the glass. The velvet stands were there. The letter opener gleamed. The clock, the candlesticks. But the space where the Ouija board should have been was just empty, dark velvet. The board was gone. My breath caught. Had someone else taken it? Then the flashlight beam moved, and I saw it. A square of white paper taped to the inside of the glass, right in the center of the empty spot. On it, in my own handwriting, were the words, "You cannot deaccession a collection." It deaccessions you. Deaccession is a museum word. It means to permanently remove an item from the collection, to sell it or give it away. It's a serious, final act. The board was telling me I couldn't get rid of it, because I was part of its collection now, and it was removing me from my own life. The guard swore under his breath. "It's in your apartment," he said, his voice certain. "It has to be. It's drawing you back there, to that street." We ran. We didn't care about noise now. We burst out of the museum into the cold night air, jumped into his car, and he drove toward my place, his tires squealing. The whole way, I had a terrifying thought. If the board was in my apartment, and it was controlling me, then going home was walking into a trap. But we had nowhere else to go. We pulled up in front of my building. My lights were off. Everything looked normal. We went upstairs, and I unlocked my door with trembling hands. We stepped inside. The apartment was icy cold, colder than the night outside, and on my dining table, under the glow of the streetlight coming through the window, was the Ouija board. It sat there waiting. The planchette was not on it. It was in my pocket. All around the apartment, on the floor, on the couch, on the kitchen counters, every single note, photocopy, photo, and timeline I had made was spread out. But they weren't in the order I had left them. They were arranged in clusters, connected by red threads and drawn on arrows, a sprawling, insane map of connections only the entity could understand. It had been busy. It had been curating its own research. My home was no longer my home. It was the entity's gallery, its study, its preparation room. And we had just walked right into it. The guard looked around, his face grim. "We burn it right here," he said, pointing to the board on the table. But as he took a step toward it, a crushing fatigue washed over me, a wave so powerful it buckled my knees. It was the same feeling that had put the guard to sleep at his desk. It was being directed at me now, a forced sedation. I fought it, gripping the back of a chair. I saw the guard reach for the board. Then my vision tunneled, and the last thing I heard was his voice, shouting my name from very far away, as the darkness swallowed me whole, and I knew the final cataloging was about to begin. The darkness wasn't empty. It was full of pressure, like being deep underwater, and through it came memories that were not my own. I wasn't asleep. I was a prisoner behind my own eyes, watching a film I couldn't stop. I saw the Harrow socialite, not as a monster, but as a young woman, restless and furious, trapped in a beautiful life. She sat at the elegant parlor table, her fingers on the planchette. But she wasn't asking questions of the spirit world. She was whispering to it, confessing. She laid out a plan, not in a rage, but with the cold, precise excitement of an artist describing a new painting. She talked about angles, about timing, about the poetry of using the family silver. And she felt a presence listening, not judging, but appreciating. It admired the craft of it. The entity wasn't her ghost. It had been her audience, her one fan. and now its favorite performer was gone, and it had been waiting a long, long time for a new one to put on a fresh, original show. The memory faded, and I felt myself surfacing, but not to wakefulness. To a terrible, lucid paralysis. I was standing up. I was in my apartment. I could see the room, but I couldn't turn my head. My body was no longer mine. It was a rented vehicle, and someone else was in the driver's seat. From the corner of my eye, I saw the guard. He was on the floor near the door, stirring, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. He looked up and saw me standing by the dining table. "Hey," he grunted, pushing himself up. "You okay?" My mouth opened. My voice came out, but it was wrong. It was layered, like two people speaking at once, my own tone distorted under a whispering, older one. The exhibit must be completed. The guard froze. He saw my face, and his own went pale. He recognized that this wasn't me. He moved forward, not with fear, but with a cop's determination to stop a threat. "Let him go," he said, his voice low and steady. He reached for my arm. My body moved. It was fast, faster than I could ever be. My arm swung out, not to hit him, but to shove. The motion was effortless, a flick of a wrist, but it sent him flying across the room as if he weighed nothing. He crashed into the bookshelf, books and knickknacks raining down around him. He lay still, groaning. A scream built in my throat, but it couldn't get out. Inside, I was raging, pounding against the walls of my own skull. Outside, my hands were calmly, deliberately opening drawers. My hands took out my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. They pulled a pair of latex gloves from under the sink. They went to my bedroom and took a small vial of lavender essential oil from the dresser, a gift I'd never opened. Each item was collected with a collector's care. This wasn't a kit for arranging a tableau after the fact. This was a kit for creating the primary source material. My curator was done with recreations. It was time for live theater. My body turned and walked toward my apartment door. I fought with everything I had, a mental scream of NO. I managed to slow the walk to a stagger, to make the hand holding the knife tremble. An internal war was raging for control of a single step. The entity's was a steel cable, but my terror was a raw, live wire. For a second, I swerved my own leg, making my body lurch into the dining table. The Ouija board rattled. The entity's focus, which had been fixed on the door, on the mission, flickered to the board for an instant. That was all I needed. With a burst of effort that felt like tearing my own mind in two, I wrenched control of my right arm. I brought the hand clutching the knife up, not toward the door, but in a desperate, stabbing arc down toward the center of the Ouija board on my table. The entity realized my intent a moment too late. I felt a surge of its shock, its fury. It tried to stop my arm. The muscles in my shoulders screamed in protest, two forces battling in my flesh. But Mal had the element of surprise. The black handle of the knife plunged down. The point hit the smooth walnut of the board, right on the painted moon. There was a sound, not a crack of wood, but a deep, wet thud, as if I'd stabbed into living flesh. A shockwave, silent but physical, rolled out from the board. The windows in my apartment rattled in their frames. Every light bulb flared blindingly bright for a second, then popped, plunging us into darkness lit only by the streetlights outside. The pressure holding me vanished. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, my hand stinging where it still gripped the knife handle. The knife was buried to the hilt in the board. Though it hadn't just split, it had splintered in a jagged, sprawling pattern around the blade. And as my eyes adjusted, I saw the pattern wasn't random. The cracks radiated out from the wound in the shape of a wide, grotesque smile. A silent, screaming mouth frozen in the wood. A low moan came from across the room. The guard was sitting up, holding his head. What did you do?" he rasped. "I think I fired the curator," I said, my own voice raw and broken, sounding beautifully, wonderfully like just mine again. The apartment was warm. The crushing cold was gone. The sense of a watching, hungry presence had evaporated. We sat there on the floor for a long time, not talking, just breathing in the normal, dusty air of my home. We eventually got up. He helped me pull the knife from the board. The wood was just wood now, dead and broken. We wrapped the shattered board and the knife in a blanket. Later, we would drive to a remote spot and burn the bundle, scattering the ashes. The guard stayed on my couch for a week. Nothing happened. No sleepwalking. No whispers. No flowers. The museum's motion sensors stopped triggering at 3:07 a.m. The timeline on my wall was just paper and ink. I started to believe it was over. I had wounded the entity, broken its connection, deaccessioned myself from its collection. After a month, I even went back to work. My boss was cautious but kind. giving me light duties away from the Gilded Age wing. I avoided Gallery 7B. The empty spot where the board had been was filled with a harmless porcelain vase. Life became quiet, normal. I began to sleep through the night. The guard and I would have coffee sometimes, a shared look between us, the only acknowledgement of what we'd survived. We never spoke of it aloud. It felt like tempting fate. Then this morning my boss called me into her office. She was smiling, excited. "We just got a fantastic new donation," she said. "The personal effects of a late, brilliant avant-garde artist. Very dark, very powerful stuff. I'm putting you on it. It's exactly your kind of thing." She led me to the receiving area. There was a single large crate. With a sense of dread that was almost nostalgic, I pried it open. Inside, packed in foam, was a sculpture. It was stunning, and it made my skin crawl. It was a twisted, beautiful form made of fractured, polished walnut wood, its pieces held together with gleaming strands of resin that looked like amber. Curled protectively within the wooden shapes was a polished steel form, sharp and elegant, shaped like a blooming violet. It was awful and gorgeous. My boss beamed. "See, it's so you. The mix of organic and man-made, the historical echo with a modern twist." She leaned closer, pointing at the resin. "And look, there are even these little textural details in the clear parts, almost like fingerprints." I looked. Embedded in the resin, near the base of the steel violet, were faint, perfect whorls. Fingerprints. My boss laughed. "Probably the artist's, but it feels like a personal touch, doesn't it?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I looked down at my own hands. I remembered the fight, my hand gripping the knife handle, my fingers pressing into the cracking wood of the Ouija board. And then, without thinking, I brought my hand to my nose. I inhaled a scent I knew too well, a scent that had been on my skin for weeks, but that I'd blamed on soap, on memory. The sweet, cloying, unmistakable scent of lavender oil. The oil from the vial my sleepwalking self had taken from my dresser. The oil that had never been opened. My hand shook as I lowered it. The entity was gone. The board was ash. But a collection is more than one object. It's a theme. And my hands had helped create one last, perfect piece for it. The exhibit, it seemed, was still open, and my fingerprints were all over it. I stared at the sculpture, at my fingerprints trapped in its resin like flies in amber, and the world narrowed to a tiny, sharp point. The lavender smell on my skin was a verdict. My boss's cheerful voice buzzed in my ears like a distant insect. I had to get out of that room. I muttered something about needing air, about being overwhelmed by the piece's power, and I stumbled out into the hallway, leaving her looking puzzled but pleased by my apparent artistic sensitivity. I didn't stop walking until I was outside, the cold sun hitting my face. The guard. I had to talk to the guard. He was off duty, but I drove to his house anyway, my knuckles white on the wheel. He answered the door, took one look at my face, and wordlessly let me in. Over coffee I didn't taste. I told him about the sculpture, the walnut, the violet, the fingerprints. I showed him my hands, the lingering scent. He listened, his cop face back on, unreadable. When I finished, he sat back. "The board is gone," he stated. "We burned it. We saw the ashes." "I know," I said, my voice ragged. "But what if the board wasn't the source? What if it was just a tool? A favorite tool? A paintbrush? You can burn a paintbrush, but that doesn't kill the artist. Or the idea." He was quiet for a long time. "The artist is dead. The socialite. You said it yourself. The entity was her audience, not her." "Maybe an audience needs a performer so bad it becomes one," I whispered. The theory formed as I spoke it, pieces clicking into a horrible new picture. It watched her create her masterpiece. It loved the craft. For over a century, it's been appreciating, collecting echoes of that craft, other stories that fit its taste. But it's been stuck with leftovers, with history. It wanted to make something new, and it tried to use me to do it. But I fought back. I broke its favorite brush. I looked at my hands again. So it found another way. It didn't need to control my body this time. It just needed to inspire me. To use my fear, my memories, my trauma as ingredients. The guard's eyes widened slightly. He understood. The sculpture. It's made of what? Walnut? Resin? Steel? Walnut from a board that doesn't exist anymore. Resin that caught my fingerprints in a moment of sheer terror. Steel shaped like the flower from all its collected tragedies. It didn't make a new murder. It made a monument to its whole collection. And it used my hands, my experience, to build it. "But how?" he asked, practical as ever. "You didn't sculpt it. Some artist did, who's now dead." "I don't know," I admitted, despair creeping in. Coincidence? A twisted kind of synchronicity? Or something persuasive? Maybe it whispers to other people too, people who are more open, people who call themselves artists. Gives them dreams, ideas. Use walnut. Use steel. Make a violet. And they do, thinking it's their own brilliant inspiration. We sat with that awful idea. The entity wasn't haunting a place or an object. It was haunting an idea, a theme, aesthetics of violence and loss. And ideas are contagious. The rest of that day was a blur. I went back to the museum, my professional self on autopilot. I had to process the new donation. I had to catalog the sculpture. It was my job. The irony was a bitter taste. I put on white gloves, the familiar ritual calming my nerves. I measured the sculpture, photographed it, described it. Vessel of Memory, the supposed artist had titled it. I handled it carefully, the polished wood and cold steel. It felt inert, just art. But when I was done, as I placed it in a temporary storage crate, I noticed something I'd missed. On the very bottom of the sculpture, carved tiny and neat in the walnut, were two initials and a date. E.H. 1895. Elsie Harrow? No, the maid's surname wouldn't be Harrow. But the initials matched. And 1895 was the year the Ouija board was made. A shiver that had nothing to do with temperature went through me. This wasn't a random artist's whim. This was a signature. A claim. That night, in my apartment, I didn't sleep. I sat at my table with the lights on, researching the deceased artist online. He was obscure, known for small, intense pieces. He had died suddenly, a heart attack in his studio. The obituary said his final work, completed just before he died, was his most profound, a departure into historical resonance. I looked at the date of his death. It was 2 days after the night I stabbed the Ouija board. The timeline fit. He finished his masterpiece and died. Had he been its last tool? Used up and discarded? My head ached. I was circling a drain of paranoia. I needed proof of something, anything. I decided to go back to the very beginning. The Harrow house itself. The original site. It had been torn down decades ago, replaced by a bland office building. But maybe the land held something. It was a crazy thought, but I had no sane ones left. At dawn, I drove there. The office building was closed for the weekend. The lot was empty, just concrete and dormant landscaping. I walked around the back, to a small, fenced-off area for dumpsters. It felt like the only place that wasn't polished and modern. The ground was bare dirt and old gravel. I don't know what I was looking for. A sign. A feeling. Anything. Then I saw it, partly buried in the dirt near the fence line. Not a violet. A weed with small, tough little buds. But around one of its stems, twisted tight, was a thin, tarnished piece of silver wire. It was the kind of wire used in old-fashioned picture framing, or to secure a bundle of letters. I crouched down, my heart thumping. I didn't touch it. I just looked, and I remembered the red archival thread laid across the photo of the innocent man in the 1920s file. This was different, but the same idea. A marker. A way of saying this one. This weed, in this forgotten spot, was part of the collection now. The entity was still curating. It was just working in a different medium. The world itself was its gallery. I stood up, backing away. The sun was higher now, the city waking up. A normal Saturday. People would go to brunch, to the park. And underneath it all, something was arranging, collecting, appreciating stories of pain with the cold eye of a connoisseur. I drove back to the museum. I didn't go home. I went to my office. I looked at the timeline still taped to my wall, the one that ended with the red circles. It was incomplete. The story hadn't ended with the burning of the board. A new chapter had started, and I was no longer the main character. I was a witness, maybe even a reference. My experiences, my fear, were now part of the archival material. I took down the timeline. I rolled it up. I put it in a drawer. Then I sat at my desk and did the only thing I could think to do. I started a new catalog, a clean digital file. I titled it Documented Phenomena, the Harrow Convergence. I began typing everything, from the smell in the crate to the guard's sensor logs, from the mannequins to the animal scenes, from the sleepwalking to the sculpture. I included photos, scans of my notes, a recording of the guard's statement. I was meticulous. I was professional. This was no longer a personal haunting. It was a historical and paranatural event that needed proper documentation. If the entity was an idea, then ideas could be studied, understood, maybe even contained. It wasn't a fight I could win with a knife. It was a research project that might outlast me. I worked for hours, the click of the keys a soothing rhythm. I was an archivist. This is what I did. I brought order to chaos, even to this chaos. As I finished, saving the file to a secure, encrypted server, I felt a strange calm. The fear was still there, but it had edges now. It was data. I leaned back in my chair. The office was quiet. On my desk, next to my keyboard, was a simple potted plant I kept for greenery. A small, hardy succulent. I looked at it, and there, nestled at its base, half hidden in the potting soil, was a single dried, grayish petal. It could have been anything. It could have blown in from outside. But I knew the shape, the color. A violet. Not fresh. Old. Pressed. Placed. A quiet, persistent bookmark. It wasn't a threat. It was an acknowledgement. A curator noting a useful source. I didn't scream. I didn't throw it away. I took a pair of tweezers from my desk, picked up the petal, and placed it in a small, clear archival sleeve. I labeled it, Sample, Unknown Provenance. Found on personal desk. I filed it with the rest. The work was never over. New acquisitions were always arriving. All I could do was ensure the catalog was accurate and hope that someday someone else would read it and understand and be prepared. The museum around me felt vast and full of stories waiting to be told. Some of them were still writing themselves. I saved the file one more time, closed my laptop, and turned off the light, ready to go home, knowing I would be back tomorrow to continue the record. Story number 6. So here I am, Mike, just your average guy trying to get through a Tuesday that felt like it lasted 1,000 years. The whole stupid party was actually my idea, if you can believe it. My friends called it a divorce party, a way to burn the bridges behind me after finally signing the papers that ended a 10-year marriage. It wasn't a fancy thing, just a bunch of my buddies from work and a few old college pals crowded into my little living room, the air smelling like pepperoni pizza and cheap beer. The mood was this weird mix of celebration and relief, like we'd all just survived something and needed to make a lot of noise to prove we were still alive. My best friend, the one who always knows how to lighten the mood, showed up with a bag full of gag gifts. There was a best divorce ever mug, a self-help book about being happily single, and then at the bottom of the bag, this thing. It was a Ouija board, but not some old wooden antique you see in movies. This was pure plastic, the kind you'd buy at a toy store, and it actually glowed in the dark. He tossed it on the coffee table with a laugh, saying maybe I could use it to contact a better husband next time. We all roared with laughter, the kind that hurts your stomach and feels a little too loud, covering up all the unspoken stuff hanging in the room. For a while it just sat there, a silly plastic rectangle next to empty bottles and crumpled napkins. The night rolled on, stories were told, more pizza was eaten, and that heavy feeling in my chest started to feel a little lighter. But then, as the clock crept past midnight and the energy started to dip, someone, I think it was my buddy from the gym, pointed at the board and said, "Come on, let's actually try the stupid thing." For a laugh. There was a moment of quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we all agreed, why not, it would be funny. We turned off the main lights, leaving just a single dim lamp on in the corner, and the cheap plastic letters and numbers on the board took on a soft, eerie green glow. We all crowded around the coffee table, sitting on the floor. There were 5 of us, me, my best friend, my gym buddy, my old college roommate, and his new girlfriend, who I was meeting for the first time. We put our fingers lightly on the heart-shaped plastic slider, the planchette, and the mood shifted. The tipsy laughter faded away, replaced by a focused, prickly energy. It didn't feel like a game anymore. It felt like we were all holding our breath together, like we were about to poke a sleeping bear with a live wire, just to see what would happen. The silence in the room was complete, a waiting kind of quiet. I felt a little stupid, but also a strange current of excitement. My best friend, acting as the spokesman, asked in a mock serious voice, "Is there anyone there?" We waited, our fingers just resting there. For a full minute, nothing. I was about to call the whole thing off, to break the tension with a joke, when I felt it. A tiny vibration under my fingertips. Then, the planchette began to move. It wasn't a fast, scary jerk like in the movies. It was slow, smooth, and deliberate, as if being pulled by an invisible thread. It slid across the board to the word yes. A collective shiver went through our little circle. My gym buddy let out a low whistle. "Okay, it's working," he whispered, and his voice sounded different, less sure. My best friend, still playing the role, asked, "What is your name?" The planchette moved again, sliding from letter to letter with that same unsettling smoothness. It spelled out G-A-B. We all looked at each other. "Gabe?" Who's Gabe? My college roommate asked. No one knew. His girlfriend shrugged, her eyes wide. Maybe it's just making it up, she said, but she didn't sound convinced. That's when I got an idea, a mean little thought fueled by all the leftover anger and wine in my system. I wanted to direct this weird energy to use it. I leaned forward and said, let's ask it about my ex. Let's see what she's doing right now. My best friend shot me a look. Are you sure about that look? But I just nodded. He cleared his throat and asked the board, what is Mike's ex-wife doing right now? The planchette didn't hesitate. It started moving again, gliding from letter to letter with a purpose that made my heart beat faster. It spelled out REGRET. The room exploded. My friends hooped and cheered, slapping me on the back. See, she regrets it. She's sorry, my gym buddy yelled. For a moment, I felt a powerful surge of victory. It was like we had summoned proof, real cosmic proof, that I had won, that she was miserable somewhere thinking about her mistake. The mood turned giddy again, but it was a different kind of giddy, a nervous, thin kind of happiness. The air in the room felt colder, even though the heat was on. Emboldened by this, I pushed further. I wanted more. Ask it what she'll do next, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. My best friend asked. The planchette moved again, but this time its motion felt different, sharper, more certain. It went straight to 3 letters, BG. Beg, my college roommate said. She's going to beg for you back. We laughed, but the laughter was hollow, forced. No one was really laughing anymore. We were all just watching that glowing piece of plastic like it was a snake about to strike. A heavy feeling settled back into my stomach, colder than before. We all pulled our fingers away from the planchette at the same time, as if by silent agreement. The spell was broken. All right, that's enough spooky stuff for one night, my best friend said, standing up and switching the main lights back on. The sudden brightness was blinding, and the Ouija board just looked like a cheap toy again. We all busied ourselves cleaning up, talking loudly about sports and work, anything to fill the space where that strange energy had been. One by one, my friends left, giving me hugs and claps on the shoulder, telling me everything was going to be great now. Finally, I was alone in my quiet apartment. I looked at the mess, the empty bottles, the glowing board still on the coffee table. I shook my head, feeling exhausted and a little silly. It was just a game, a piece of plastic, and our own subconscious minds pushing it around. I had a big presentation at work the next day and needed sleep. I left the board where it was, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Sleep came quickly, a deep, heavy sleep. I was dreaming about nothing, a blank, dark dream, when a sound pulled me out of it. A buzzing. A persistent, angry buzzing. My phone on the nightstand. I fumbled for it, my eyes struggling to read the bright screen in the dark room. The clock said 3:07 a.m. A text message. I squinted, my heart sinking. It was from my ex-wife. What could she possibly want at this hour? I opened it, a knot of old anger and new anxiety tightening in my chest. The message was short. It read, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did it. Please forgive me for spilling the red wine on your mother's wedding dress tomorrow. I read it once, then twice. I sat bolt upright in bed, fully awake now. My mind raced. This made no sense. First of all, my ex was not a late-night texter. She was asleep by 10 like clockwork. Second, the apology was for something specific, something that hadn't happened yet. Tomorrow. And third, and most importantly, my mother's wedding dress wasn't here. It was safe in her attic, 200 miles away. There was no way my ex could spill wine on it. I stared at the message, the glowing letters feeling as ominous as the ones on the board had hours earlier. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature crept down my spine. It had to be a mistake. A drunk text meant for someone else. Or maybe she was having some kind of breakdown. That had to be it. The board was a coincidence, a silly game. This text was just a bizarre, guilt-ridden mistake from a person I didn't really know anymore. I put the phone face down on the nightstand, trying to slow my breathing. It was nothing, just a strange end to a strange night. I lay back down, pulling the covers up, telling myself to go back to sleep. But my eyes stayed open, staring at the dark ceiling. The words from the board echoed in my head. REGRET, BG. And now this apology for something that hadn't even happened. 3 data points. A pattern starting to form in the dark. I closed my eyes, pushing the thoughts away. It was nothing. I had a presentation tomorrow. I needed sleep. But as I finally drifted off, just on the edge of unconsciousness, one thought lingered. A hook in my mind that wouldn't let go. What if the game wasn't over? What if we had poked the bear, and it was just now waking up? For 3 days I managed to convince myself it was all just a weird coincidence. I went to work, I gave my presentation, which went fine, and I tried to forget about the glowing board and the 3 a.m. text. I shoved the board into a closet, throwing an old jacket on top of it, so I wouldn't have to see its plastic glow. The text from my ex-wife I just deleted, telling myself she had been drinking and texted the wrong person about some other drama in her life. It was easier to believe that than to consider the alternative. Life went on, or at least it pretended to. Then, on the 4th day, my boss called me into her office. She was a serious woman, not prone to smiling, but her face that day was like stone. "Close the door," she said. I did, my heart starting to thump a little harder. "Sit down," she instructed. I sat. She folded her hands on her desk and looked at me. "Mike, I need to ask you about the Henderson account." My blood, as they say, ran cold. Just for a second, the room seemed to tilt. The Henderson account. That was a project from over a year ago, a minor client I had managed. At the end of it, I had made a mistake. A small, stupid accounting error, moving a decimal point one place, so that a $10,000 invoice looked like a $100,000 invoice. I caught it myself before any money was sent, fixed it quietly in our system, and never told a soul. It was the kind of slip-up that could get you a warning, or even let go if the client had complained. No one had ever known. No one except me. And I had told one other person during a late-night venting session about work stress. I had told my then-wife. My boss leaned forward. "We received an anonymous tip this morning, an email to the compliance department. It laid out the error on the Henderson account in precise detail. It said you tried to cover it up." Her eyes were piercing. "Is this true?" My mouth was dry. I could not believe this was happening. The board had spelled BG. My ex had texted an apology for a future mistake. And now, here was the consequence. The timeline was backwards and impossible. The apology had come first. The crime was being revealed now. This wasn't a coincidence anymore. 2 weird things can be chance, but 3? 3 is a pattern. A pattern with a terrible logic to it. I had to think fast. I couldn't lie. The details in the email were too specific. "It's true there was an error," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "It was a data entry mistake on my part. I found it and corrected it immediately, before any payment was processed or any report was generated. The client was never overbilled. The company never lost a cent. I should have filed an internal report. I see that now. I was embarrassed and I fixed it. That was wrong of me." I kept my gaze level, showing regret for the procedure, not for a crime. My boss studied me for a long moment, then sat back. The tip was detailed. It mentioned you confided in someone about it. Who knew? There it was. The confirmation. My ex-wife. I said, the words tasting bitter. I mentioned it to her in passing, over a year ago. My boss nodded slowly, a flicker of something like pity in her eyes. "Personal lives spilling into work is never good, Mike. This looks bad. I'm going to have to put a formal note in your file about the failure to report, and compliance will be watching. You're on thin ice. Don't make another mistake." I nodded numb. "I understand. Thank you for handling it directly." I left her office, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I walked back to my desk, my mind screaming. This was targeted. This was precise. Someone was trying to destroy my career, and the only person with the knowledge, and I assumed the motive, was my ex. A white-hot rage boiled up inside me. This was beyond a nasty divorce. This was sabotage. I waited until my lunch break, storming out of the building and into the parking lot where I could have some privacy. I pulled out my phone and called her. She picked up on the 3rd ring. "Hello." Her voice was quiet, normal. It made me even angrier. "What is wrong with you?" I snapped, not bothering with hello. "What are you playing at?" There was a pause on the other end. "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb." I nearly shouted, pacing next to my car. "The anonymous tip to my company? The Henderson account? You're the only one who knew. First the creepy text in the middle of the night, and now this? Are you trying to get me fired? Is this some sick game to make me beg?" I threw the word at her, the word from the board. There was a longer pause. I could hear her breathing. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. All the normalcy was gone, replaced by a shaky, thin sound. A scared sound. "Mike, I don't know what you're talking about. What tip? What account?" Her confusion didn't sound feigned. It sounded genuine, and that somehow made it worse. "Stop it!" I yelled, Just stop lying. You texted me an apology for something that hadn't happened, and now it's happening. You're doing this. I'm not, she cried, and I heard a tremor in her voice. I swear I'm not. I got your message. I was confused too. I thought you were messing with me, and I don't know anything about your work. But, her voice dropped to a whisper. But what? I demanded, the fury still hot in my chest. But I've been sleepwalking. The word hung in the air between us, traveling over the phone lines. It was so unexpected, so bizarre, that it punctured my anger for a second. What? Sleepwalking, she repeated, her voice hollow. I've never done it before in my life. But since that night you had your party, I've woken up 3 times. Not in my bed. Once in the kitchen, just standing at the sink. Once in the hallway closet. And last night I woke up on the couch with my phone in my hand. And there was a text message drafted to you. I didn't send it. It was just sitting there in the drafts folder. I deleted it. I was so scared. My mind was reeling. The fury was cooling, hardening into a different, colder emotion, dread. What did the draft say? I asked, my own voice quieter now. She was quiet for so long I thought the call dropped. It said, I'm sorry for the broken window. We both were silent then. I thought about my car. Just yesterday morning, I had come out to find the driver's side window of my car shattered. Not broken into, just shattered, as if hit with a small, precise tool. I had blamed kids in the neighborhood and called my insurance. I hadn't connected it to anything. A broken window. An apology for a broken window. The dread solidified into a block of ice in my gut. This wasn't her. This was something else. The rage I felt toward her evaporated, leaving behind a terrifying vacancy. Mike, she said, her voice small and far away. I'm scared. I feel like I'm going crazy. Something is happening. Yeah, I managed to say. Something is. We talked for a few more minutes. Our tones completely changed. We weren't adversaries anymore. We were 2 people comparing notes on a shared nightmare. She described the feeling of waking up, disoriented and cold, with no memory of how she got where she was. I told her about the Ouija board, about the words it spelled, about the text I received and now my work disaster. Saying it all out loud to her, the person I had blamed, made it feel more real, more inescapable. We need to see each other, she said finally. We need to figure this out. In person. Please. I didn't want to. The idea of seeing her again, of being in the same room with all this horrible history and new, unexplainable fear, was awful. But she was right. Emails and texts and phone calls wouldn't cut it. We had to look each other in the eye. Reluctantly, I agreed. Okay, my place. Tonight. 7 o'clock. I spent the rest of the workday in a fog, jumping at every email notification, staring at my computer screen without seeing it. When I got home, I cleaned up nervously, though the place was already tidy. I didn't know what to expect. At 7 on the dot, the doorbell rang. I took a deep breath and opened it. She stood there on my doorstep, and she looked terrible. Not messy, but pale and thin, like she hadn't slept properly in weeks. The confident woman I'd known was gone, replaced by someone who looked like a ghost. Her eyes were wide and shadowed. We didn't say hello. We just looked at each other for a moment, a world of confusion and fear passing between us. Then, without a word, she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. She reached into her purse and pulled out her phone. Her hands were shaking. I found something else, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Today, after we talked, I was going through my phone, looking for anything strange. I checked my notes app. She unlocked the phone, pulled up the app, and handed it to me. Look at the drafts. I took the phone. The screen showed a list of notes. Most were normal, a grocery list, ideas for a project at her job. But at the top, there were 3 new drafts, all time-stamped from the early hours of various mornings over the past week, all unsent. My blood went cold again as I read them. The first one, from the night after my party, said, I'm so sorry for the text. I don't know why I sent it. The second one said, I'm sorry for the broken window. The third one, time-stamped from last night, sent a new wave of nausea through me. It read, I'm sorry for the flat tires. And then at the very bottom of the most recent draft, as an afterthought, 2 more lines were typed, simple and devastating. I'm sorry for the fire. I'm sorry for taking her. I stared at the screen. The words blurred. Her. Our daughter. We had shared custody. Our little girl was supposed to be with her mom this week. I looked up from the phone, my vision swimming. My ex was watching me, tears now streaming silently down her face. "I didn't write those," she choked out. "I would never. Not ever." I believed her. The terror in her eyes was the most real thing I had seen in days. The last of the walls between us, the anger and the blame, crumbled to dust. We were no longer ex-husband and ex-wife fighting over the past. We were two parents standing in the middle of my living room, united by a pure, animal fear for our child. We were staring at the same terrifying script, and we had no idea who the author was or how to make it stop. The game from the party was over. Something much, much worse had just begun, and we were both trapped in its opening scene. We stared at that note on her phone, the words, "I'm sorry for taking her," seeming to burn themselves into the air between us. For a few seconds, neither of us moved or spoke. The only sound was the low hum of my refrigerator from the kitchen. Then we both moved at once. "Call your mom," I said, my voice rough. "Now, see where she is." She was already dialing, her fingers trembling so badly she misdialed twice. I grabbed my own phone, my mind racing in horrible directions. Our daughter was supposed to be with her mother's parents for a few days, a pre-planned visit. While she called her mom, I called my own parents, who sometimes did pickups from school. My mother answered, cheerful. "Hi, honey. How's your week? Is Lily with you?" I asked, cutting her off, not caring about manners. "What? No, of course not. She's with your ex's parents until Thursday, remember?" she said, her voice now laced with worry. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah, fine, just checking." I lied, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I'll call you later." I hung up. Across the room, my ex was talking fast into her phone. "Mom, put her on. Right now. I need to hear her voice." There was a pause that felt like an eternity. Then, her face crumpled with relief, and she held the phone out to me. I could hear the faint, sweet sound of our daughter's laughter, followed by a loud, "Hi, Mommy." I sagged against the wall, the tension draining out of me so fast I felt dizzy. She was safe. She was at her grandparents' house, 2 towns over, exactly where she was supposed to be. My ex finished the call, her own legs seeming to give out as she sank onto my couch. "She's okay," she whispered, more to herself than to me. "She's okay." But the relief was temporary, a thin bandage over a gaping wound. The note was still there. The threat had been made. The script had introduced a new character, our little girl. We spent the next hour talking in low, urgent voices, trying to make a plan. The anger was gone, replaced by a frantic, shared purpose. We agreed that the sleepwalking, the notes, the apologies, and the events they predicted were all connected. We decided we had to treat it like a hostile force, something we could maybe track and outsmart. So, we set up a horrible new routine. It was my ex's idea. She would call me the second she woke up from a sleepwalking episode, no matter the time. She would read me the apology text she found already typed in her drafts folder. That way, I would have a warning. If the note said flat tires, I could check my car. If it said something else, I could be ready. It was a gruesome early warning system, and it made me feel sick to agree to it, but we had nothing else. The first call came 2 nights later. The phone buzzed on my nightstand at 1:15 in the morning. I snatched it up, already wide awake with fear. Her voice was thick with sleep and terror. "It's me," she said. I woke up in the kitchen. My phone was on the counter. "There's a note." "Read it," I said, switching on my lamp. She took a shaky breath. "It says, 'I'm so sorry for scaring the dog.'" A cold knot formed in my stomach. I didn't have a dog, but she did. A little terrier named Buster that our daughter adored. "Go check on Buster," I said. "Right now. I'll stay on the phone." I heard her moving through her house, her breathing quick and shallow. I heard a door open, then a small, confused whine, then her voice trembling. He's in the bathtub, in the guest bathroom. He's just sitting there in the dry tub, shaking. He won't come out." My blood went cold. The dog was unhurt, but he was traumatized. He had been moved deliberately to a strange place in the middle of the night. This wasn't just about property damage anymore, like my car window. This was a violation of her home, a demonstration that this thing could get inside, could touch the living creatures within. The sense of safety was completely gone. I started keeping a log after that, a notebook by my bed. I wrote down the time of each call and the exact wording of each apology. 1:15 a.m., scaring the dog. 4:30 a.m. that same night, her dog was found cowering in the bathtub. It was a pattern, but a backwards, insane one. The apology always came first, then the event. We were living in a world where cause and effect had been flipped upside down. For a few days, things were quiet. No calls. The quiet was worse. It felt like waiting for the other shoe to drop, a shoe you knew was made of something terrible. I jumped at every sound in my own house. I started checking the locks on my windows 3 times before bed. I looked at the closet where I'd stashed the Ouija board with a new kind of hatred. Then last night, the call came again. This time it was 2:03 a.m. Her voice was a bare whisper, choked with tears. "Another one," she said. I was in the living room. The TV was on, just static. The note says, "I'm sorry for the figure at the window." My breath caught in my throat. "Figure at the window? Your window?" "I don't know," she cried, the fear breaking through. "It doesn't say whose window. Yours? Mine? The nursery at my parents' house? I don't know. Stay where you are," I told her, my own voice tight. "Do not go looking out windows. Turn on all the lights in your house. I'm coming over." "No," she said quickly. "Don't. What if it leads you here into something? What if that's part of it? Just stay put. Be careful. Check your own house." We hung up. I did as she said. I turned on every single light in my apartment, flooding the rooms with a harsh, unforgiving brightness. I went to each window, my heart in my mouth, and peered out into the dark courtyard of my complex. I saw nothing. No figures, no movement, just the sway of tree branches in the wind and the faint glow of distant streetlights. I stood guard in my living room until the sun came up, feeling exhausted and jumpy. Nothing happened. I finally fell into a fitful sleep on the couch around 7 in the morning, thinking maybe, just maybe, it had been a false alarm. A generic, scary phrase that wouldn't come true. I was wrong. My daughter came home from her grandparents that afternoon. My ex brought her over to my place for my scheduled evening with her. It was a normal, blessed slice of normalcy. We ordered pizza, we watched a cartoon movie. She told me all about feeding ducks at the park with her grandma. For a few hours, the shadow lifted. I read her a bedtime story in the small spare room I'd fixed up for her, tucked her in, and turned out the light, leaving the door open a crack the way she liked. It was later, maybe 11 o'clock, and I was just about to head to bed myself when I heard the soft pad of little feet. Her door opened wider, and she appeared in the hallway, her favorite stuffed rabbit dangling from one hand. She rubbed her eyes with the other. "Sweetheart?" I said, kneeling down. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" She shuffled over to me and leaned her head against my shoulder. Her voice, when she spoke, was small and drowsy, but the words were clear and they turned my bones to ice. "Daddy," she murmured, snuggling closer. "There's a sad man standing in our backyard." Time stopped. I froze, my arms around her. My backyard was a tiny, fenced-in patio, barely big enough for a grill and 2 chairs. A motion sensor light was supposed to come on if anything moved out there. It was dark. "A sad man?" I managed to say, keeping my voice calm and soft. "Where, baby?" "By the big bush," she whispered. "He's just looking at the house. He looks really sad, Daddy." I carefully stood up, lifting her with me. I carried her into the living room, away from the windows that faced the backyard. My mind was screaming. The apology from the night before. The figure at the window. Not my ex's window. My window. My house. And the entity, the thing, the whatever it was, hadn't shown itself to me. It had shown itself to my daughter. It had made sure its primary audience was watching, and it had used my child as the messenger. The performance was escalating. It wasn't enough to scare us from a distance anymore. It wanted to be seen, up close, by the people it was torturing, and it wanted me to know it could get to her, could whisper things into her innocent world. I held my daughter close, her head on my shoulder, as I walked to the front of the house, to a window that faced the street. With my free hand, I slowly moved the curtain aside just an inch. I looked out into my front yard, my eyes scanning the shadows. I saw nothing. No one. The street was empty and quiet. The sad man was gone from the backyard, if he had ever been there at all. But the message had been delivered, loud and clear. The game had changed. The script now had a starring role for my little girl, and the thing writing it was no longer content to stay in the shadows. It was stepping into the light, and it wanted a front row seat for our terror. I rocked my daughter gently until she fell back asleep in my arms, her breathing soft and even, completely unaware of the storm swirling around her. I knew then that we couldn't just be reactive anymore, waiting for the next apology, the next horrible surprise. We had to find out what this thing was, and we had to find a way to fight back. The warning system had failed. It was time to go on the offensive. The days after my daughter saw the sad man were filled with a new kind of tension, a constant low-grade buzzing in my nerves. We increased security. I installed new locks on my doors and brighter motion sensor lights outside. My ex did the same at her place. We talked every day, our conversations no longer about our past, but about our strange, shared present, comparing notes, checking on our daughter, trying to find a pattern in the madness. The sleepwalking episodes and the apology notes had stopped for a little while, which should have been a relief, but it wasn't. It felt like the calm before a storm, the kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat too loudly. Then the call came, but it was different this time. It didn't come in the dead of night. It came at 11:07 on a Tuesday evening. I was still awake, watching some forgettable TV show, trying to distract myself. When my phone rang and I saw it was her, my stomach tightened with the usual dread. But her voice wasn't the thick, sleepy mumble of the sleepwalker. It was choked, raw, and completely, horrifyingly awake. "I'm in my car," she sobbed, the words tumbling out in a rush of pure panic. "I don't know how I got here. I was on my couch, watching TV, and then I was just here, in the driver's seat. My car is running." "Where are you?" I asked, already standing up, looking for my shoes. "I don't know," she cried, and I could hear the genuine, disoriented terror in her voice. "A street, with houses. It's dark. Wait. I see a street sign. It's Maple. I'm on Maple Drive." My blood turned to ice. Maple Drive was 2 blocks over from my street. "Okay, listen to me," I said, my voice as calm as I could force it. "Turn off the car. Right now. Take the keys out of the ignition." "I can't," she whispered, and the fear in her voice deepened. "Why not?" Because my hands are on the wheel, and I'm holding them there. I'm not doing it, Mike. My hands are just stuck. I'm telling them to move and they won't." A new layer of horror settled over me. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was possession. This was being awake and aware and trapped inside your own body, a passenger while something else drove. "Look around," I instructed, my mind racing. "What else do you see? In the car with you?" I heard her ragged breathing, then a small, strangled sound. There's a red plastic gas can. On the passenger seat. It's full. I can smell it." The world seemed to shrink to the size of the phone in my hand. Gasoline. An arson kit. And she was parked 2 blocks from my house. The script had escalated from broken windows and scared dogs to fire, to physical, violent destruction. The prop was purchased. The stage was set. My house. My life. Maybe with me in it. "I'm coming," I said, already grabbing my jacket and running for the door. "Don't hang up. Just keep talking to me. I'm so scared." She wept into the phone as I fumbled with my own keys and burst out into the cool night air. "I can't move. It's like I'm frozen. What if it makes me? What if it makes me get out? What if it makes me do something?" "It won't," I said, though I had no reason to believe that. I started running down the sidewalk, my phone pressed to my ear. "I'm almost there. Just keep looking at the street sign. You're on Maple and what?" "Maple and Cedar. I'm at the corner." I knew that intersection. It was a quiet, tree-lined corner, dark at this hour. My lungs burned as I ran, the streetlights casting long, jumping shadows ahead of me. I turned onto Maple, my eyes scanning ahead. And there it was. Her silver sedan, parked under a large oak tree, but parked crookedly, the front tires up on the curb as if it had been stopped in a hurry. The engine was off now, the car dark. I could see the dim shape of someone inside. "I see you," I said into the phone. "I'm here." I approached the car slowly, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The street was empty. The houses were dark. As I got closer, I could see her through the windshield. She was slumped forward, her forehead resting on the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking. And on the passenger seat, just as she described, was a bright red plastic gas can, the kind you buy at any hardware store. I reached the driver's side door. I tapped on the window. She jerked her head up. Her face was pale and streaked with tears in the dim light. Her eyes were wide with a terror I had never seen before, not even in our worst arguments. She looked at me like I was a ghost. Slowly, as if her joints were rusty, she reached over and unlocked the door. I pulled it open. The smell of gasoline was stronger now, sharp and chemical. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice low. She just shook her head, a quick, jerky motion. She couldn't speak. She held up her hands. They were trembling violently. I couldn't. My hands. She stammered. Then, when I saw your face, they let go. I helped her out of the car. She was unsteady on her feet, leaning against me for support. She felt thin, insubstantial. I guided her away from the vehicle, over to the curb a few feet away, and we both sat down on the cold concrete. She hugged her knees to her chest, rocking slightly. I looked back at the car, at that menacing Redkin sitting so casually on the seat. It was proof. Tangible, physical proof that this was real, that it was moving beyond thoughts and notes and into the world of action. I was on my couch, she repeated, her voice a monotone of shock. I was watching a baking show, and then there was a blink, like when you change a channel on TV, and for a second the screen goes black. I blinked, and I was here, in the car. The engine was running. My hands were on the wheel, and I knew I was supposed to drive somewhere, to do something. But you didn't, I said, trying to sound reassuring. You stopped. I didn't stop it, she said, looking at me, her eyes haunted. It stopped. It parked the car. It turned off the engine. It left me here like this, with that thing next to me, to show me, to make me see what it wanted me to do. As she was speaking, my phone, which I was still holding, buzzed in my hand. A new text message notification flashed on the screen. I looked down at it automatically. It was from her. The timestamp on the message said 10:45 p.m. 22 minutes ago. Before she called me. Before I found her here. My breath caught. I showed her the screen. She stared at it, her face going, if possible, even paler. The message was short. It read, "I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do. I can't stop it." We both looked from the phone's glowing screen to her car, to the gas can visible through the window, then back to each other. The understanding that settled over us was colder than the night air. This was the mechanism. This was how it worked. Her sleeping self, or the thing controlling her, would write the apology and timestamp it. It would then use her body to set the stage, to acquire the props, to move to the location. Then, her waking, conscious self would find the evidence, would react with terror and confusion. And that reaction, our fear, was the point. It was the fuel. We were living in a closed loop. The entity planted the script. Her body performed the setup. We discovered it and felt horror. That horror fed the entity, giving it the energy to write the next, worst scene. We weren't just victims. We were the battery powering the whole terrible show. We have to break the loop, I said, the words sounding hollow even to me. How? She asked, the simple word filled with a bottomless despair. I didn't have an answer, but we couldn't leave the car and the gas can hear. What if the loop decided to restart? What if, in another blink, she was back behind the wheel? Give me your keys, I said. She handed them over without a word. I walked back to her car, the smell of gasoline making my eyes water. I opened the passenger door, grabbed the red plastic can by its handle. It was shockingly heavy. I carried it away from the car, setting it down on the sidewalk. Then I got into the driver's seat of her car. The interior still held the faint, sweet smell of her perfume, now mixed with the acrid gasoline scent. It was a disorienting combination. I started the engine, backed carefully off the curb, and drove the 2 blocks to my house, with her following slowly on foot. I parked her car in my driveway behind my own. By the time I got out, she was there, standing under the porch light, looking lost. I went back for the gas can, carrying it like a bomb, and stored it in my locked shed out back. When I came back to the front door, she was still standing there. "You can't go home alone," I said. It wasn't a question. She nodded, a tiny movement. I let her in. We didn't talk much. I got her a glass of water. She sat on the edge of my couch, staring at nothing. I took the spare blanket from the linen closet and gave it to her. "You can have the bed," I said. "I'll take the couch." "No," she said, her voice firmer now. "The couch is fine. I don't think I'll sleep anyway." I didn't argue. I got a pillow for myself and lay down on the floor nearby, not wanting to leave her alone in the living room. We lay there in the dark for a long time, the only sound our breathing. The events of the night replayed in my mind on a loop. Her terrified voice on the phone, the crooked car, the red can, the text with its damning timestamp. The entity had shown its hand. It wasn't just a ghost in the machine. It could manipulate physical objects, make purchases, control a human body like a puppet. And it was confident enough to show us the script ahead of time, knowing we were powerless to change it. Just as I was finally drifting into an uneasy sleep, her voice came softly through the dark. "Mike!" "Yeah, thank you. For coming. For not thinking I'm crazy." "I know you're not crazy," I said. And I did. I had seen the proof with my own eyes. We were both sane people caught in something utterly insane. "What do we do tomorrow?" she asked. That was the question. The loop was broken for tonight, but the writer was still out there, and it would be angry its scene was interrupted. We find someone who knows about this stuff, I said, the idea forming even as I spoke. Not a doctor. Something else. Someone who understands things that operate like this. A psychic? She asked, doubt clear in her voice. Or a medium. Or a paranormal investigator. I don't know, I admitted. But we can't fight this with locks and lights. We need to fight it on its own turf. We need to understand what it is. There was a long pause. Then, from her spot on the couch, she said, "Okay." It was a small word, but it was an agreement. A plan. For the first time since the party, we weren't just waiting and reacting. We were going to try to take a step, however shaky, into the dark to meet the thing that was hunting us. As I closed my eyes, the image of the gas can seem burned onto the inside of my eyelids. We had stopped tonight's performance, but the show wasn't over. The writer was still in the shadows, and it would be drafting a new script, one that would account for our interference. Tomorrow, we would go looking for answers. The only question was, what would be waiting for us when we did? The next morning was awkward, filled with the kind of stiff politeness you have with a stranger sharing your space. We made coffee, avoided each other's eyes, and spoke in short, practical sentences. The shared terror of the night before had bonded us, but the daylight made our history feel too close, a minefield we had to tiptoe around. We both knew what we had to do, however. We needed information, and normal channels had failed us. I started the search online at my kitchen table while she took a shower. I looked up everything I could think of: sleepwalking and premonitions, entity causing specific events, hauntings tied to a person. Most of it was garbage, scary stories, and fake psychic ads. But one phrase kept popping up in stranger, more obscure forms: thought form attachment. The idea was that strong negative emotions like rage, grief, or bitterness could, under the right conditions, create a kind of psychic parasite. This thing would then feed on those same emotions, growing stronger by creating situations that caused more of them. It sounded insane. It also sounded exactly like what was happening. My ex came out, dressed in her clothes from the day before, her hair damp. "Find anything?" she asked, hovering near the table. I showed her the screen, summarizing the concept of a thought form. She read over my shoulder, her expression unreadable. "So you're saying, we made this?" she finally said, her voice flat. "Our divorce. Our anger. Maybe not made," I said, trying to be careful, "but maybe gave it a way in. Amplified something that was already festering." She walked away, wrapping her arms around herself. "That's a horrible thing to think." "It is," I agreed, "but it gives us a place to start. These forums mention people who can help. Specialists. Not all of them are frauds." We spent the next few hours making calls. It was demoralizing. The first 3 people I spoke to sounded like carnival barkers, promising instant cleansing for $500. My ex had better luck. She found a woman, based in a city about an hour's drive away, who didn't advertise at all. She was referred through a chain of message boards, described only as a sensitive who worked with relational echoes. She had a waiting list, but when my ex described our situation in a voicemail, the specific apologies, the timestamps, the physical manifestations, the woman called back within 20 minutes. Her name was Elena, and her voice on the phone was calm, measured, and tired. She agreed to see us that afternoon. It felt like our first real break. While we prepared to go, my ex had another idea. "If it's using my sleep, maybe we can catch it in the act. Not just the aftermath." I was wary. "How? You setting up a camera?" "Exactly," she said. "If I'm going to be a puppet, I want to see the strings." She was too scared to go back to her own house, so we rigged up a makeshift system in my guest room. We used my laptop, setting it on the dresser, and starting a video call to her phone, which I would keep with me. That way, I could watch the live feed. She also set her phone to voice record all night. It was a strange, invasive intimacy, but we were past caring about privacy. We left for our appointment with Elena in the early afternoon. Her place was not what I expected. It wasn't a mystical shop full of crystals and incense. It was a small, tidy office in a professional building, next to a dentist and an insurance agent. Elena herself was a woman in her late 50s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She looked more like a friendly librarian than a psychic. We sat in her simple office, and we told her everything. Starting with the divorce party, the Ouija board, the words it spelled, the text messages, my work disaster, the dog in the bathtub, the figure my daughter saw. And finally, the previous night with the car and the gasoline. We showed her the log I kept, the screenshots of the text timestamps. She listened without interruption, her hands folded on her desk, her expression growing more and more grave. When we finished, the room felt still. She leaned back in her chair, letting out a long breath. "You didn't summon a ghost," she said, her words precise. "Not in the traditional sense. A ghost is a remnant of a person. This is different. You amplified what was already there. The rotten core of your relationship, the resentment, the betrayal, the unfinished fury. That night, with that board, you weren't talking to the dead. You were shouting into the wound. And something in the wound shouted back. You gave the rot a voice, and now it's using yours." Her explanation, so clear and clinical, was more frightening than any tale of demons. She was saying the monster was made from us. "What is it?" my ex asked, her voice small. "You can call it a thought form, an egregore, a psychic mold. The name doesn't matter. What matters is its food source. It feeds on the emotional energy between you two. The more toxic, the better. It's not trying to kill you. It's trying to keep the story going. The story of the bitter ex-husband and the vengeful ex-wife. It creates events that make you blame each other, fear each other, which creates more of the energy it eats. So how do we kill it? I asked, the word feeling too violent for the quiet office. You don't kill mold by staring at it, Elena said. You cut off its moisture. You stop feeding it. You have to break the narrative. You have to act in ways it cannot predict. Ways that don't fit its story of two enemies. She gave us some basic advice. Stay in the same physical space as much as possible to dilute its focus. Try to practice genuine, even if difficult, forgiveness, and avoid any action that plays into the roles it has assigned us. It sounded impossibly hard, but she also gave us a specific ritual to try, a formal, mutual release of blame to be done at a neutral location, a place with no history for either of us. We left her office with a sliver of hope, but it was a fragile thing. The drive back was quiet, both of us processing the idea that we had, in some way, created our own haunting. When we got back to my place, it was early evening. We were exhausted, but there was a new determination between us. We had a theory and a plan, however flimsy. Then we remembered the video feed. My ex's phone had been recording the guest room all day. With a shared sense of dread, we sat at my kitchen table and opened the video file. The first few hours were boring. Just an empty, sunlit room. Then, around noon, the video showed my ex entering the room to grab a sweater she'd left there. Nothing strange. We fast-forwarded. Then, at 3:17 p.m., while we were sitting in Elena's office, the video showed the door to the guest room opening slowly. My ex, on the recording, walked into the room. But she walked differently. Her steps were slow, deliberate. She wasn't sleepwalking. Her eyes were open, but they had a vacant, distant look. She walked straight to the center of the room, then turned and sat down in the desk chair, facing the laptop camera directly. She just sat there, staring. Not at the room, but straight into the lens, as if she could see us watching her through time. A smile spread across her face. It was a smile I had never seen before. It wasn't happy or sad. It was knowing. Cold. Then, she began to speak. Her voice was her own, but the cadence was wrong. Too even, too calm. You're looking for answers, the thing using her mouth said to the camera. Good. It's more fun when the audience understands the play. You went to see the wise woman. She told you about the food. But she didn't tell you my name, did she? On the screen, her head tilted. You asked that first night. You asked the board who was answering. Your friends, the drunk ones, they asked again after you went to bed. They were brave. Or stupid. They asked for a name. She leaned closer to the camera, her face filling the screen. It's Kayan, she said, spelling it out. Kayan. Not family. Kinship. The tie that binds. And you are so very tightly bound. The recording showed her leaning back, that cold smile returning. The wise woman is right about one thing. I do love your story, but she's wrong about the ending. There's only one ending I want. Only one finale that will be satisfying. Then the thing, Kayan, looked right into the lens, and for a terrifying second, I felt it was seeing me right there in my kitchen, not a recording at all. I want her to see you break. I want her to watch you become the monster she already believes you are. And then, when it's perfect, when it's real, I'll take the little one, the final piece of the bond, my masterpiece. The recording showed my ex's body standing up, the smile fading, her eyes blinking back to their normal, confused haze. She looked around the room as if lost, then shuffled out, closing the door behind her. The video ended. We sat at my table, the screen dark. The air had been sucked from the room. We had our name, Kin, and we had its goal. It wasn't just feeding. It was directing a play with a specific, horrifying climax. My complete destruction witnessed by my ex, and then the taking of our daughter. The entity had just delivered its villain's monologue, and we had watched it on demand. My ex was crying silently, tears of shame and horror streaming down her face. "I don't remember any of that," she whispered. "I was making lunch. I felt a little dizzy. I sat down for a minute, that's all." I believed her. The recording was proof that Kin didn't need sleep anymore. It could take her anytime, for short moments, and leave no memory. It was getting stronger. We had gone looking for answers, and we had found them. We had a name. We had a motive. And we had a deadline. Kin had laid out its entire plan. The feeling of hope from Elena's office was gone, crushed under the weight of that cold, smiling performance. We knew what we were fighting now. We knew it was intelligent, cruel, and had a taste for drama. And we knew it considered our daughter the prize. The chessboard was laid out, and we had just seen our opponent's final move. We just had no idea how to stop a game that was rigged from the very start, played with pieces of our own shattered past. The video of Kin speaking through my ex left us in a state of paralyzed horror for the rest of that day. We played it once more, just to be sure we heard it right, then deleted it from the laptop. Having that thing's smug face on my hard drive felt like an infection. Elena's advice about starving Kin now felt naive, like trying to put out a forest fire with a squirt gun. This wasn't just mold. It was a director, a playwright with a cruel sense of irony, and a very specific finale in mind. But Elena's other idea, the ritual of release, was all we had. A formal, spoken forgiveness at a neutral site. It felt like a Hail Mary pass in a game we were already losing by a mile. But we were desperate enough to try anything. We decided to do it at dawn the next day. We needed a place with zero history for either of us, so we picked a small public footbridge in a county park about 30 minutes away. It crossed a slow-moving creek, surrounded by woods. We'd never been there together. It felt neutral, quiet, and away from prying eyes. Neither of us slept that night. We stayed in the living room, with all the lights on, talking in low voices about everything except the task ahead. We talked about our daughter, about funny memories from when she was a baby, about anything that was pure and untainted by what came later. It was the longest conversation we'd had in years that wasn't about lawyers or schedules or this nightmare. It was almost nice, in a heartbreaking way. A few hours before sunrise, we got ready to go. The sky was just beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised blue when we pulled into the empty park lot. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet leaves and pine. It was utterly still. No birds, no wind. We walked in silence along the gravel path that led to the bridge, our footsteps crunching loud in the quiet. The wooden bridge was old but sturdy, its railings painted a fading white. We stopped in the middle, leaning on opposite rails, looking down at the dark water below. This was it. The idea was to speak our piece, to formally forgive each other for the real, human hurts, to cut the emotional cords Kin was feeding on. We had practiced what we would say, but standing there in the cold, pre-dawn gloom, the words felt silly, impossible. How do you forgive someone for helping to create a psychic monster that wants to kidnap your child? But we had to try. I took a deep breath, my breath forming a cloud in the air. "I forgive you," I started, the words feeling thick and clumsy. For the things said at the end, for the anger, for letting things get so bad that something like this could even find a home. She was looking at the water, her profile pale in the dim light. She nodded, swallowing hard. "I forgive you too," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "For the same, for the distance, for the silence when there should have been talking, for the part of me that wanted you to hurt, because that's what started all this." We had more to say, a whole script we'd planned, about releasing each other from blame and moving forward as allies for our daughter's sake. But before I could form the next sentence, we heard a sound that froze the words in my throat. Tires on gravel. Slow, deliberate. A car was pulling into the otherwise empty parking lot. We both turned to look back down the path. A police cruiser, its headlights off, rolled to a stop next to our cars. The driver's door opened, and an officer got out. He was a big man, his uniform seeming too crisp for this hour. He didn't approach us right away. He stood by his car, looking at ours. Then he started walking slowly down the path toward the bridge. My ex and I exchanged a glance. This couldn't be a coincidence. Kin knew. It had to. The officer reached the foot of the bridge. He stopped there, one hand resting casually on his belt near his holster. His face was neutral, professional. "Morning," he called out, his voice echoing slightly in the still air. "Mike Tanner?" "That was me." "Yes, officer?" I said, my heart starting a slow, heavy thud in my chest. He looked from me to my ex, then back to me. "Sir, I need you to ask your friend to step away for a moment. I need to speak with you." My ex looked at me, her eyes wide with a fresh, familiar terror. I gave a tiny, helpless shrug. She slowly walked off the bridge, stopping on the path a good 20 feet away, hugging herself against the cold. The officer walked onto the bridge, his boots thumping on the old wood. He stopped a few feet from me. He didn't look angry. He looked serious. "Sir, where were you last night between the hours of 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.? I blinked. "I was at home. All night. My friend here was with me. We were both there." He nodded slowly, as if he expected that answer. "Can anyone else verify that? Neighbors see your cars? Any deliveries?" "No," I said, confusion mixing with the dread. "It was a quiet night. We didn't go out." "Why? What's this about?" He studied my face for a long moment. "There was a fire last night, sir. A structure fire. A detached garage on Oak Lane, about 2 miles from your residential address. It was reported at 12:17 a.m. Oak Lane. I knew that street. It was in my neighborhood. My mind was racing, trying to see the trap. That's terrible, but I don't see what it has to do with me." The officer's expression didn't change. A witness came forward. They were out walking their dog late. They reported seeing a silver sedan, matching the make and model of the vehicle registered to you, ma'am, he said, glancing toward my ex. "Parked near that address around 11:45. They noted the driver was acting furtive. When they saw the news about the fire this morning, they called it in. We also recovered a partial license plate from some security footage in the area. It matches your vehicle." The world seemed to tilt. The gas can. The apology for the fire. Ken wasn't just going to make her set a fire at my house. It was going to frame her for one somewhere else. And it had used the time we were planning our countermove to do it. The ritual, the attempt to break the bond, had given it the perfect opportunity and the perfect alibi for us being together, which now looked like collusion. "Officer, that's impossible," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We were together. All night. We have proof. We were recording." I stopped. I couldn't explain the video feed without sounding insane. "Recording what, sir?" he asked, his eyebrow lifting slightly. "Nothing. I mean, we were just at home. Talking. You can check our phones, the location data. They'll show we never left." "Phone data can be left behind," he said, his tone implying he'd heard every excuse in the book. The witness was certain about the car. "And we have an active fire, started with an accelerant. We'd like you both to come down to the station to give formal statements. And sir," he looked at me with a gaze that was suddenly much harder, "we'd like your permission to search your property. Specifically any outbuildings like a shed." The shed, where I had locked up the red gas can. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. If they found that, with her car identified near the scene, it was over. It was a perfect frame. Kin had written a new scene, and the police were now characters in its play. "Do you have a warrant?" I asked, the words automatic, learned from TV. "We can get one," he said evenly. "Based on the witness statement and the partial plate, it won't be a problem. It's easier if you consent." I looked past him to my ex. She was crying silently, shaking her head. She knew about the gas can in my shed. We both knew what this meant. If I said no, it looked guilty, and they'd come back with a warrant anyway. If I said yes, they'd find the evidence KIN had planted for them. We were checkmated. "I want to call a lawyer," I said, my voice sounding hollow. The officer nodded, as if this was the most predictable thing in the world. "That's your right. You can do that at the station. For now, I need you both to come with me. You're not under arrest at this time, but you are persons of interest. Please don't make this difficult." There was nothing to do. We walked back up the path, a cop following each of us, it felt like. We were placed in the back of separate squad cars. As my officer closed the door, I looked out the window at my ex being led to the other car. Our eyes met for a second across the parking lot. All the fragile understanding we'd built, the shaky alliance, crumbled under the weight of this new reality. The law didn't care about thought forms or psychic parasites. It cared about witness statements and physical evidence. And KIN had just provided both. As the car pulled away, taking me to a place where logic and evidence ruled, I realized this was its masterpiece. It had moved the game from the shadows of our private horror into the bright, unforgiving light of the real world. Our attempt to break the story had only given it a better plot twist. We were no longer just battling the monster. We were battling the justice system, and the monster was holding all the evidence. The bridge, the forgiveness, the hope of dawn. It all felt like a distant dream, a silly fantasy. The real story was just beginning, and we had been cast as the villains. The police station was a blur of harsh fluorescent lights, stale coffee smell, and low, serious voices. They put us in separate interview rooms, small spaces with scuffed tables and walls that seemed to absorb sound. My mind was racing, trying to find a foothold in this new legal nightmare. A detective came in, a man with a tired face and sharp eyes. He went through the routine, my rights, the witness statement about the silver car, the fire. I told my story, the same one I told the officer. We were home all night. I gave him my ex's name to confirm. I didn't mention the gas can. I asked for a lawyer. Everything slowed to a crawl after that. I sat in that room for what felt like hours, my thoughts spiraling. They would get a warrant for my shed. They would find the can. How could I explain it? That I took it from my sleepwalking ex to prevent a fire she was being compelled to start? It sounded like the plot of a bad movie, or a desperate lie from a guilty man. My lawyer, a brisk woman named Carla who specialized in criminal defense, arrived eventually. I told her everything, the whole unbelievable story. She listened without interrupting, her face a professional mask. When I finished, she let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," she said. "We do not mention any of that. Not to the police, not to a judge, not to anyone. You sound insane, and insane people go to prison. We stick to the facts we can prove. You were home. She was home with you. You have no knowledge of any fire. You have never seen a gas can. You have no idea why a witness would place her car there. It must be a case of mistaken identity. But they'll find the can in my shed," I said, my voice tight. "Then we have a problem," she said bluntly. "But we don't admit to putting it there. We say we have no idea how it got there. Maybe someone is framing you. We'll need an alternative theory. But for now, we say nothing." It was agony. Following her advice felt like surrendering to Kin's narrative, but I was out of my depth. The detective came back in with my lawyer present. He informed us they had obtained a warrant for my property. My heart sank. He left again. More waiting. During this time, Carla managed to get an update. My ex had been questioned separately. She had also asked for a lawyer and was sticking to the same story. They had not arrested either of us yet, but they were holding us. The break, when it came, was from an unexpected direction. Carla's phone buzzed. She read a text, her eyebrows lifting slightly. "They're pulling security footage," she said. "From a hotel." "A hotel?" I asked, confused. "Your ex," Carla explained. "Her lawyer is smart. She told them that your ex has been experiencing severe stress and sleep issues. So much so that she checked into a hotel 2 nights ago to try to get some rest, away from her own home. She gave them the hotel name and the time she checked in. The police are pulling the lobby and hallway footage to verify her presence there last night." A flicker of hope, thin and desperate, sparked in my chest. She had checked into a hotel after the gasoline incident, too scared to be alone. I hadn't even thought about that alibi. But if the footage showed her in the hotel lobby or hallway during the time of the fire, it would be a physical, digital alibi that contradicted the witness who saw her car. It took another hour. The detective returned, his expression unreadable. He looked at me, then at Carla. "The security footage from the sunrise and shows your client," he said, nodding at me, "entering the lobby with the female at 9:47 p.m. last night. It shows them taking the elevator. Hallway camera shows them entering room 214 at 9:52 p.m. The next time the hallway camera picks them up is at 7:08 a.m. This morning, when they left together." He paused, his jaw working. "The fire was reported at 12:17 a.m. The witness placed the car at 11:45 p.m. He looked at me. "You're saying you were both in that hotel room from before 10 until after 7 this morning?" "Yes," I said, the word feeling like a stone dropping. "The entire night." The detective sighed, rubbing his forehead. "The witness was certain, but digital footage doesn't lie. We'll have to re-interview the witness, check the plate again. There could be a similar vehicle." He looked at Carla. "You're both free to go for now, but don't leave town. This is still an open investigation, and we will be executing that warrant on your shed, Mr. Tanner. Today." They let us go. We walked out of the police station into the late morning sun. squinting like prisoners released after years inside. My ex looked hollowed out, her face drawn. We didn't speak until we were in my car, driving back to my house, a squad car predictably following us to oversee the shed search. "The hotel," I finally said. "I forgot you were even staying there." "I almost forgot too," she said, her voice monotone. I was so focused on the bridge, on the ritual. But my lawyer asked about my whereabouts for the last 72 hours. It just came out. We got home. The police were already there, waiting with the warrant. They went straight to my backyard. My ex and I stood in the kitchen, watching through the window as an officer in gloves opened my shed door. We saw him look inside. He paused. He called another officer over. They both looked. Then they began a thorough search, moving my lawnmower, my tools, boxes of old junk. They were in there for 20 minutes. Finally, they came out, dusting off their hands. They walked over to the lead detective, who had stayed by his car. We saw the officer shake his head. The detective's shoulders slumped slightly. He walked to the back door and knocked. I opened it. "Mr. Tanner," he said. "We searched the shed. We found no gas can, no containers of any accelerant." I stared at him, unable to hide my shock. You didn't?" "No, sir. We did not." He studied my face, seeing my genuine surprise. "Are you sure that's the correct shed? You don't have another storage unit?" "No," I managed to say. "That's it." He nodded slowly, clearly frustrated. The witness was shaky, the alibi was solid, and now the physical evidence they expected wasn't there. The case was falling apart. "We'll be in touch," he said, and left with his team. We watched them drive away. When the last car was gone, I turned to my ex. "The can is gone." "Can took it," she whispered. "It planted it to set the scene, then removed it when the scene was over. It only needed the witness. The can was just a prop." The truth of it hit me. Kin was meticulous. It wasn't just a force of chaos. It was a storyteller who cleaned up after itself, leaving only the clues it wanted found. It had given the police a compelling story with a witness, but had carefully removed the evidence that would have made it airtight, perhaps because a perfect frame would have ended the game too quickly. It wanted us in the system, under suspicion, living in fear, not locked away where its food supply would be cut off. The rest of the day passed in a numb haze. The legal threat had receded, but the victory felt empty. We were still chained to this thing. That evening, my ex, too scared to go to the hotel or her own house, settled back into my guest room. I noticed something different about her. The constant, jumpy anxiety was gone. She moved slowly, calmly, but her eyes were empty. "It stopped," she said as we made a quiet dinner. "The sleepwalking, the blackouts, the urge to write notes. It's just gone, since they took me to the station, since I became a suspect." She looked at me, her gaze unsettlingly direct. "It's happy, Mike. It got what it wanted. You look at me now, and you see a potential criminal. The police see a person of interest. I'm the villain in your story, the monster. It's resting. It's satisfied with this chapter." Her words made a terrible sense. Kin's goal, as it said on the video, was for her to see me as a monster. But the reverse was also true. The perfect narrative had us as toxic, destructive forces in each other's lives. Now, the legal system had validated that story. The entity had woven its fiction into the fabric of reality. It could take a break. The thought was more frightening than any midnight episode. A restless enemy you can track. A satisfied one is planning its next move in the quiet. The next day, she decided she had to go back to her place to get more clothes, to check on her dog, to try to reclaim some piece of her life. I offered to go with her, but she refused. "It's resting," she said again, as if trying to convince herself. "It'll be okay." I let her go, a knot of worry in my stomach. An hour after she left, I realized she'd forgotten her phone charger. Knowing she'd need it, I drove to her house. Her car was in the driveway. The front door was unlocked. I let myself in, calling her name. No answer. The house had that still, empty feel. I found her charger in the guest room where she'd been staying. As I turned to leave, I noticed the television in the living room was on. Not to a channel, but to that buzzing, flickering gray and black screen of pure static. It was loud in the quiet house. I walked over to grab the remote off the coffee table to turn it off. As my fingers closed around the remote, the static on the screen changed. It didn't go to a channel. Instead, the rolling gray bars seemed to coalesce, to pull together, forming a blurry, shaky image. It was like looking through a smoky, distorted lens. But I recognized what I was seeing. It was a room with pale yellow walls. A white crib, a mobile of little stars and moons turning slowly in a non-existent breeze. It was a live feed from the nanny cam in my daughter's bedroom at my ex's parents' house, where she was staying for the week. My blood froze solid in my veins. I could see the edge of the crib, the pattern on the rug. The view was from the corner of the room, high up, just like the camera was placed. The image was live. I could see the mobile turning. Then, the bedroom door in the video opened. My ex's mother walked in. She bent over the crib, out of view for a second, then straightened up, holding my sleeping daughter, adjusting her blanket. She kissed her forehead, laid her back down, and tiptoed out, closing the door softly. The screen remained focused on the quiet, sleeping child in her crib. The message was clear, and it was not one of rest. Kin was not satisfied. It had just been setting the stage for the next act. It was showing me it had access. Not just to our minds or to our homes, but to the most sacred, private space in our lives. It could watch our daughter anytime it wanted. The performance was no longer just for us. It was preparing for its finale, and it wanted me to know that the star of the show was already on set, sleeping innocently under its gaze. The static suddenly snapped back, filling the screen with its mindless roar. I stood there in the quiet living room, the remote limp in my hand, the buzzing filling my head. The legal danger had passed. The immediate threats had paused. But in that moment, I understood we were not even close to safe. We had been given a brief intermission, and the director was backstage, showing me the set for the final scene. The house was quiet, but the noise of that static and the perfect, horrible image it had held echoed in my mind, a promise of horrors yet to come. Seeing my daughter's room on that static-filled television screen broke something inside me. It wasn't fear anymore. It was a cold, clear rage. Kin had crossed the final line. It had moved our little girl from a vague threat in a note to a real-time image on a screen, a sleeping pawn in its game. I didn't just want to survive this thing anymore. I wanted to destroy it. I drove back to my place, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. The fragile, scared alliance with my ex wasn't enough. We needed a weapon. I called Elena, the woman from the office. I told her about the video, about Kin's message on the laptop, about the police and the vanished gas can. She listened, and for the first time, I heard real urgency in her calm voice. "It's asserting dominance," she said, "showing you it as ultimate access. It's also revealing a weakness. It's obsessed with narrative, with being the author. It can't resist a dramatic reveal. That's a flaw. You have to stop fighting it on its terms, trying to outsmart each event. You have to break the story itself." "How?" I asked, desperate. "The story it wants is simple. The two of you as enemies, your love for your daughter as the thing it corrupts and ultimately takes. To break that, you have to do something that makes no sense in that story. You have to act in unison, not as scared allies, but as a united front. You have to perform an act of genuine, undeniable connection that its toxic energy cannot digest. It feeds on your broken bond. You have to show it a bond it cannot comprehend." She suggested we formalize it, not as a hidden understanding, but as a deliberate, spoken ritual in the heart of a place that symbolized our old life, to reclaim it. It was risky. It would be a direct challenge. But we were out of safe options. I called my ex and told her to come back to my place now. She heard the tone in my voice and didn't argue. When she arrived, I told her about the television, about Elena's advice. She looked more tired than scared now, a soldier who has seen too much of the front lines. "So we do another ritual?" she asked, skepticism warring with hope. "Not a ritual to send it away," I said. "A ritual to change us, to stand together in the one place it thinks belongs only to bitterness." We decided on the backyard of our old house, the one we had bought together, the one she had kept in the divorce. It was the physical source of so much of our shared history, good and bad. It was Kin's natural habitat. Going there together, on purpose, felt like walking into a lion's den. But that was the point. The next evening, as the sun began to set, we stood in that backyard. It felt strange and familiar all at once. The rose bush I had planted was still there, overgrown. The patio stones we'd laid together were cracked. The energy of the place wasn't welcoming. It felt watchful, waiting. We followed Elena's instructions. We stood facing each other. We held hands, a contact that was both awkward and electric after so long. We didn't speak forgiveness this time. Instead, we made promises. Out loud. "I promise to stand with you against this," I said, my voice firm. "Not as your ex, but as Lily's father. My anger at you is gone. There is only the threat. We are on the same side." She squeezed my hands, her eyes glistening. I promised the same. No more blame. No more past. There is only now, and protecting our daughter. We are one front. It felt melodramatic, standing there in the fading light, but as we spoke the words, a shift happened. It wasn't magic. It was a decision, made real by speaking it into the air of this charged place. The watchful feeling didn't leave, but it changed, becoming more focused, more attentive. We had just rewritten our roles in its play from adversaries to partners. We finished. Nothing dramatic happened. No wind, no sounds. We just stood there, holding hands in the quiet backyard. It felt both powerful and foolish. We went back to my apartment, the new agreement hanging between us, a fragile shield. For 2 days, nothing happened. No texts, no episodes, no strange sights. The peace was deeper than before, more unsettling. It felt less like Kian was resting, and more like it was thinking. On the third morning, my ex was staying in my guest room again. I was making coffee when I heard a knock on the front door. Not the doorbell, but a slow, deliberate knock. I looked through the peephole. It was her, but she hadn't gone out. I could hear the shower running down the hall. I opened the door slowly. She stood there, but she was different. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a terror that was completely awake and present. She wasn't sleepwalking. She was shaking. In her hand, she held a single sheet of printer paper, crumpled at the edges. "It came to me while I was awake," she whispered, thrusting the paper toward me. I was making tea. I blinked, and this was on the kitchen counter. I didn't print it. It was just there. I took the paper. The text was in a plain, standard font. It was another apology, but the worst one yet. It read, "I'm so sorry for what happens at the custody hearing. I know it will be the final break. I am so sorry for taking her away from you forever." The bottom dropped out of my world. The custody hearing. It was scheduled for next week. The final legal battle over our daughter. The last bitter piece of business from our divorce. It was the perfect setting for Kin's finale. A public, official scene where our hostility would be on full display, ending with one of us losing our child, perfectly mirroring its goal to take the little one. It had written the ending it wanted, and it had delivered the script to us in broad daylight, confident we were powerless. My ex was watching my face, her own terror mirrored there. "It's not resting," she breathed. "It's just been writing the last act." I looked from the paper to her terrified eyes, to the open door behind her leading into my apartment. I thought about Elena's words. You have to do something that makes no sense in its story. The story demanded we go to that hearing. It demanded we fight, that we play our parts as enemies in a courtroom, giving it all the bitter energy it craved, culminating in a judge's gavel that would tear our family apart, fulfilling the apology's prophecy. The story did not demand what I did next. I didn't say a word. I reached out, not for the paper, but for her hand, the one that wasn't holding the door frame. I took it. It was cold. I pulled her, gently but firmly, across the threshold into my apartment. She stumbled forward, surprised. I closed the front door behind her, turning the deadbolt with a solid, final click. The sound echoed in the hallway. We stood there, just inside the door, in the dim entryway. She stared at me, confused, the paper still clutched in her other hand. "Then we don't go," I said, my voice low and steady. "We write our own ending." The words hung in the air. "We don't go." It was the ultimate refusal. It was tearing up the script. No courtroom drama. No final legal battle. No satisfying, tragic climax for Kian to feed on. We would not perform its finale. Her eyes searched mine, looking for doubt, for a trick. She saw only resolve. Slowly, the terror in her face began to recede, not replaced by peace, but by a steely determination that matched my own. She looked down at the awful paper in her hand, then back at me. She nodded once. A sharp, decisive motion. She crumpled the paper into a tight ball and dropped it on the floor. It was a small act, but it felt huge. We were both inside now. The door was closed and locked. The outside world, with its court dates and legal expectations and lurking, narrative-hungry entity, was on the other side. We had just canceled the show. For a long moment, we just stood there in the quiet of my entryway, listening to the hum of the refrigerator, the faint sound of traffic outside. The weight of what we had done settled over us. We had not solved anything. We had not destroyed Kian. We had no plan for tomorrow, or for the legal repercussions of missing a court date. But we had done the one thing it could not have predicted. We had chosen unity over conflict, sanctuary over battle. We had left the stage. The immediate crisis was paused. The terrifying prophecy of the note was, for now, defanged by our simple refusal to participate. We were together, behind a locked door, with our daughter safe elsewhere. It felt, for the first time since the party, like a moment of real, if precarious, safety. But as I looked at the crumpled ball of paper on my floor, the words invisible but seared into my mind, I knew this wasn't over. Kin was an author whose masterpiece we had just ruined. It had invested everything in this story. It wouldn't just fade away. It would need a new ending, a more shocking one. And now, for the first time, it would have to write that ending without our cooperation, without the script we were supposed to follow. The last page was torn up. We were off book. The question that hung in the quiet air between us was not one of fear, but of grim anticipation. What does a hungry, thwarted story do when its final act is stolen? We were both behind the same door now, waiting in the well-lit calm, knowing that whatever came next would be something none of us, not me, not her, and not the thing called KIN, had ever seen before.